Let me show you guys this. So if you want, you can use code Bengal on Underdog.
You don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right? It's comfortable.
I don't like commercials here. You can use code Bengal on Underdog and potentially follow these picks. Now, the lines may have in fact changed by this point, but I tweeted out last night, twitter.com/BengalYouTube. I picked a number of different things. Let me see if I can change the size of this. Let's see here. Window capture. Let's have Underdog. Bang. And we should have that. All right. So these are some of my picks. It's not quite as zoomed out as I want it to be. Let's fix that. Now, the lines may have, in fact, changed. So defensive line and linebackers go today. So we're only going to see Byron Murphy today out of these three. But I have Quinyon Mitchell running the 4.3s. J.C. Latham, I think, over 4.9. Byron Murphy, Blake Corum, Chop Robinson, I all think, of course, we're going to run faster times. Now, the only concerning thing is I've taken faster on, like, almost everybody in here except for J.C. Latham. But I think some of the lines are not great, so we'll have to see. Some of these guys are going to be very close, though. Like, within, tenths of a second, you could be wrong. But those are my picks on Underdog. You can use code Bengal. You'll get a deposit match up to $100 on your first deposit. And we'll have, again, defensive linemen and linebackers going today. So, let's talk about some of those guys. Out of the defensive end groups, who are the big testers going to be? Well, I think Jared Verse could test pretty well. A lead siege, thank you so much for the $2, says Ennis Rakestraw as a Green Bay Packer. That's a possibility. Now, with Rakestraw, and of course I'm getting sidetracked slightly here, but shout out to Lead Siege for the donation. Gotta hit that. Of course, we'll be reading donations. But injury could be a problem for him. So he might not end up being a first-round player. Jacob Holloway, thanks for being a member. Who's going to be the slowest 40 time? Probably an offensive lineman. But so defensive ends I could test well. I mean, it's like the freak athlete position nowadays, right? So all of these guys should test pretty well. Now, of the players I don't expect to test freakishly, Leatu Latu, I don't think he's going to be that crazy. Darius Robinson's a really big dude, so I don't know if he's going to be that wild. We're getting ready to go here. Dwayne Carter from Duke's ready to go. He's a really good player as well. Braylon Trice might not test crazy. Brandon Dorless is like an inside-outside type player. Marshawn Nealon, a lot of people think is going to test pretty well. All right. 40-yard dash, of course. 10-yard split for defensive linemen is going to be the most important thing. You're very rarely going to be running 40 yards as a defensive lineman, or even really a football player. The only position where that's worth paying attention to for the actual 40 time is maybe running back, corner, wide receiver, safety, like guys that are actually going to be running down the field. Now, it's not going to be 40 yards, obviously, in a real game situation unless you're like a gunner. But so that 10-yard split time is kind of going to be king. And what's a good time for somebody like Dwayne Carter that's about to go right here? Well, you're looking for someone that's like 305 pounds. He's going to be something in that neighborhood. If he can get under 5, it's a pretty good start. That's going to be a pretty good start. So we'll see. 10-yard split. It really depends for some of these guys, but, 1.7 was pretty good, and he actually did hit 1.7. 1.72 10-yard split, 5.01 40 for Dwayne Carter from Duke. Again, really good player. Probably will go somewhere day 2, maybe early day 3. Cash Chris with the $4 says, if I were the Saints GM, who would I take? Saints have the 14th pick. You can go one of two ways, probably. I think it's got to be in the trenches, but I would go offensive or defensive line. All depends about how you feel about Ryan Ramczyk long term. Is he going to be ready to go? And if a good left tackle is available at 14, you can consider one of those guys as well. Should be a number of good right tackles available. Could also go edge. Yeah, 501 is really not too bad. These are big boys. Jaden Crumity is not someone I have watched here from Mississippi State. Running pretty well. 169, 10-yard split. 5:00:40. It's a new best D-line time by a tenth of a second. Or a hundredth of a second, excuse me. Tony Daniel, thanks for the $5. What do you think of Kamara, bro? I like him as a sleeper. Mo Kamara from Colorado State. Yeah, a lot of people like him. Yeah, I could get on board with that off the edge. What do you think about the Bears picking Williams #1 and trading Fields to the Falcons to move to 3 and then picking MHA? That's a lot of stuff going on, Justin. Appreciate the $5. Obviously, that could be a possibility, right? I kind of think 3 quarterbacks go in the first 3, so you'd have to pry Marvin Harrison Jr. out of the hands of the Cardinals in that case. It's a possibility, but it's a lot. It's a lot to do. But I don't know what, like, you'd have to trade your own 9. Tyler Davis, moving. 172, 10-yard split, 502, 40. He's going to be a nose tackle, probably. It's a lot of moving parts. I don't think Fields goes for a first. Maybe you get a second for him. Kurtman, thanks for the $4.99. Who do you think the Broncos? What do you think the Broncos do in the draft? We'll just say. I think corner or quarterback, one of the two. Could take an edge rusher as well. Aaron Ray says prediction for the fastest 40 of the weekend. I think you're probably going to be looking at safety, just because there is one particularly really fast safety. Tyler Owens from Texas Tech apparently could push into the 4.2s. Could be one to watch. Brandon Dorless now from Oregon's up. This is one I'm really interested in watching. Of course, I can't show the combine. I don't own the footage of this. I think a lot of you understand that. But I can show you this. And, of course, walk you through live what's happening. Jim Harbaugh in attendance. New Chargers head coach. Interesting to see him in a Chargers hat. You know, I think everyone kind of realized that was going to happen. If I could have bet on that, I would have. If I was a betting man. But I'm only a betting man on Underdog with code Bengal. Dorless, inside-outside hybrid. I think he can play down to the 3 tech. All the way out to probably 5. 4.8, 5.40, 1.68, 10-yard split. Pretty good. We got a number of big names coming up all in a row. Justin Aboigbe from Bama. That's your typical 3 tech. 6'4", 297. And a 3 tech is like a 4-3 defensive tackle. You don't know. Gabe Hall, Braden Fisk, McKinley Jackson's one to watch, and Chris Jenkins. I mean, it's a pretty solid interior defensive line class. Cash Chris with the $4.99. Okay, so if they get the chance, should the Saints move in or move on from Derek Carr and draft a QB, maybe Penix or Daniels? Like, Penix is a day 2 guy. I've been saying that the entire time. I'd be shocked if he's a first-round pick. It's a possibility. Aboigbe runs like a giraffe, but he's not moving quite as quick. 5.18. I don't think the Saints are going to be able to get in position for Jaden Daniels. If you've seen any of my mock drafts, I don't think he's going to be available. You'd have to move up. It's a long way to move up from 14 to 2 or 3. Kilo. Everyone has the Seahawks taking Byron Murphy. Just wondering who else do you think they could take in that spot? What would completely surprise me? What would, within the realm of possibility, quarterback, if one is available that they like there, that would really surprise me. But if you've seen any of my mock drafts, which hopefully you have, Troy Fautanu has been a name I've connected there quite often. So I think it's offensive line, someone that would probably play the interior right, even though Fautanu played left tackle at Washington. Yeah, Fisk is already moving here. 4.78. That's going to be a really tough time to beat. That's a really good time for Braden Fisk. He was a transfer from Western Michigan down to Florida State. Had a really good year. Also had a really good Senior Bowl. Braden Fisk, probably a day 2 pick. Could sneak in around 2. Really fun player. Justin, I mean the 9 and Fields for the Pats 3. Oh, that's an interesting. That's interesting. I think the Patriots might just prefer to take a quarterback, but at that spot, Gabe Hall, 173, 10-yard split. Thought he would run a little bit better than that. Not terrible, but thought he'd be a little bit better. But you know, it's all right. Clay Hendricks with a 499. What are your opinions on the Steelers potentially trading for Fields? And if not, what do you see the Steelers QB looking like? Well, it sounds like the Steelers are not making a trade for a quarterback. So we'll have to see on that front. But if not, I think Kenny Pickett's their QB. Can we please watch the Combine? You can. Go to NFL Network. You can watch it. Marcus Harris from Auburn is not somebody I've watched. Oh, he like tripped up.
Solid 10 time.
Stephen Jones. Do you think the Cowboys need an interior defensive lineman? I mean, you might have them at the top of the list of teams that need that.
Yeah, that's an area of focus.
Here's McKinley Jackson.
Do I think Justin Fields is worth a first-round pick? No.
I mean, I'm not kidding.
Not a top one. Not at this point. Not after what we've seen for a few years. But, you know, maybe by the letter of the law, worth a back-end pick. McKinley Jackson looks labored.
10-yard split. Now,
Here we go.
we have the first of
Chris Jenkins going to be one to watch. Here we go.
Michigan Wolverines.
Son of Chris Jenkins. He was in my video yesterday about players I thought could really test well here. Listed just under 6'3", 299.
First that we see, because you want to talk about leaders and best.
This is going to be one I'm pretty excited about.
This kid is exactly that and was exactly that over this run.
As the franchise GOAT, what would you do if you had drafted free agency to lift the Broncos from the depths of hell? I mean, you got to find a quarterback somehow, some way. That's the biggest thing.
Pretty darn athletic, and at his size, you're gonna see him move really, really well.
Let's go, Chris.
Off he goes.
Not a great start. Got moving near the end, but 5:02.
Better than that.
Yeah, thought he'd run a little bit better.
Familiar to you, yes.
Not even close to Braden Fisk's time here.
Chris Jenkins that played for the Panthers and the Jets, two-time All-Pro in the NFL and 44th overall pick of the 2001 draft. He can fill out that jersey a little bit better.
The Combine's just started, Carlos, so
24 NFL scouting
the only positions that have tested are,
NFL Network.
let's see here, 6 defensive tackles, 7. Maybe, 8 or 9 when they update it.
The revolutionary weight loss medications everyone is
So,
talking about, with
not very many.
the care you need to lose 50
It's only just started. This is day 1.
with one
If you saw my Combine video yesterday, you would know that.
/lose 20.
Substance use disorder and addiction is
Ryan with the 50 bomb.
and so as a black
What up, Colonel?
woman,
Happy Thursday. Good to see you here on
must be
YouTube. Might have your VIP back on Twitch with stream tomorrow.
and you're vulnerable.
We'll have to see.
It
Thank you very
is
much for the
that
50.
lets you know that no matter what
Um, I
happens, you'll be okay.
I don't know if we're gonna be back live on Twitch tomorrow. It's kind of I think Twitch is just like a better streaming platform. It's better for subscribers. I have emotes and everything already set up. We really only stream on YouTube like a couple times a year. Of course, the draft, day 1, night 1. This website is NFL.com, small little indie website. NFL.com. Yeah, linebackers are running later today.
One way to avoid
Lost with the 499. What round do you think Dorless goes? Fit for the 49ers? I think he starts in the 2nd. I don't think he gets in the 1st. I could see him lasting till the 4th, maybe. I think somewhere, day 2, maybe early day 3, but probably day 2. Could be a 3rd round pick. Could see him sneaking into the 2nd.
without endurance.
What up, football analysis? I'm going to be ready to record the mock, by the way, after the combine.
Endurance covers nearly every
I mean, you can still hear I'm a little bit sick, but
cover a ton.
I'll be ready to go.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair?
Isn't day one of the combine this year the least hype? Not for me. I love watching the defensive ends, defensive tackles, and linebackers go. We got a number of pretty good defensive tackles. We've got a solid edge class, a lot of depth, even though it maybe lacks the super elite top end talent. But I like the edge class. Again, it's not like wildly good, but I'm a huge fan of Leatu Latu. I think Dallas Turner's really solid. I think he might be the first off the board. Jared Verse had, you know, back-to-back really good years for Florida State as a transfer. Austin Booker's got great traits. He should test really well. We got a number of really solid players. You know, Marshawn Nealon could be a top 50 player in this class. Jonah Ellis is a designated pass rusher, really good. And then you have some guys down the board that are particularly interesting. Jalix Hunt, Mo Kamara.
Solid time.
You got some really fun players down the board here. All right, we're going to see Byron Murphy run here. Show me 4.8s. Show me 4.8s on Byron Murphy. Oh, he's zooming. 4.88. We'll take it. We'll take it. Sub 1.7, 10-yard split. Miles Murphy from UNC is a good one as well. Not to be confused with Miles Murphy from Clemson a year or two ago.
This has been a fast group overall. Move ahead.
And here is Rook.
Yeah, he's rolling.
Damn, Rook is really running. He just looks... You know what he reminds me of, body type-wise?
6, 7, 10 yards.
You remember
4, 9.
Bobby Brown from Texas A&M a couple years back? I think the Rams drafted him.
294 pounds.
Come on. That's nuts. Keith Randolph Jr. of Illinois.
Send me a super chef. Finn, let's see here.
On defense, the last 2 years coming out of Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Back end, right?
They've had a couple DBs.
I was just catching up, Finn. You were the next one. Have you checked out Marshawn Lloyd at a USC? Yeah, he was a South Carolina transfer. He's a pretty good back down the board. I'm not like particularly blown away by him, but good player.
Rich, we just watched Texas.
Tristan, thanks so much for the $4.99. Thoughts on Saquon of the Texans? I just kind of want Saquon to be a Giant still. Giants fans don't seem to want that. The Giants have so few good players. I have no problem signing a running back to a 2 or 3 year deal. Now, he's probably going to want at least 3. And I know his injury history is rough, but
And quickness, he's a real good one.
He's got excellent leverage. Too.
you're really not handcuffing yourself long-term by giving a running back a 3-year contract.
And somehow has the torque and power to be able to withstand double teams. It's impressive.
LSU's Mason Smith. As we're getting through the
All right, let's go, T-Sweat.
of the 40s. Again, everyone gets a second shot at it if they'd like.
Mason Smith's an interesting one.
Projected second rounders that could jump to the first. Now, I did talk about some of those in my video yesterday, K. Wright.
First year, then got
There are guys that are going to be on, like, the borderline, depending on how they interview with teams.
to work with.
And for some guys, if the medical comes up, you know, totally clear. Tavondre Sweat's one of these guys who's about to go from Texas where,
Last time
you know, if a nose tackle is going to go high in the draft, it's going to be Tavondre Sweat. Let's go, T-Sweat. 1.8, 10-yard split's not bad for 360 pounds. 5'2", 40.
That's already being queued up in the truck.
He's 463 pounds.
again, I love mentioning Sap. Warren always
Or it's 4, excuse me, it's 363. I just realized what I was saying. 363 pounds. 362. Let's see, what do you weigh in at? 366 is what he weighed in at.
yard, but this kid is
That's a big man.
366.
So that time's really not too bad.
Combine.
He just walks centers back.
Leonard Taylor could run pretty fast too. He's a really good athlete. 1.76, 10-yard split. 5.17. Thought he'd be a little bit quicker than that.
Ian Rappaport.
Not too bad.
Good combine to you, sir.
To you too, Rich. Lot to tie together here. We'll
And then we're going to see again. Who do I want to see run a little bit better? Chris Jenkins is the main one.
reigning defensive player of the
Like to see him get a more explosive start.
is in Indy, but not participating today because of a Jones fracture. Now this was a fracture.
Gabe Hall, I'd like to see get a little bit closer to 5 seconds.
Played through it, opted for surgery after
Makai Wingo getting a pretty good start here. 164, 10-yard split.
but obviously
Holy.
risk it today. The number 28 overall player on DJ's list.
He's in pretty good shape, too.
Devontae Sweat. The weight. Yes, it's a little weird to talk about a dude's weight, but he did not weigh in at the Senior Bowl. I don't think he really wanted the weight to be a big topic of conversation. A lot of scouts were curious. How big was he actually going to be today? Listed at 365. They're like, no way. Will he weigh 366? That, above all else, was probably the biggest news here for him in Indy.
Thanks, Ian. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, Devondre Sweat is a mountain of a man.
His report. Kai Wingo certainly ran a very nice 40.
Dwayne Carter back again. That was a pretty good start, but then he got tripped up maybe. He could break sub 5, sub 1-7, 10-yard split. I think he's just over the first run.
Monty Austinfort, the general manager of the Arizona Cardinals, 4th overall. The Arizona Cardinals this past week on
Scout's going to fall in love with Joe Milton at the Combine? I doubt it. I mean, he can throw really far, but the tape's bad.
Kyler Murray saying he's our franchise quarterback.
That bucket, that hole right
As
there.
if
I wasn't
I
looking
didn't think
at
I was doubting. Yeah, I wasn't doubting.
Everyone's wondering, like, okay, that's great.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to make an overlay for Twitch here. I don't think I have one.
I don't know, I guess.
Anyway, Dwayne Carter
Well, it's entirely
looks explosive. He has very good tape. I'm excited to see if he can push into the 4.9s.
Kyler Murray would be very happy about that, I imagine.
Yeah, Dallas Turner, I think, is going to run, but later.
Larry Fitzgerald, so that would be ironic.
I haven't heard that he's sitting out.
Obviously, his dad's name is in the
He
ring.
could potentially push into the 4.4s. We'll see. Jack with the 199 EU. Thoughts on Taj Brooks at Texas Tech? He's like a super senior. He ran pretty well this season. Had some pretty big games. I mean, there was a time where it looked like maybe he was on pace to finish as the leading rusher. Potentially bring home the Doak Walker. Kind of slowed down a bit. Had a very bad game against Texas. But that's Texas D-line is so amazing. I don't know. Taj Brooks is like, it's like fine. That's like, what can I say about a running back down the board, right? And this entire class, it's a lot of players who are just fine. I mean, the thing with running back is, I mean, you could just play for the right team, get the right amount of reps as a rotational guy, and be a productive player. But at the same time, they could just not end up making a roster. It's tough to say. These guys rotate in and out. Like, you know, having a 4-year career at running back's a pretty long career. So it's tough to kind of predict long-term future for a lot of these guys.
And we got Poodles Combine. And a blue sky day outside. We're back to Indianapolis in a moment.
K Ray with a 499 says, living around KC, so many people here think that the Chiefs will trade up to about 10 picks to draft Keon Coleman. What do you think? It's an interesting take. They might not even have to trade up to get him at this point. But, I mean, who knows? If he blows up the Combine, you can see that hype train getting rolling again. But I like Keon Coleman, so. But the thing is, like, I don't know that they're going to have to trade up. Like, and if you don't get Keon Coleman, Adonai Mitchell might be there. And if you're looking for that type of receiver, if you're looking for an X, you got some options. Like, I think Keon Coleman could get there to 32. Adonai Mitchell could get there. And those are like the classic X-style receivers. But if you're looking for an MVS replacement, Troy Franklin's right here. I couldn't really see them adding Malachi Corley at that spot. Xavier Worthy, I still think could end up sneaking into the first.
You've got more options than you know.
I think Drake May is better than Jane Daniels as a prospect.
You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get
No, Johnny Newton's not running today.
resumes on Indeed match your
I think he
job
got hurt.
criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started.
Which is unfortunate. I think he would have been one of the better testers. Lost with the non-combine favorites. Blake Goebel, tight end, EWU is mine. I have not seen him. Now, here's what's unfortunate. Is of the combine invites, right? Gabriel Murphy from UCLA was invited, right? Now, there's a notable name missing here, and that's his twin brother, Grayson Murphy. They posted nearly identical numbers. They're about the same height and weight. Maybe Gabriel's viewed to be that much of a better prospect, but seems crazy. Still think the Saints take J.C. Latham. I think it's a possibility. Yeah, obviously I've mocked that quite a few times, but it's tough to say, oh yeah, that's going to happen. You know, we'll see. Devondre Sweat's last place broad jump concern me at all? No, he's 363 pounds. Explosiveness shouldn't be the name of the game with him. Should not be. We do have these broad jumps and verticals coming out. Byron Murphy at 33 inches. Rook, of course, testing well. Gabe Hall as well. I was hoping to see him run a little bit better. Gonna get a second chance here, too. Thinking corner or center for my Steelers, Tony. Thanks for the 5. I think it's corner, center, or tackle. One of those three.
All right, Brandon Dorlus of Oregon. Could he improve his time of 4.5?
He's gliding, 4.91.
But still highly impressive. He's cruising.
Braden Fisk is testing really well.
And we're back live.
Ruka Row could be one of the first defensive tackles off the board. Chris Jenkins jumped pretty well.
5.18 was his first time.
Would love for him to just run a little bit faster.
On the screen during a football game. Or unofficial.
Sweat has been buns. He's 366 pounds. He's a nose tackle. He's not going to test with the guys that are 290 or 300. Almost 70 pounds more than some of these guys.
And he could not better his first time according to our unofficial time. Joining us here from the New Orleans Saints, 14 years into this league, 117 and a half sacks, one of the best in the business. And
Cam Jordan.
joining us here once again, Cameron Jordan. Good to see you, sir.
What's up, buddy?
The New Orleans
Good to see you,
Saints.
man. That 117, just hearing it feels good.
And a half. Don't short
And a
yourself
half.
that half.
Feels good. Yeah, top what? 32, 35?
Oh, now you're getting.
Ever?
Now you're asking me questions I don't know the answers
I
to.
do.
Jack Andrade,
Probably 32.
can you give me the answer? Is it 32? Okay, we're gonna get that answer for you.
Let me get my link on the screen here. Working on this great graphic.
Here's Braden Fisk, who, when he crossed the finish line, running 4.78, went, oh yeah. We heard him say that. Let's see if he does something like that right now.
Fisk is moving, man. 4.81. That is such a good time.
4.81, you sure?
Not better than his 4.78, but that's flying. Clayton with the $2. You have a P.O. box for fan mail? I do not. No P.O. box. Appreciate the thought, though.
Man,
When you went through it.
in my mind, I was like prime. You know, I walked in, I ran my 40. I knew it was a hot time. I got out of there. But in reality, I think I did everything. You know, I don't think I felt like I wanted to escape anything. There was a great group of guys I was with all through, you know, training for the combine. So you get there, you really just want to show off.
Yeah.
This is not working. There we go.
How were your interviews?
Trust me, guys. This is going to be well worth it when you see this great overlay coming up on the screen.
They were 20.
Gabe Hall ran a little bit better. And these are unofficial times still. Important to note that. Important to note.
I had my eyes set on like top 15-ish.
However, they will probably not change all that much.
I had an interview with the Saints, and they're like, "We're not sure why you're here." And I was like, "Me neither."
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. My dog, my D-line coach at the time, Bill Johnson, was like, "Hey, man, would love for you to be there, but you won't be." And I was like, "Yeah, I won't." Yeah, I will.
But your class was loaded, man.
Yeah, it was. It was awesome. You know, J.J. Watt, Ryan Kerrigan, Cam Hayward, myself.
There's your current AC right there on the screen.
That's my guy. That's my guy, DA. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I like Braden Fisk a ton. It's good to see him testing so well. We knew he was a really good athlete. I mean, he's like a nonstop motor type of guy,
Coming on with us every year.
which is always cool to see.
You know, we got a dog in Brian Brzee last year.
Yep.
You know, so why not? It worked out well, so why not double dip?
Come on back.
than the last time I saw you? Did you redo your contract? Did I see that?
I don't know about lighter, but you know, we have some more wiggle room. Yeah, we move. However the chess piece works, you know, like what we want is a team that will be contending.
What common mock annoys me as a fan of my team?
You got a guy like, you know, Derek Carr who leads the
I don't know. I mean, I'm a Giants fan. I don't really like put a lot of stock into, you know, mock drafts. Ricky, Texas sign hat for me. Might have to open up that PO box then. Thank you, Clayton.
Let's go get it done.
That's not the jacket of a light wallet right there. That's the gesture of a very heavy wallet.
Okay, I understand.
Let me
14. Life has been good.
here we go.
Wow.
It's gonna be well worth it, guys. I promise. The build up that some of you may be following. Oh, it's about to be pretty good.
That's not normal to be that big out there running with the DBs.
Speaking of guys whose dad played in the league, here's Chris Jenkins.
Love a legacy.
Where is this?
There's a bunch of them in this draft, man.
I've heard. I started looking into it. I was like, come on. Frat life.
All right, Chris, get under 5.
502.
Show me a split sub 1-7.
Seems like a better start, right, DJ?
Cleaner. It was a clean
Maybe so. Looks like he's moving pretty good this time. 4-9-1. There we go.
expectation was.
That's better. It's a very good time.
There he is.
Applause right there. All right, Jim.
Way better.
Last time they were in this building together, they were hosting a trophy for the 3rd straight year in this building. Just pointing out how Chris Jenkins said he felt like this was a home game for him. Good job, big dog. Thank you. 3 straight Big Ten championships for Chris Jenkins in Michigan.
Yeah, you saw that smile. He knew what he did.
Oh, yeah. Here's Logan Lee.
Wow, look at that, guys. Wasn't that worth it?
Well, Rich, I have to
Woo!
imagine with Cam's
Check that out in the top right. Go hit that follow button. Twitch.tv/Bengal. Gonna be live over there at least
this week.
1 or 2 of these days on the Combine.
Of course, played for the Panthers. His uncle actually played for the
This site is a small-time website called NFL.com.
So young, like back to 2005, his best memory was
Chop Robinson's gonna run with the defensive ends, I'm sure.
He said he was about 5 or
Still
6,
just defensive tackles.
watching everything transpire, and that's where the dream sort of started around him. And Cam, I'm sure that was similar for you.
Just defensive tackles right now. Like true defensive linemen. So there are some. I think the one inside-outside guy that I noticed was Brandon Dorless, but the other one, at least if you want to say the other one,
He can still play.
is yeah. See Brandon Dorless testing with the D line is Darius Robinson from Mizzou.
Millard, you want to be a D lineman. No offense to Pops, but you don't want to be a tight end when you have a D line like that.
Have I ever been or will I ever go to the Combine? Yeah, I'd like to go at some point. I've never been though,
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's got a
but maybe at some point.
or decision or a contract that he's negotiating with them. Everybody keen on that as the new league year is beginning shortly.
Yep, defensive ends are going to run today. Linebackers are going to run today.
Manager right there.
Mike Evans' decision coming up there as well.
What do we get tomorrow? Is it DBs tomorrow? I think it's corners and safeties as well as
I don't
Get it done.
understand it.
Can you get it done?
You should get it done.
Yes.
are tight ends running with them,
Pure production-wise, you should get
doing the on-field drills. It's a possibility.
Because there's a lot of teams with young quarterbacks.
And then I think it's quarterback, wide receiver, running back. And the only reason I don't know is they changed it this year a little bit. I think that's Saturday, and then Sunday I think is offensive lineman and kicker punter.
Here's Zion Logo of Georgia. Was whistled on his first attempt of his second run.
Let's see here.
Gorsick is retired from scouting,
I know he comes back just for this.
but not from so he
Yeah, DB tight end tomorrow, running back, quarterback, wide receiver Saturday. O lineman, again, I think kickers and punters with them on Sunday. I'll be live on Twitch probably for at least these two, but maybe tomorrow as well. So make sure you're following.
So we'll stick with that first time. So what are you looking forward to seeing down there?
I mean, I feel like as a fan, I'm always enjoying.
I like Cody Schrader. He had a big year for Mizzou.
You know,
Another transfer guy.
let's look at mine versus his. You know, and this
90% sure he got an invite.
then when you get down on the field,
Or I think for sure he did.
talk about the pass rush drills that happen. How are they getting through the? Like, are they leaning right? Are they bending? Are they, is that
Scroll past him.
And that's what you get excited about. And
I don't. No, there he is. Yeah,
But you add him in, that's what you want.
So we're looking at DTs in this
right
one.
there at the bottom.
The edge guys, but
So you should see him move as well. Byron Murphy 4.90 second attempt. Again, these are unofficial. We'll get official time start rolling in soon. But
Chris Jones,
yeah, that's pretty good.
disruptive,
4.90 second attempt for Byron Murphy. But also, on Underdog, I took him at sub 4.9.
Monster in the middle. You know, young Fletcher Cox.
So I'm hoping that 4.88 holds up, or even faster.
Frees up the edge.
That's what I was saying about Mississippi State. You just named 3 of them. They put out some D tackles, man. Fletcher Cox, Simmons, Chris Jones.
So I played into your hand. Dang.
But right now, it looks like Braden Fisk is going to be the only player that gets sub 4.8.
I have a request. I want you to interview John Randall.
Absolutely.
I need to hear a conversation.
Yeah, Newton not performing today.
On me. Oh, yeah.
We need to listen in on that.
I love talking to him.
Yeah, Mizzou had a ton of players this year. And still will have a couple next year, too.
Come on. I was like 4.
Luther Burden, wide receiver, not eligible for this year's class, of course, but might be the first receiver off the board next year. Certainly in contention for it. I don't think Jaden Daniels is testing. I'm pretty sure he's not. But we'll see.
You know, our producer T-Man is saying this is a dare. He, as the combine starts this week, all I ask is that NFL Network doesn't use my 40 overlay anymore. Crying emojis. Listen, are we really going to do this to Patrick Mahomes? The first simulcam are 2 defensive linemen against Mahomes from back in his day. You got Braden Fisk and Tavondre Sweat. The good news is, Patrick, for the first time in your life, you're happy to finish second.
No question. That's 366 pounds you do not want catching you.
I don't know why they keep pulling up the Mahomes cam. And, dude, Mahomes tweets out, says, hey, please stop using me. And they're like, you know what? The first one we're going to show is going to be you.
So, what'd you get?
I'm not sure Jordan Travis gets drafted. We'll see.
What about you?
3 classic tenders.
4 butterfly shrimp. 4 of a kind, baby. I win.
Looks like somebody needs a new hand.
Wait,
Thanks for
I think if the Giants want Jaden Daniels, they're going to have to trade up to at least 3. I don't think he gets to 4 or 5, personally.
Blood shortages. Giving blood's important because every 2 seconds someone actually needs blood, and unfortunately only like 3%.
I really don't think Brock Purdy has changed the path for quarterback evaluation. I think that's kind of a crazy thought. I mean, he's... Quarterback is the toughest position to evaluate because it's tough to know how these guys are going to take the next step up. You don't really know what they're necessarily being asked to do in college. A lot of these college offenses are not what you'd consider to be pro style. If you're running like a spread offense, or it's very RPO focused, a lot of screens, a lot of quick throws, and again, a lot of RPOs. Now, some of those things are being utilized more often in the NFL. And even passing concepts. You have college concepts versus NFL concepts. And if a quarterback doesn't have experience and comfortability with an NFL-style offense and passing concepts down the field, it's tough to say, you know, how successful they're going to be. One of the reasons you might be more down on Jaden Daniels from LSU is because, and Michael Penix, of course, is these are guys that have not typically thrown over the middle of the field, and that's super important to be able to do that in the NFL. Super important. So you wonder, Bo Nix as well, maybe. A lot of quick throws at Oregon. Is it because they can't, or because the offense didn't require that? Kind of the same conversation around J.J. McCarthy, where it's like, can he not do it, or did he not have to? Because Michigan's not trying to build up a draftable quarterback, right? They're trying to win a national championship by any means necessary. And if you have the best running game in the country, you're not going to say, well, how can we boost J.J. McCarthy's draft stock? Right? Run the damn football so we win, and then are national champions. I'm sure that everybody at Michigan, with maybe the exception of J.J. McCarthy, and even then, right, maybe not, but everyone at Michigan would rather a national championship than having a higher drafted quarterback. I can promise, right? So it's a tough conversation that you just don't know. Over the middle is where all the shitty quarterbacks focus on. That's just a stupid opinion. It doesn't really even make any sense. Obviously, the big plays to go down the field and on the sideline, but with the too high shells being so much more common. What I mean by that, multiple safeties, not just a single high, but multiple safeties back. The entire design of modern defense at this point for 90% of the league is 2 high shells playing cover 4, cover 2, man deep with 2 safeties, and do not let them beat you down the field. Make them throw underneath. Make them throw over the middle. You have to be able to do it. Otherwise, you will not be able to sustain drives. This isn't college football where splash plays can, dictate an offense. You have to be able to throw over the middle of the field. You have to be able to check down. You have to be able to take what the defense gives you.
Denver Broncos head coach, 12th overall. They're back on the clock in the first round after missing the last couple with the Russell Wilson trade. And Wilson may no longer be a Bronco middle of next month, but that's for another.
The Broncos are a team I'm very interested in seeing what happens with them. Very interested.
Rich, thank you. Tell Coach Payton he's going to want to turn around for this. You call games every Sunday, right, on CBS. Have you seen a difference in the way that defenses are stacked and built these days?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that size has been decreased over time when we're talking about what we're seeing from defenses because of the college spread. But there's still times when size matters. And I think about DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead at Oregon. I think about Devontae Wyatt, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter at Georgia. And this year, Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat at Texas. Had a conversation with Byron Murphy about that size. I said, what's it like?
Keep up with the HBCU players. Like, there are some standouts, right? But it's tough. It's not widely televised, so it's just kind of like what I hear. Like the last HBCU player I was really excited about was Marquise Bell. Had a pretty good year for the Cowboys. Jerzon Newton did not test today. I think he's got an injury. Yep, seen quite a bunch of UCLA. I've been talking up Leatu Latu for a while. You guys got to watch the draft videos, man.
Closing in on our first hour of NFL Network Scouting Combine coverage here in 2024, presented by Noble.
Have they benched yet? Let's see. Doesn't look like it. That's usually a thing they do after testing. Carter, I've been pretty clear. Johnny Newton didn't test today, man. Stop spamming that. Thank you. Nope, only the defensive tackles have gone so far. So no edge rushers, no linebackers yet. So no Chop Robinson. What's up, Kevin?
Complete the form and mail it back right away so you don't lose your coverage. If you do lose your coverage, visit healthcare.gov to see if
We'll see. I don't even know if Byron Murphy would get to the Packers pick, and I'm not sure they would take him if he did get there. Are the Packers really going to target an interior defensive lineman high in the draft? I don't know. I think they have bigger needs in the secondary.
Get it right at nhtsa.gov/therightseat.
Old Trapper Beefs. Tough snacks.
Out here, you gotta be tough. My truck, my crew, they're tough. Old Trapper taught me the value of tenderness.
Old Trapper. What's your beef?
Any lower graded quarterbacks late round that could be a steal? One I like down the board a bit. I'm not sure how late round he's going to be. Could be a third, fourth, maybe a fifth round pick at the worst. Is Tulane's Michael Pratt. I think he's actually quite good. And he could end up being a solid option. But, I mean, with quarterbacks, most of these guys will be drafted to be backups, right? The only guys that you're really thinking about potentially being starters is probably for sure the top group of guys. McCarthy, Nix maybe, of course, Penix possibility, Rattler maybe. Michael Pratt I think is in that conversation, but beyond that, most of these guys will be backups. And then, spot starts maybe.
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin. I'd remind people that all hate thrives on one thing: silence.
I've been thinking about that, Chasing. That's a good question. Unless it's really one of the top 3 guys, I would probably prefer that the Giants don't take a quarterback. I just think that I don't want to necessarily reach for one when you have so many needs. It's such a stacked receiver class. I think you just feel really happy taking the best receiver or maybe even the best tackle on the board at number 6. I think a trade down should be in consideration as well. Dude, was Tim Tebow, I say dude, not D-U-D-E, but the guy in chat, was Tim Tebow important to the Gators? Sure he was. But does that mean he's a great NFL draft prospect? Jordan Travis is like, he played 6 or 7 years of college football. He's undersized, good college player, just unlikely to be a great pro.
You might not have a better one this week. I think was just performed live on NFL Network. Again, it's not a good sign when the guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure Byron Murphy makes it to 20.
Why do they make them do that? Just to see how they move?
I think Audrey Estimate could be the first back off the board. Not really.
Should do well with this. Again, he was a tweener, so he's played some on the edge, he's played some inside. You saw it with how fast he ran. So him in this group, he should look really good.
There's the Oregon Duck running that wave drill very nicely.
This is NFL.com.
Justin, Boyd B.
The fact that we're here in Indianapolis and looking around here, does Crumby work blue?
Very good. I like it.
It really looks like some of these guys have not practiced this drill before. Kind of bizarre.
Oh yeah, I'm here and I'm loving what I'm seeing. You like to see these big guys move. In my mind, this works easy, right? Offensive lineman, fat guy. Cut to D tackle, not so fat guy. Lean. He has to pop up, get after it, and this sort of represents that. You got, you know, an athletic D tackle, and they're getting to show off their wheels.
How different is it now, though, Cam, from when you came?
Picture the World Series. Got to get my Yankees in there, right?
Versus what it was back in the day.
I think it was more back in the day.
That's what I'm saying. They protect you a little bit more.
Yankees, Dodgers, maybe.
Absolutely, but you still, you know, it still gets a little heavy in the trenches. So you have to be able to pop up and have that redirect.
Travis Hunter has potential to be the future #1 overall pick. No. I don't think a cornerback or a receiver goes at #1. It's a QB, it's a tackle, it's a defensive end pick. That's what the #1 spot is, and it's usually a quarterback lately. Bradley with the 5. What is your dream scenario for Giants quarterback this year? Feels bleak. Just remember that Tommy DeVito has more 2-touchdown games than Kenny Pickett. You know, if they could get in position for Caleb Williams or Drake May, even Jaden Daniels, I would be happy with that. But I think you just try to build the team up and I'm not saying build around Daniel Jones because I don't have a lot of faith in him, right? But build up the rest of the team. Maybe he can be good enough, right? We've had a number of quarterbacks on successful teams that aren't that great, but they have enough talent around them that the team's been really successful, or the play caller's good enough. None of these guys are big. I mean, a typical defensive tackle is going to be 300-plus pounds, right? Jordan Davis, I think, tested in at, or he came in at like 340-something, right? Tavondre Sweat is 366, like at least 20 pounds heavier. Look at Byron Murphy. He's got another level of explosiveness. Just moves different at 308 pounds, man.
When you think about this, it's just the ability to read and redirect. Whereas when you got that tail up, you know, you're
Lead Siege with a 5. Bengal, do you think Quinyon Mitchell can end up being the best coverage cornerback in this draft? If not, Terran Arnold, Nate Wiggins? Yeah, I think Quinyon Mitchell could, for sure. Arnold might be the most complete corner in the class. And I talked about all this in my video yesterday. If you guys didn't watch it, talked about combine risers. Still relevant after today's stream, by the way. Still relevant because only defensive linemen and linebackers go today. We won't see quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, safeties, cornerbacks, offensive linemen until the next few days. So still relevant, but yes, I do think Quinyon Mitchell could be the best corner in this class. Nate Wiggins, I obviously still quite a lot. I like his upside. Just joined and saw Sweat's 40. You think Sweat can get into the first? I think there's a possibility. It just depends. Does a team want to draft a nose tackle in the first round? He is the best one. If you want a nose tackle, he is your guy. Jay Eddie with the 2 says, what makes Drake May better than Daniels to me? Drake May's got a bigger arm. That's a good start. I know Daniels is supremely accurate down the field. And obviously we know what he can do as a runner. Daniels also had significantly better weapons and a way better offensive line. I just think Drake May, and his processing's pretty good. I just think he's got NFL traits. He's got an NFL arm. His accuracy's real solid. I love Drake May. And I really like Jaden Daniels. But I think Drake May is a phenomenal prospect. Do I think 6 quarterbacks go in the first round? Have you seen any of my mock drafts? No.
Tell me more about Byron Murphy, sir.
Well, I talked about how explosive he was, and you'd see it today with him running. It shows up on the tape when you watch him as well. He can play on the other side of the line of scrimmage. This is a really good game for him against Alabama.
Defensive ends haven't tested it. The only one that's going to be on here is Brandon Dorless. Because he ran with the defensive lineman, because he is basically a defensive tackle. You're a betting man. Where do you think Justin Fields ends up? What sort of trade comp do the Bears get? I think he's going to be an Atlanta Falcon. And I think maybe for a second-round pick. The Falcons, I think, are going to be very aggressive in acquiring a quarterback in this draft. But I'm not sure that they're going to be able to get one unless it's J.J. McCarthy. I think the Patriots seem like the most likely to trade out of a quarterback spot. But I don't think they should. Yeah, Renaro Green is really nice. Florida State corner, physical press man guy.
Well, I just love this, guys, because I spent quite a bit of time with Murphy this week, and I asked him about that knee drop, right, DJ, that you just described.
I think it depends what you want, Christian. Rakestraw is a little bit more physical. A little bit better in press. I like Kamari last year a lot, though. He had a great season for Georgia. See the Raiders trading into 3. I really don't think the top 3 picks get traded. I really don't. I think it goes 1, 2, 3, quarterback, quarterback, quarterback. I really don't think those teams trade out. The Patriots are where things are maybe a bit weirder, but I think they're taking a QB. Shane with 5. Have you scouted Isaiah Williams, receiver, Illinois yet? Something about him makes me very intrigued. I keep hearing people bring him up. I have not got to him yet. He's somebody I'm definitely going to have to watch. People have talked about him. I have not seen him yet. So I'm down the board here. Where is Isaiah Williams? Am I blind here, or is he not at the combine? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's way higher than I expected. Higher than Jalen Polk. Okay. 5'9", 184. So, looks like a slot build. It's just, I feel like it's easy to overrate slot receivers. So low on Jacob Cowing. But, I mean, that's a pretty high grade on Williams there. I mean, right up there with Xavier Worthy and higher than Jalen Polk. I mean, those are 2 players I love. I have seen no Boston College this year. K Wright with the 2. Nate Wiggins top 10. I don't think so. I just think the top 10 is going to be dominated by offensive players. I know that I'm confident the Bears are going to bring back Jalen Johnson. Man, Braden Fisk is so explosive, dude. I really think the only team that could consider a defensive player in the top 10, unless there's some type of a trade, is the Bears at 9. Watch Silas Bolden? Oh, I have, son. I have. Biggest bust potential? It's always a quarterback. I mean, quarterback is just the toughest position to play. It's the toughest position to project. I don't know what's up with the Drake Maye recently. I think people have just become tired of hearing his name, and his stats aren't that great, right? But Drake Maye's phenomenal. He's a very good prospect. Is he going to work out? Again, it's tough. Quarterbacks just don't, typically. It's true. They really don't. But, you know. Thank you guys for all the donations today, by the way, as well. Appreciate that. Why isn't Fisk ranked higher? I mean, first-year transfer player, doesn't have elite size. I mean, he's just a high-effort player more than anything, but he's testing really well. It's not a super stacked defensive tackle class. I mean, it really wouldn't surprise me if he was one of the first few drafted. Swiss cheese with the 2. Is there a single Akron zip on the draft radar? Not that I know of.
I feel like, Cam, when you're looking at this day and the workout, you know, we'll keep going through this thing, but I do feel like you get a chance to see the gas tank for these guys as well when we make it to the end of the day.
Cody with the 2. Says, Cards get Sweat or Newton at 27. Thoughts? Yeah, I think I've mocked Jerzon Newton to them before as well. 2 very different type of defensive tackles. Newton, the 3-tech, explosive pass rusher, get in the backfield instantly. Sweat is the take up space, free up, you know, other players to make a play, and he's a wall. You can't move him when he wants you to not be able to move him. And his effort has improved. 2023 was fantastic. But it just depends what you want. Yeah, either of those seem like a possibility. I'll probably be live on Twitch tomorrow. Wanted to start on YouTube today. Linebackers are probably not too far away. I think they're after defensive ends, though. Man, so annoying. I'm still sick. I'm trying with the voice, but it's obviously not 100%. Carson with the 2. If you call every quarterback a bust, you're bound to be right. Yeah, that's why everyone thinks it's a hot take. You know, when people are hyping up Caleb Williams, right? Or people are hyping up Drake Maye or Jaden Daniels or whoever, right? Oh, dude, he stinks. He's going to be a bust. You're not saying anything interesting. Most quarterbacks do not work out. It's a very tough position to project and play. Tavondre Sweat moving pretty good at 366, by the way. Man, I love Tavondre Sweat. So I think everyone's like, that's my hot take, is I'll say a quarterback's going to stink based on ultimately nothing. It's just a lot of people, everyone wants to have an opinion.
I think this young man's having a nice day so far, guys. Wingo.
Yeah, Mekhi Wingo's been moving.
You like that transition?
All right, we just saw that 4-bag agility drill. Okay, people want to see how do these drills...
Voilchers with the 50 Swedish krona. It's about 482 USD. I had to make the conversion on there. I've never heard of a Swedish krona before. Do you think Denver could go for Sweat? Not at 12. Maybe, I don't even, do they have a second round pick though? Maybe if he gets to the 3rd, I don't know. But I don't think he will. That's on Mo Kamara from Colorado State. We touched a bit on him earlier. Yeah, I definitely like him as a as maybe early day 3 pick. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, he's definitely a fun player. I mean, there are fun players down the board in this class. It's not just the, like the big names. Like, there are even some small school guys. If you want to consider Western Michigan small school, I certainly would. Colorado State, if you want to consider that small school, I would, even though it was packed. It was, smaller. 6'1", 248. He's just probably going to be a designated pass rusher. It's not super elite size, not super long arms. I think he will test pretty well. And he's a New Jersey guy. How can you not like him? But it's tough to get, a 3-down player at that size. Dream pick for the Rams is a really good tackle, falls into their lap. Probably. But other than that, top corner they can grab.
The second bag, that's where you want to see major shoulder turn, that bend, and your ability.
This is really important to listen to what Cam Jordan's saying. These drills all have a purpose, a real life application. It's all about bend here. And sorry I missed your donation, Jack. My fault. You think Bowers could fall if Chargers go offensive tackle? I don't see many other teams that need tight end before the Bengals at 18. Colts, Jets, Saints even. Yeah, Bowers, if anybody in this draft, could fall just because he plays tight end. He's a really good prospect, but he plays tight end. And those guys could fall, for sure. I think the Chargers trade down. Offensive tackle is a possibility. But I mean, you hit it on the teams that could probably go tight end. But I think a team could also move up to him. But yeah, I mean, he could get to the Bengals for sure. Jacob Holloway with the $4.99. Trey Harris will be wide receiver 1 in college football next year. Is that the Ole Miss receiver? He had a nice year. But I don't think he's better than Luther Burden. Voyagers, again, are we getting realistic rebuilds coming up? Don't want to stress really the concept. Yeah, they're coming up. If I wasn't sick, and if I didn't have Falcons franchise offseason to prepare for in the Combine, you would have had one by now already. Yeah, I talked about Jalen Hunt. He was somebody that came on the radar probably like midway through the year, the NFL year. Is he Houston Christian? He's someone I've not watched. I've just heard about. I do not have any Houston Christian tape. I could watch highlights or probably even broadcast of him, which you can do a little bit with the defensive ends. But this is an NFL build, man. This is a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's got long arms with NFL height and weight. It's just going to be about development. I mean, a 37.5-inch vert is pretty awesome. And a broad jump near 11 feet as well. So that's very good. I actually have not seen the... I didn't know the defensive end's already done verts. They're doing on-field drills right now, is why you're not seeing anybody else run. Also very important to watch. Rook is such a sick athlete. Now, let's see verticals on some of these guys. Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss, currently number 1, 38 inches. Jalen Hunt not too far behind. Jalen Harrell. Javon Solomon is somebody people like. Marshawn Neal and Jared Verse at 35. Darius Robinson at 35. What did he weigh in? Where was he? 285? It's pretty good. Inside, outside player. A lot of speed off the edge. Chop Robinson, I thought would be a little bit better in 34.5. It's still good, but I thought he was going to be near the top of the class. Austin Booker, only 32.5. It's not terrible. It's just, you know, thought it'd be a little bit better. What about the broad on some of these guys? And the reason why this matters is it's an indicator of explosiveness. Chop Robinson, broad jump, 10-8. Very good. Jared Verse not far behind. Oh my goodness. Javante Jean-Baptiste in there. Jalix Hunt, of course, leading the pack again. Very good athlete by all accounts. Austin Booker with 10. I mean, but the drop-off is significant from some of these top guys. Darius Robinson, bottom of the pack, but he's 285 pounds. See Darius Robinson bombs tweet? I did not. Hogleg with the 2. Any Vol standouts to you other than Joe Milton? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Number 1, Jalen Wright from Tennessee, of course. Probably will be the highest drafted Tennessee player. So at 35 and 3/4 arms. Could that be Darius Robinson? Combines on NFL Network. 34.5. Or it could have been an offensive tackle. Like,
Certain it's okay?
it sounds like offensive tackle arms.
Are you for imprint certain?
Trevor Hall with the 199. Dream pick for KC. KC trade up or down likely. I think a top receiver getting them would be pretty awesome. Like Brian Thomas, if he somehow got to 32 or they could get him, that'd be amazing. Jason Davis with the 499. How would you feel about the Steelers going 2 more Georgia alignment in Mims and Van Pran? I mean, that's your tackle and your center. Don't hate it. Van Pran, I think, is fine. Amarius Mims has super high upside, but I've had Amarius Mims going to the Steelers for some time now. I think it's a match made in heaven. Yeah, I think Evan Stewart could be in the wide receiver 1 conversation for sure. For sure. A really good player. Wanted him to come to Texas. Yep, Combine's been going on.
So we are back here in Indianapolis watching the first group.
Eric Watts, 35.5. 35 and 3/4. Golly. 6'6", 274. I mean, that is NFL size. I mean, the vert is crazy, too. I mean, yeah, loaded with measurables. We'll see. I mean, it's not like your coaches at UConn are going to be super elite. Maybe in the right NFL team, right development, he could be something. That's freak NFL size. Have linebackers done anything yet? No, not yet. Not yet. We'll see 10-yard splits for defensive tackles. It's really the most important metric here. Kai Wingo, I mean, this is not surprising. These are like the guys you would expect to be up here. Chris Jenkins as well. Makai Wingo at 164 is moving. Aquino with the 5 says Jalix Hunt has the build you want at defensive end and could develop well, but if his speed drills go well, then he will shoot up boards, steal the draft. I mean, he's got NFL athleticism and size. We just talked about it. But yeah, small school guy. It'll be interesting to see if he could sneak into day 2. But unlikely, but possible. Scarlet Shadow with a 5. Any players you're excited to see? And Hookem, of course. I mean, from just a testing standpoint today, I'll give you, because it's too hard to go over everybody. I talked about some guys yesterday. If you didn't see my Combine video, check that out. Obviously, rooting for all my Texas guys. But I'm really excited to see these linebackers and defensive ends go. Dallas Turner, I think, is going to test really well. I think that his teammate Chris Braswell could test really well. Chop Robinson, I think, could really get into the 4.4s. As crazy as that sounds, he is mega explosive. His 10-yard split's going to be the best today. I would bet on it. And then at linebacker, Edgerrin Cooper, I think he's going to run well. Peyton Wilson's going to be super fun to watch. Junior Colson, I heard, is not working out, which sucks. I really wanted to see him. But he's a really good athlete. Already know that. FUQ Val with the 4.99 says, where do you see Gabe Hall going and why is he so underrated? Also, why do you see him going in the third round?
Maybe you get a 30 visit with him, coming up next month in March.
I don't know if I've ever said he's going to go in the third round. I might be understanding something, or misunderstanding something. I like Gabe Hall. I mean, he showed out at the Senior Bowl, right? Why is he underrated? I don't know that the consistency's been there, but he was somebody that if as a Big 12 fan, I'm watching Baylor, but like he was one of the standout players they had over the past couple of years. I think he's a good player. Could I see him getting into the third round if that's what you mean? Yeah, it's a possibility. It really just depends about where some of the D tackles in front of him go. Because it feels like a lot of positions in this draft where it's tough to differentiate like the third best guy from the sixth or seventh best guy. Trevor Hall with the 2. Or any sleeper OTs like past the third round? I don't think Kieran Amagaji is going to get past the third. I don't think Blake Fisher is going to get past the third. Sleeper, and it's tough because a lot of these tackles are kind of projected to move inside a guard. Maybe if you look to Kansas, but he's another guy that's expected to move inside to guard, and that's Dominic Puni from Kansas, played left tackle. He could potentially get there. Javon Foster might be the one you're looking at. I think Suamataia goes earlier. All those guys are going to be top picks. Roger Rosengarten, maybe. Kind of think he could go a little bit earlier. A lot of people like him. I know Christian Jones had a good Senior Bowl. He's probably going to get to the fourth. Have I missed any super chats? I don't think I'm caught up. Appreciate you guys again.
Since the season, and I felt like, we talk about identity a little bit, in the run game, and there's a physicality, and there's a
Mason Smith is going to be an interesting one. I thought he could have ended up being a first-round pick heading into the year, but he was coming off injury. Wasn't as impressive.
Simplistic style of run game, continue to have the physical. You look at the guys now. Our run game. Cam missed 8 games last year.
Mike Saintersteel's gonna. I say make Mike Saintersteel gonna be a steal at nickel. Yeah, I could totally see that. Really good player from Michigan. Center from Louisville is a sleeper. Hudson, really high on him. Hudson.
We just have to get back to what they do best.
No, he's not somebody I've watched.
Put it on their shoulders, but at the same time, as coaches,
who is the Louisville center?
To be successful and go out and just execute.
What did your self-scout reveal about your quarterback in the last few weeks?
Well, number one is we got to keep him healthy. I think that's the biggest thing, and there were injuries in the
Don't see him on the list here.
He missed time during the week, but he still played.
Might not have been a combine invite.
It affects you. It affects the quarterback, and I'm a big believer of practicing. And listen, there's credit to Trevor. For the mental and physical toughness.
I think Spencer Rattler's a third-round pick. He could be.
And then just getting back to just playing, Trevor style of football, and when he.
Yeah, we saw Tavondre Sweat. He ran like 5'2" something.
In a home game there, I believe it was against the Colts at home. He hurt his knee. It set us back just a touch.
BKA with the €5. Just tuning in. Can you talk about the importance of arm length on interior defensive guys, especially for someone like Fisk, explosive / undersized? Yeah, it's all about making contact with the offensive lineman first. It is a leverage game, but it's also about control in the trenches. And if you're able to get hands on, you can kind of dictate the engagement. But if you're constantly getting an offensive lineman stabbing you, and that's just the term that's used, obviously not stabbed. Let's not be ridiculous, but just stabbing into your shoulder pads or your chest, they're limiting your potential impact and explosiveness on the play. So it is tougher typically for undersized guys with shorter arms to dictate the engagement, so to speak, because they're unlikely to make first contact, and they really have to win with speed. Benjamin Matlick with a 199. As a Giants fan, I wouldn't mind receiver first and second round. I've thought about it. I think it's something you'd probably address down the board. I think it's first and then maybe like fifth. You need multiple upgrades on the offensive line. You would consider a quarterback maybe in the first. You need help on the edge. You need help on the interior. You potentially need safety and corner. You could use an upgraded linebacker. Just going wide receiver back-to-back, I think, is not a great move for the roster. Trevor Hall with the 199, especially when you have Jalen Hyatt and Wan'Dale Robinson that, you know, are going to play significant snaps. Trevor with the 2. Do you think Chiefs trade Snead and what for? He's not under contract, right? Was he franchise tagged? I don't think so. So I don't really think they can trade him unless it was a tag and trade. And what would you get back for him? No leverage 1 year. I don't know. It's tough. Yeah, Combine's still live. I mean, we're just getting started here. We've been live for a little over an hour. I think Troy Franklin, I wouldn't, he isn't a fit with the Giants. They already have Jalen Hyatt. But I don't think you'd waste like number 39 on Troy Franklin if he gets there. When you have Jalen Hyatt to fill that role. He was tagged? Okay. And they gave him permission to seek a trade as well. Interesting. Was that today? Or did I just miss that? Edge rushers have not gone. Only defensive tackles still. I don't know. Do the Chiefs not want to re-sign him? Oh, I know Twitch stream. I think I'm going to stream on Twitch maybe tomorrow, so I get the link up there. Next couple days. I plan on being live. I don't know if it'll be live for all of it. It's just a long time to stream. Vikings could double dip with Edge in their first 2 picks. It's a possibility. I'm waiting for a commercial, man. I've had to hit the bathroom. Giants drafted quarterback and 1 falls to them. I think a team trades up. I don't really think one of the top 3 quarterbacks gets the Giants. I think it'd be about J.J. McCarthy at that point. I hope to see McKinley Jackson move a little bit better today. Let's see what Chris Jenkins should look pretty good here. That looks okay. Not great.
That's probably picture perfect.
I'll tell you what, the interesting thing with him, when you put in all the numbers he's posted today from his workout, Justin Madden from the Ravens, who we're going to see get franchise tag more than likely, they're almost identical with Chris Jenkins and Madden just from a body type and testing standpoint.
Hey DJ.
Yes, sir.
Logan Lee. At Iowa.
Yes.
I know it's almost damning him with faint praise to say, boy, that's a great Iowa defensive tackle. I think he's a really good football player. Because that Iowa defense, every year, you have guys that people don't talk about, names, this, that, and everything. And every year, they're shutting people down. I think he's a really good player.
I'm going to have to fill my water, too. I don't know if you guys can tell. My voice is kind of leaving me a bit. I'll watch Byron Murphy and then I gotta hit the bathroom. He should be awesome in this drill.
More in front of him, he get his lower body going a little bit.
Last year, the Lions took Jack Campbell in the first round. Remember, we were there in Kansas City. There was a little arched eyebrow, thinking that might have been too soon, but he balled out his rookie season.
I tripped. Looked pretty good otherwise. He gets down.
Campbell, Laporta, and Branch.
All right. Be back in a second, guys. Don't go anywhere. Defensive ends will be coming up pretty soon, and then linebackers later. And, I mean, those guys are going to run real well. If you want to see some good times, you want to see 4-5, give me time to watch.
They had the luxury to be able to do that as well, and it was something that paid off for them in a big way.
They made the NFC Championship game. Ororo's having a very nice day as well.
All right, back up. Put your hand in that green area right there. That's right inside the hash. Good, perfect.
I'm glad you said his last name, but he looks smooth coming out the turns. I mean, his ability to dip low, it shows that he has a great, ability to navigate his center of balance, and just that helps alone, just in terms of the trench warfare that happens in that center guard area.
You talk about a
Get out and go. Lean into that's it right there. Nice job. Good job of
I'll tell you
placing.
one of the things too about him, his effort is outstanding. You'll see him, he'll chase.
Well, we got 3 Clemson D linemen here, right, DJ?
Okay, move up.
Yeah, no, and Xavier Thomas was a big-time recruit, and he's an interesting one in this edge rusher group.
Good job. Lean into it. Good long stride. Chest up. Burst. You got to change speed right there. Here we go, big boy.
I feel like it's sort of got to be fun to have multiple guys from your school to show up. LSU got a couple,
LSU, Texas, Clemson.
Right.
Go get them. Let's go.
So what's pushing you even further as your boys are with you?
Illinois would have, but Johnny Newton unable to work out, come off of surgery.
So how good is it when 18 guys show up from the same school?
Rich, you just take a floor of a hotel and call it a day.
Okay, just wondering.
Okay, come on. Get up out of there.
18 minutes is the answer, Charles. 18 minutes.
What do you mean?
It had been 18 minutes since Rich had mentioned something about the Wolverines.
Listen, you can't,
4 days.
Rich,
Yes, sir.
can't help but give you your moment.
Thank you.
National champions, did it, proved it on the field, got it done.
Remember that Chicago draft? Michigan had nobody in the first 3 rounds. And
Place it.
It feels good, doesn't it?
Urban had set a record for most in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, that was and he was sitting there with us. That was fun for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I need your hand.
So,
Yeah, hey,
just saying.
You've earned your moment, Rich.
Thank you.
I'm curious to see how many of those Wolverines make their way to SoFi next year.
There it is. Nice job.
Ooh, Mekhi Wingo moving. Damn, he looks very good in that drill.
He can move.
Question for all you guys. Wingo's going through this so well, right? So Cam, he's at 284. DJ, you know that weight.
That is the difference, though. Like, somebody said earlier, like, Devondre Sweat was looking pretty bad. A guy like Mekhi Wingo can look really good because he's small, essentially. Where's Mekhi Wingo here? Mekhi Wingo is 6 foot, 284. Keep that in mind. 6 foot, 284. Looks great. Take nothing away from him. Looks great. Devondre Sweat is 6'4.5", 366 pounds. I'm going to round up a bit, but that's about 100 pounds of difference. And 4.5 inches. It's just, and he's a nose tackle. They play completely different positions, even though they're both defensive tackles, right? Like, Mekhi Wingo is never going to be asked to play zero technique over the center and just hold the block. It's not going to happen. Could Darius Robinson go before Latu? That's an interesting question. That's a possibility. Pebble Hunter with 2. What do you think of Troy Franklin out of Oregon? I tweeted this out not super long ago. I think he's Will Fuller. And some people, most people got it, but some people thought that was like a dig or something. Will Fuller was a really good player when he was healthy. He's a deep threat. He gets down the field. I question, like, some of the contested catchability, the play strength, but he gets down the field in a hurry. I mean, he can fly. Byron Murphy, 4.87 official. Ruka Rororo, 4.89 official. Chris Jenkins, 4.91 official. The official time's updated for you guys already.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right through my glass.
Also, I made, I heated up water. I'm in the process of making tea. So my voice can hang a little bit better.
Safe light repair, safe light replace.
Old Trapper Beefs, camping catastrophes. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing
I'm
is
really not historically a T guy, but I do what needs to be done.
Open your heart.
I have a play
And
this weekend.
and with the power
hopefully it helps out the throat.
you'll open even more possibilities and open your imagination.
Yeah, with 10-yard splits are already up. Kai Wingo was 164. Byron Murphy sub 1.7. I mean, these are all really good times. Chris Jenkins right at 1.7. I think the first thing I said about, you know, the 40s is 10-yard split for these guys is going to be way more important. And anything 1.7 or below is pretty good. And we got some good times for these guys. It was 10-yard for T'Vondre Sweat, 1.8. That could be worse. Could be worse. Again, he's 366 pounds.
I like these guys. Apartments.com.
They're like better as a prospect, Latu reverse.
Is KFC's new
I mean, Latu is one of my favorite players in the draft.
Fried chicken? That's our pizza.
That's right.
I think Jared Verse is going to go ahead of him.
It's
But
pizza. Only at KFC.
I love Leatu Latu. I'm not sick anymore per se. I just have like the lingering effects. So I'm like slightly congested. Voice is not 100% back. Maybe I am still sick.
Relive the biggest plays from the season with full and condensed game replays. Stay connected through the offseason.
If I use local honey.
Football news and coverage on NFL Network.
What the fuck does this look like, baby?
Offseason action. Access NFL
Good call.
today on the NFL app.
Final drill of the first group of defensive linemen being run by Marcus West of the Buffalo Bills.
Come get it. There you go. Good.
Who has the best name of the draft? Who's a really fun draft name? We were denied Storm Duck. He didn't come out. Probably wouldn't have been drafted anyway. Depends what your like definition is. Like Dwayne Carter's kind of fun because Lil Wayne is Dwayne Carter.
You'll see him make all kinds of plays where he has to abort the rush and go chase the ball.
See that video? How many guys who are
This is NFL.com.
that we're seeing here today were asked who are they trying to
T'Vondre Sweat moving pretty good for 366. Yeah, Kool-Aid McKinstry probably is. That's the obvious one. I think his first name is Quincy, but he goes by Kool-Aid.
Tank that never gets empty. It's unbelievable.
Wouldn't hurt Sweat to lose some weight. Maybe a little bit, right? But for a player like that, you're gonna play him at nose tackle. You want him to be heavy. 366 might be a little heavy because you're gonna limit the amount of snaps they can play per game. But not much. Ruka Ro is a good one.
Looks like it's over for Group 1.
Felix Onyedika Uzama is not in this draft. He plays on the Chiefs. He was a first-round pick last year.
Let's show you what it looks like with Max going through this drill. Here he is back in the day. Again, just look at the ground that he's able to cover.
Chop Robinson's a good one. His first name is like Damien. I don't really know how to pronounce it. Roma Dunze is elite. Yeah, Roma's a sick first name. Not one I could get away with, but he makes it work. Come on, cat. Why are you yelling at me?
So we talked about Braden Fisk inside. Look at how quick and explosive he is as a penetrator. Stout versus a run. He'll stack blocks. He's not long. He's got short arms, but he wins the hand fight. Gets his hands inside, stacks, and is able to make the tackle.
Come on, honey. Dude, honey just doesn't really want to come out.
Still locates the football. But this is what he does best, and this
It's a battle.
is reflected in the athleticism.
Kingsley Suamataia. That's not a bad one.
How about best of the day as we watch him go through
Steel Chambers. Yeah, I could get on board with that. So who's the why am I blanking on the UCLA running back's name? Carson Steele? I think it's Carson Steele. I don't think he was a combine invite. I think I actually was kind of annoyed about that.
In the last 20 combines to run a sub 4.8 and have a vertical of 30 or more inches. After after weighing in at 290 more pounds. I mean, Geno Atkins isn't one of those players, but I mean, you want to comp with a terrific football player. There's one. Here are the other 4 in the last 20 combines with such numbers. Jordan Davis.
Come on, Cat. Give me a break.
Lane Johnson, and Mario Williams, who went first overall after doing it in the 2006 NFL.
Carson Steele. Yeah. I got that. That's what I thought it was. That's why Steele I saw.
Okay. New twist. Never done this before. Fisk and Murphy running the same running club drill.
This is like, well, I feel like I'm watching NSYNC on a.
Is Braden sneak into the or Braden Fisk sneak into the first round? I don't think so, but I really do like him.
Doesn't matter who's doing it. The bags are taking the beat.
It's time to go bye, Rich.
Back to Indy in a moment.
We're done.
Daniel Jeremiah with the NSYNC reference.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
The receiver 40s are Saturday. There is a college player named Dakotas Crawford. Yep, that's true. He's at Nebraska, right? Or did he transfer? He was at Nebraska, I'm pretty sure. For my favorite off-ball linebackers this draft, I think there are 3 that are really in contention to be the best one. Peyton Wilson from NC State, Edgerrin Cooper from A&M, and of course, maybe the best one, LB1 potential, Jordan, what the heck? Junior Colson from Michigan.
Oh my gosh. I know. How is this stuff so good?
Either of those, well, I really think Cooper or Colson will be the first off the board at the position. Wilson is awesome, but has a ton of injury stuff. They typically don't live televise broad jump. Sometimes they'll show us replays of it. But these are the broads that we've got so far. Defensive ends have done it. And also the vertical as well. No linebackers yet. No edge 40s. Probably not too far away from those, though. But these are some of those vert and broad jumps for the edge players. Any edge linebacker tweener types working out today? Who are some of those guys that would be? Like, tweener, I typically think, like, you know, around 240-ish pounds, maybe a little lighter than that. I would say, hold on here. I would say Ellis from Utah kind of fits in that category for me. I typically just refer to those guys now as designated pass rushers. They're not going to be 3-down players probably, but maybe a guy like Jonah Ellis at 6'2", 248 could play off the ball and develop that way and then be mainly like a blitzer. I think he's kind of like your typical classic tweener. But I like him as a rusher. Mo Camara is in that same range. Who else here? Zion Tupuola for 2 weeks could be in that same range. Now, he is slightly bigger, but arm length could get him. He might have to put on some weight though.
Officially a 4.78. He was flying, and we got a huge.
I think we're getting pretty ready to see the edge, getting ready to see the edge rushers go. These are the now verified times. Yeah, 4.78 was flying.
Performance, as Daniel Jeremiah just told us, best vertical of the day, a 33.5.
Yeah, where is David Apolstis going to go in this draft, Vince? Curious about that.
So far, the Florida State product by way of Western Michigan, and by the way, he is from Michigan City, Indiana, so he's got a ton of family here, everybody. And
Michigan City, Indiana, not a place I've heard of.
To get his reaction on camera, as we get more from these defensive line prospects right after
Chop Robinson's vertical was pretty good. His broad jump was fantastic. And is not run yet. But we're not far away, I don't think.
At Granger, we know the ones who get it done wear a lot of hats.
Ideally, the Giants get Malik Neighbors
With professional grade
at
products
6.
and the knowledge to help answer tough product questions. Call, click Granger.
Dallas's wingspan.
Just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's see.
What's my
Let's just see arm length. Is it near 34 inches?
I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my
Did he not jump? Is he not running today either? Is Dallas Turner not doing anything? Kind of lame.
Replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system.
34 and 3/8. Yeah, it's pretty long.
They focus on safety.
He's a really awesome athlete too.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Well, I was
Chop Robinson, first rounder. Maybe. He's like a fringe guy. Maybe a team gets blown away with the testing and thinks they can develop him. But, I mean, the athleticism's on tape. It's very evident. His first step is insane.
Who has the rings? I do. I mean, I do. Okay, save wedding, all set. Just another day on the job.
If this is what we did for love, see what we can do for your business. FedEx.
No matter how far away this place might seem, or how long it takes to get to the field,
Cat, come on.
todos aquí pueden soñar.
You guys hear that?
Every child
When she, like,
is allowed to
makes
ser
those little noises.
un poco del juego que nos encanta ver en la tele. To chase a smile somewhere hidden in between the lines and believe that someday, muy pronto,
Why do some players choose not to do the combine or to do pro days, etc.? Doesn't it only help them? Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Some players think that, you know, they've put everything on film that matters. Some maybe they don't think they're going to test quite as well. Maybe they don't want it to hurt them. And then some days it's like, you know, a comfortability thing. At pro days, they're not going to get the electric hand times. They're going to get hand times, excuse me, instead of just the electric computer time. Computer, electric, what am I'm looking for? The laser time. You know, and maybe they're just comfortable, you know, working out, you know, with you know, the rest of their teammates in a comfortable environment and setting.
Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes.
Maybe they don't want to get hurt. You know, number of different things.
Welcome back to Indianapolis's Lucas Oil Stadium.
All right, fine. I'll show the cat.
NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble. So obviously we got the defensive linemen behind us doing their thing. But let's talk quarterbacks. So much.
Here's the cat.
Happen here is what are the quarterbacks
Is this
doing
stuck here?
and who are
It
they
is.
talking? Now some of the top quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels.
What are you doing?
Not to throw, not to work out.
This is the cat. She's hanging out. She just wants attention. Doesn't really like to be held, but she puts up with it.
Caleb Williams did not even go through medicals, but they did meet with several teams, and actually a lot of the teams they met with.
That's
all
the cat.
Same, of course, the Chicago Bears met with all of the top guys. Washington Commanders, the Patriots. That's one.
People kept asking me about the Giants meeting with quarterbacks.
Potentially that would need to trade up for a.
There's no reason not to, right? Like, obviously, there's so many smoke screens around, you know, draft time. But I mean, if you look at it, one, if you have a chance to take one of those top quarterbacks, maybe you want an interview with them, right? And even if you don't want one of the quarterbacks, you might want the appearance that you do want the QBs, and maybe force a team to trade up ahead of you if they want one, and then a different player falls into your lap if you're not considering quarterback, but they probably are. But there's just no downside to it. Jeb with 2. Bowers to Nola, new offensive coordinator from San Fran, and BB is Kittle-esque. I think Kittle's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger in the run game. I think he does a little bit better against defensive ends than Bowers does. But yeah, they are similar for sure. I mean, it's a possibility, right? I just think that they have more important needs than tight end. I think tight end should be really, for a team whose offense is like getting a little bit more complete. Saints offensive line, you had a number of question marks. Defense, obviously, a lot of question marks. Some of those positions are like not positions you build a team around, but positions that you finish your team off with. The tight ends, the running backs.
Made it smell like Dave was in his happy place, the massage chair at the mall. But he wasn't. Gain flames with
I think we have edge rusher 40s coming up. Defensive end 40-yard dash, I think, is incoming, but none yet. They're running commercials and stuff, as you can probably hear. I absolutely think the Chargers could just stick and pick Bowers at 5. I think you could also probably trade down and get him still. The Bears maybe could consider Bowers at 9 and just run 2 tight end sets with Cole Kmet. That could be really interesting. And also, like, Kmet is the more traditional, like, inline tight end. He's got the size. Bowers a little bit smaller, but he can really move. He's almost more like a receiver. Quarterbacks are going Saturday, I think. Neighbors could end up being the best receiver in the draft. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Brian Thomas Jr. is a player that could get selected earlier than most people think. I mean, yeah, I've said that the entire process. I keep trying to get him into the teens because I think he's that good of a player. But it's just, of those teams picking, it's tough to find a team that I think would take a receiver. You look at the teams picking in the teens. Like, maybe the Jags could at 17, but kind of doubt it. The Bengals could at 18, but they tagged Higgins. They're probably trying to extend him. Jack with the $2 says, just finished that Red Dead Redemption 1 series. Absolute banger. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, I have a Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 playthrough on my third channel, Gene Dangus. Link is in the description as well as on my channel. If you're ever looking for more content that isn't football related, that exists. Also, GeoGuessr on that channel. And on Twitch, I've been streaming Counter-Strike. I'm becoming a computer gamer. Wow. Yeah, I think Adonai Mitchell could be available at 34. Hope he gets a 39. And then not to 40. That'd be sweet.
Each and every weekday right here on NFL Network. Coming your way at 7 a.m. Eastern. Peter Schrager will be on that.
I think we're getting ready for edge rushers to run. Not sure. I'm not running the schedule, but it looks like edge rushers are making their way over there. Maybe the next couple of minutes we'll get the first one.
Interior defensive linemen, they are done for the day. Now it gets fun with the edge rushers and the speed guys, right?
Is Dallas Turner testing today?
DJ's got that big list of all the best pass rushers, the edge rushers going. But when we start to
Please don't disappoint me.
Well represented. Latu's going to run from UCLA. Chop Robinson from Penn State. Darius Robinson from Missouri.
I mean, I haven't seen anything that says he's not.
Scheduled to run in this group coming up. Dallas Turner scheduled to go later today. So that's the best part of it.
Let's go. So typically you'll have multiple groups with certain positions depending on how many guys are there. So you might see like, let's say 15 edge rushers run the 40s, do the drills, and then the next group will come in.
So quickly, you got to get a guy that can get that QB off the spot right now, right?
Not just off the spot, but also affect him when he's coming off the edge, and he can't get to the quarterback because the ball's out of his hands so quick.
Yeah, I don't know how well Latu's going to run. He's like more technician than athlete, but he's not a bad athlete. I just wouldn't be like, I wouldn't set myself up to think he's going to annihilate the 40-yard dash and everything like that. He's very good with his hands, but I don't think he's the most explosive player. All right, edge rusher 40's coming up. Austin Booker should be a good one to watch. He was in my combine video yesterday. I'd like to see something 4.7 or below would be nice. 4.81. 1.67 10-yard split. I wanted to see that closer to 1.6 flat. That's what I'm looking for from the edge rushers. 1.6 flat and below. But obviously not all of them are made different or made, you know, or made equally. Very big difference from a Miles Cole who's about to run from Texas Tech at 6'6", 278 versus someone that you expect to be, you know, a true monster edge rusher at, you know, 250 pounds like a Khalil Mack. Dorless is like a defensive tackle. I wouldn't even worry about that. You know, if they're a freak like Myles Garrett that weighs a ton, is super big, and the freakiest athlete ever, obviously you've got a generational type, you know, player.
Is that a fur? Is there fur on the collar?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's stylish because it's Mike McDaniel. That's right, Mike. I'm just wondering if are the pants capri as well?
I just want to see the shoes. How are the shoes?
Yeah, I know.
Stop it. We're not stopping it. Ask Patrick Mahomes what happens when you ask us to stop it.
Mike McDaniel's a heck of a character.
Swift reference to get off screen. I think that's what he's.
There you go. Yeah.
Jalix Hunt is going to be a really fun one to watch. He's up after Miles Cole. Miles Cole I have not watched. Got some giddy up, though, at that size.
That's a big dude, too.
278 running 4.69 with a 1.66 10-yard split. Birds with the 4.99. I know you're a Giants fan, but did you see the Eagles met with the Gene, Wiggins, and Arnold? Could it finally be the year we take a cornerback in the first? Yeah, I've mocked it before. I think it's a possibility. You know, typically we think them as a team that's going to take edge or offensive line or defensive tackle, but yeah, I mean, they need corner desperately.
Coach says stop. We go back.
They're not going to be bullied.
They're not.
Now, Dorless is a good player. Again, he's a defensive tackle, so I don't think about that 4.85. Think about that with the defensive tackles. Jalix Hunt should be a good time here.
He really runs up on his toes when you watch him play. It's kind of unique. He'll really get up on his toes.
Let's go, Jalix. Show us something. Pretty explosive. 1.60 10-yard split. That was the number I said I'm looking for. Jalix Hunt hit it. 4.64 40. But that is explosive. I saw Mason Smith in the on-field drills. I don't remember what his 40 time was, if he ran. I think he did. That's on NFL.com if you want to check it out. Adisa Isaac should also test pretty well. I mean, that's just the position now, man. These edge rushers are freaks. Edge rushers are just freak athletes.
But he definitely has the potential to be a good player in the NFL.
Brooklyn, New York, Canarsie High School. With a
4.75.
At the combine.
He beats up on tight ends. You know, kind of go off what Charles was saying there. And he's got a really good feel when tackles kind of overset, get out a little too wide. He's got a really good feel, get underneath him and win that way.
Brennan Jackson of the Pac-2.
He did a nice job against Morgan.
It's crazy how the pack just completely dissolved. Kind of came out of nowhere.
Flashed a little bit of a bull rush.
Really good 10-yard split, though. 4.70 40. 1.62 10-yard split.
6.043, so 6.4 and
They have not updated this yet. Should be updated in real time.
Oh, sorry, he was 6.037, 264. That's Brennan Jackson there. Talked about what he did against Morgan from Arizona.
Brandon Bean with the soundbite already of the combine where he talked about trading up for Josh Allen.
Now, Javonte Jean-Baptiste could be an interesting one. 6'4" and 5/8", only 239 pounds. But I think he's already jumped pretty well.
Notre Dame.
He's supposed to test well.
10-7 broad. This could be a pretty good time.
Plays with a lot of effort. I think he was super bendy, but I thought he was twitchy. I thought he had some burst and see him get out.
Decent get off. 165, 10-yard split. 4.66 40.
Running upright.
He closes, like you'll see his closing burst.
Cat, come on.
Plays, he can really cover a lot of ground.
Spent his first 4 years of college eligibility.
What happened to the pack is everybody left the pack
Finished up at Notre Dame.
to go to better conferences.
Jalix Hunt. It was Elliot Wolf. The new grocery shopper, I guess is the phrase you need to use when you're talking about the Patriots.
Birds again with the 199. Eagles will trade up for DeJean to play safety. They might not have to trade up for him, and I mean, I could see it happening.
Shout out to Bill Belichick if he's out there right now.
I'd see them taking Blankenship and DeJean over the top. Be interesting, but DeJean can stick at corner
Belichick set a
as
record
well.
last year with his 49th consecutive season on an NFL sideline as an assistant or a head coach. So we say hello to Bill.
Also a proponent of Fred the
Yeah, not sure on the Falcons franchise stream yet.
Remember when he came up here?
I remember when you called it when you with the sled and you were calling him Fred, and I needed to be sold.
I might be able to sneak it in this weekend. It's a possibility, but we'll see. It's Combine weekend.
Just like you're so pleased with yourself. Cedric Johnson of Ole Miss.
I don't know that Braylon Trice is the best edge of the draft. I like him as a player. I know his pass rush win rate is quite high, but
We've got a new
I mean, I like him, but yeah, I don't know that he's the best. He's not the freakiest athlete. Doesn't have the craziest size. Did he have shorter arms?
He's got a bunch of production, and he is a rugged player. He was a fun one to watch.
Mo Camara?
Yes.
Of Colorado State.
Yeah, only 32 and a half.
Again, talk about effort, chase, playing with leverage.
Only 245 pounds. Might be a little bit bigger than that.
Just under 6'2", but he knows
All right, now they're updating defensive end 40 times. No. I can't sort it by defensive end because they're edge. Mo Camara, by the way, 158, 10-yard split, 4.58. He needed that. He's an undersized guy.
CD, are you still with us? Have you had a chance to look at? He's a
They don't have.
And it's understandable.
No. Why do they have fucking? Oh, there it is. All right. Now they fix it.
And I think he can throw a few extra things in there as well. I don't think he's a one-trick pony. DJ.
Marshawn Nealon could be pretty good as well. 6'3", 267.
Marshawn Nealand of Western Michigan.
He reminded me of Tui Pelotu.
166, 10-yard split is not bad. 4.76, that's fine.
He again used the word rugged. That shows up a bunch when you watch him. He just beats tackles up.
Big dude.
Okay, here is the 20th. Look, Marvin Lewis is back here at a combine.
All right, here's Leatu Latu, 6'4", 3/4, 259. I think he's going to be around 4.7. Maybe a little bit. I mean, guys don't seem to be running crazy fast this year.
20 on the list here of your top 50.
He's the most skilled edge rusher in the draft. I mean, in terms of all the different tricks in his bag, the hands, ability to flatten at the top. He stumbled a little bit right there.
That's still a great 10-yard split with a stumble. 162 ran 4.64. Okay. Okay, that's a. I mean, that's with a stumble looked like. Leatu Latu moving. Great time for him. I've been streaming Counter-Strike on my Twitch, Kyle. I've been doing it. Twitch.tv/Bengal. Link above me. Make sure to follow.
Cozy in the suites, they would be perched up at the top of the stadium together.
Sure.
Yeah, JT2MLOL is not in this draft class.
We ever covered in the RCA Dome as we're seeing Chomp Robinson here at the 40-yard dash line at the start was Al Davis, Bill Parcells.
He went back to Ohio State.
And,
All right, here's the one I'm super excited about. Chop Robinson.
their seats at the RCA Dome, and you know people would go up and
This is. I'm expecting this to be the best 40 that we see from the edge rushers. This is the one you're going to be watching for. Chop's first step is as good as anybody's in the that I've seen. I mean, he flies up the field. Unlikely to be streaming CS tonight, but I mean, it's a possibility, I guess. I'm still recovering from being sick. All right, come on, Chop. Get to the 4.4s. 154, 10-yard split. 449. Oh my goodness.
That was the expectation, the hope he could get under 4.5, and here he is. He's done it, and that shows you some rare explosiveness.
154.
They work on their quads at Penn State, huh?
Yeah, they squat a little bit up there. Turns out that's the way they do it. Saquon and company.
Quadzilla.
There's another great athlete here.
Darius Robinson of Mizzou.
He played inside his first 3 years and was a solid.
Now, I don't know that his stock went up. Now, that it's tough because we all knew he was going to do that, pretty much.
He's a captain there.
Oh, you're Kyle Eager? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Said he would organize workouts on Friday nights.
Appreciate you, Kyle.
In the indoor facility, and we get a bunch of guys in there to work out, and not a mystery that Missouri had the year they had.
Darius Robinson I'm interested in seeing because he's 285 pounds. Not a great start. 4.95. But again, he's like kind of like a defensive tackle.
Rich, this is not only a time for guys to run in front of all of us, it's also a time for players to meet with teams, and Darius Robinson has met with 18,
He's a good player.
18 teams. That might be the most I have ever heard, and maybe most interesting, the Detroit Lions. The reason I say that is him. That is his mom, by the way, tweeting out this old picture. I'm almost positive that's Nick Fairley. Is that right?
That is Nick Fairley.
Okay, so that is him, Darius Robinson, a hardcore Lions fan from Southfield, Michigan, getting the autograph.
Chop Robinson of Penn State ran 4.49. 10-yard split was excellent.
See if they, drafting late in the first round, get another big-time hometown talent.
Awesome. 18 teams. One team per Wolverine that's here.
Nice. 23 minutes.
Got it.
Yeah. If you go more than 30 minutes,
I'm slowing my pace. Slowing my pace.
No, Robinson's a 3. Oh, Darius Robinson, not Chop. Yeah, Darius Robinson, I would say. Yeah. 3-4 versatile D end. He can play on the edge, but in like rush downs.
really productive when they give him a little bit of a runway.
4.81 for the Troy Trojan. Obviously, Troy, sending DeMarcus Ware to the NFL, OCU Manura as well.
We're getting these updated times. Why is it not updating?
Chop Robinson, just run that unofficial 4.49. He told me this week that he was going to put on a show. So we'll see how he does throughout the day. But he wanted a 4.4 in the 40. He wanted to show his get off.
On Prize Picks, not sponsored by them, use code Bengal on Underdog. They had Chop Robinson starting at 4.61 for his 40 time.
So they dropped the pork, and well, I mean, obviously the Chop
Terrible.
has been standing for his entire life. But
There we go.
guys, he was flying there.
Yeah, 4.49 is crazy. The 1.54 10-yard split is the most impressive. And Xavier Thomas from Clemson, somebody I think could test pretty well as well.
God bless his mother. Did you say 14 pounds? Holy moly.
Xavier Thomas.
I mean, he is fucking ripped. Excuse my language.
Defensive player, watch the ball, right? Ball moves, you go.
I feel like he's been at Clemson forever. A big-time recruit. We got more guys. He's gonna be
Jalix Hunt is Ned from Houston Christian. He's a obviously small school guy, a really good athlete.
24-year-olds, and I can
Is it COVID you're talking about?
Correct.
Not a bad start. 165 10. 4.6 340. A little choppy. Oh, it looks like he hurt himself.
But you see the explosiveness. You see some of the tenacity with his effort. He can get speed to power.
Here's Braylon Trice. I don't think he's going to test anything crazy, but he came in at only 245 pounds, so
This one right here,
he might be a little bit faster than I thought.
Braylon Trice, from what he weighed and what I was told he was weighing during the fall, he has cut significant weight here.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that's so that he can run well.
That's not something we haven't seen before, correct? Come here, cut the weight, try and blow up this big 40. Because remember, as you well know, he's trying to get in on your list, DJ.
Not a bad start. 165 10. 4.7 240. Yeah, nothing crazy. Dallas Turner, I think, is running today. I think this is just the first group of edge rushers. I think there's a second one after.
He's got some quickness. I didn't think he was super bendy, and I was curious just how explosive and dynamic he was going to be, but that's a solid time.
Braden Fisk had a terrific.
Here's Jared Verso, nearly 6'4", 254. I mean, looks like he was built in a lab to play edge.
Verse in the second group of defensive linemen. Verse is 14th.
I'm excited to see what this is. I'm hoping for 4.6 or below. That'd be sick. 1.67 10-yard split's fine. 4.6 flat. There you go.
I'd be curious to see what the numbers look like with him and Will Anderson when it's all said and done, because as players, they are eerily similar.
Will Anderson also ran a 4.6 flat, by the way.
There you go.
There's your comp.
So, and yeah, and we have the, and we'll have Jack pull it, but like the size, the height, the weight, they're bullies how they play. Oh, there we go. Nicely done.
See, the truck listens when you talk, you know?
I mean, that's a DNA match, Rich. That's what's so fun about the combine,
1
man.
pound off, just less than an inch.
Eric Watts from Yukon. We talked about him. 1.62 10-yard split's great.
Run of 40s of the second defensive line group. Edge rushers are out there. So we'll take a break, come back, show you some 40s.
All right. I'm at the bathroom as quickly as I can.
Commercial break, and then we'll see these guys.
Be right back. These guys are going to run again.
Still so much more to go on our first day here in Indy in 2024.
Tired of yada yada like exploding bells?
Hey, I'm done with this yada yada.
I'll get the paperwork.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless provider. At Metro, there's no contracts, no exploding bills, and nada yada yada.
This is not just another E-Class, because it evolves with you.
It adapts to you.
It is the first E-Class made just for you. This is not just design, because your E-Class, it adapts, it recognizes, understands you, empowers you, energizes you, feels you. It evolves with you. The new E-Class.
No freezers? How unusual is this for a restaurant?
I think that that's unusual because a lot of restaurants have freezers, but we don't have freezers. We have fresh food every single day.
How fresh is fresh?
It's real food that's coming to our tables. That's what sets us apart.
Wow.
With Rayo's made-for-home brick oven crust pizza, delicious is finally in the frozen pizza aisle. We start with Rayo's iconic sauce, then pile on all the best toppings. So your backup plan becomes a night you plan for. In pizza, we crust.
They say you can't predict the future, but at the NFL Combine, you can show it to them. Make them remember your name.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clearer skin.
Thank you guys for being here, by the way. We got a little over 1,500 live in the chat. How many people have never been to a live stream of mine before? That is including Twitch. Obviously, I stream on Twitch a lot more. Twitch.tv/Bengal, link above. How many is this the first one? Who are some new faces? Is that Yankees prospect Chase Hampton in the chat? Hell yeah, dude.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
You guys need to come to the streams on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Bengal. Great.
So as I say, I thought it'd be a little faster, maybe more than just a little.
Yeah, me as well.
Better run. This was an impressive run. The first time.
Even more impressive. 4.67. Chop Robinson.
Dude's almost 280 pounds, Rich.
His teammate Adisa
This looks like a better time. Barely. Nobody's catching Chop of this group. No way. I think Turner could push to get into the 4-4s. I don't know that he will, but he could push. Appreciate all the new follows on Twitch. Huntsman1795, Pickle King 97, Padon, Scrudy World, Allison, Valenci, Leon, Sleet, Jay Hallmark. Thank you guys for the follows on Twitch. Again, link below. I have visited Europe before. I've been to Spain, Italy, Montenegro, Croatia.
That's a heck of a time. 4.58. The first time I saw him was on TV and watching Prime. I mean, those Colorado games were must-see TV.
And that game in particular
was intense.
Has Monksy been practicing CS at all? We played like one night together. That was pretty much it. We need to get him back on.
4.65. That's an unbelievable time, but we'll stick with the 4.58.
Yeah, I'm not live on Twitch right now. That's true. Not live. Only live on YouTube. But I'll be live on Twitch probably tomorrow. Maybe even tonight with CS if I'm feeling in the mood. We'll see. Those streams are a lot of fun. You guys can see me play a first-person shooter and be like, "Wow, you might be okay at a video game. I only know you playing Madden."
Stayed around to do the other interviews, but not with teams that were picking lower than 5th overall.
Marshawn Nealon with some long strides.
That's stride. Talk about edge rushers want to eat up ground. He did not little choppy steps there. He got out.
Here's Latu. Charles?
I was impressed with Latu's first 40. If he can get 1.6 flat or below, no stumble, which I'm hoping he can do, that would be awesome to see. CS is Counter-Strike. It's a first-person shooter on the computer. I used to be a big Call of Duty guy, but the game's just been so bad the last few years, I have not bought it. Does Chop take where Latu is supposed to go? No. Latu, first of all, is testing crazy well. 4.65. It's not we take the better athlete, we take the better football player. That's kind of how the draft goes. Athletic testing matters, but Latu's a much better player than Chop Robinson, in my opinion.
If he comes through that clean, man, it would not surprise me if Latu was like a top 12, top 14 type player. He's got that type of ability.
Well, Robinson's running a second half, just got chopped in half. This Chop is like, we're good.
Chop was good with a 4.49. It's a pretty good time.
Let's see if Darius can better his first time.
Nope, not streaming on Twitch right now. I will be tomorrow and maybe tonight.
We'll see you on the field.
Fave cut ever would probably be Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops 1. Really like BO3. Really like BO2. MW3 was fun at the time.
He's got, body type. I'm anxious to see him stand next to Cam on the field because body type-wise, Darius Robinson's is similar.
You got to get set, Darius.
Hold his arm long enough. They want a pause when you lift your arm.
There's Giants head coach Brian Daboll.
Coach of the year once removed. The Giants with the 6th overall pick. A lot of chatter about
I hate this team.
in the quarterback market.
I hate that I like them.
Potentially even moving up for one. Daniel Jones coming back off an injury-marred season. You could also say just a marred season. The exception of the second half in Arizona.
Counter-Strike is the first ever computer shooter I've ever played, so no PUBG, no anything else. And I only just started playing a couple months ago.
Nothing like it this year.
I want to see Darius get to the 4.8s. Looks like a better start. 5.02. It's tough. Dallas Turner has not run yet. I think he's in the second group.
You're not relaxed. You're not going to run quite as fast. It's the Monica Seles rule. Rich, you want to just relax. And I guess what
Yeah, Adrian Cooper's a really fun player.
Oh yeah. He gave us a no. That's the opposite of the oh yeah.
Just joined it. You expect Chop to run that fast? Yes. If you checked my underdog picks,
When you think about production, how about Solomon here with 40
Chop Robinson faster, 4.5 40 time. So I did. I thought he was going to run in the 4.4s. I play GeoGuessr. I actually do play GeoGuessr on stream sometimes, but obviously I'm assuming you're asking because of you already know. On my third channel, Gene Dengus, I've uploaded a lot of GeoGuessr and some tips and things, so check that out. Link, as always, down in the description. Is it in the description of the stream? I think it probably is.
Xavier Thomas.
It is. It is.
I saw Xavier Thomas at a high school event up in.
Even though I'm using the description of the 2021 NFL Draft, I might have to update it.
He looked like he'd been in college for 3 years as an 18-year-old.
Thomas steps are so choppy. Olu alt Neighbors on the board at 6. Who are you taking with your Giants? I mean, it's been Neighbors for me every time.
Trainers are going out to him right now as we speak. Braylon Trice.
Trice coming off a 7-sack season at 9 and 22. CD talked about the production.
These are not yet official times. You'll get a check mark when they do become official times. There's also a chance that they call him official on the live broadcast before before they actually put the check mark there.
Again, the body composition is really different than what I expected.
So we'll see.
I understand the way you said it, but you mean in Washington, there's a lot of Huskies here now. What do you mean by
Well, I mean, well, you know, the school you went to, we've discussed a few times, a few dozen, and then Washington has.
You brought it up, Matt. You're the one who brought it up.
Washington is well represented here.
I know. Good for them.
It's good. We're on the same page.
My best draft take on a prospect where everyone thought I was crazy, but I was right. I mean, I was very early in the process of of learning. Man, versus flying on this one. 4.59. But I did have Patrick Mahomes as my quarterback 1 in that draft class. So that's my claim to fame. Patrick Mahomes truther back in 2017.
Frank Gore in the house.
That would be a big-time collision right there.
Oh, by the way, that's right. Certainly with Lynch coming from way back, coming in.
I don't think either one of them would avoid it either.
I bet. Eric Watts.
No, I hope Chop stays in the 4.4s. I have under 5.0 on him, so I need him to.
It's pretty crazy that how athletic these guys get. Is at 4.68 is kind of middle of the pack with what we've seen today. It's incredible.
So those are the defensive line 40s. We've got the linebackers still to come. So I guess Patrick Mahomes made the mistake of daring our truck. Not daring. You know, the truck's taking it as a dare. I take it as one of the nicest guys in the league. And
Thought Ja'Kai Polite was going to be generational. I hated Ja'Kai Polite. I didn't get it at all. So I feel good to be right on that one, too.
With a simulcam against 2 defensive linemen, the fastest defensive lineman, and the slowest. And that's when I said at least he didn't finish 3rd.
Correct.
Best in place, not best in show. And this is what he tweeted out.
He's Jesus. All right.
I hear you. Thanks for watching.
These are not official times yet, as I mentioned.
Are you really going to do him like this? Against a fellow Texas Tech?
This is Cole. Who's it?
Red Raider?
Red Raider on Red Raider.
Oh, come on, guys.
Wow.
Come on. All right, we gotta...
Patrick Mahomes has the uncanny ability to be just faster than anyone else he's chasing. Or that's chasing him. Just faster. Yeah, I did call Puka as well, that is true.
Magic eraser powers through tough messes, so it makes it look like I spent hours cleaning. And you know I didn't.
It makes my running shoe look like new. It's amazing.
It's so good. Makes it look like I have magical powers.
Magic eraser and sheets make cleaning look easy.
Old Spice Gentleman's Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisturization with vitamin B3.
Are you using all the Old Spice?
Yeah, I think Dallas Turner's in Group 2.
When the details take precedence.
We'll see. I'm trying to think, who have we not seen go yet? And it is tough because people just opt out.
Everything but the essential.
He might just be going with linebackers. I'm not sure.
Thoughtful bedrooms for modern living.
We have not seen Dallas Turner. Have not seen Chris Braswell. Have not seen Gabriel Murphy. Have not seen Braden McGregor. Have not seen Zion Tupuola-Fatui. Have not seen Ayabi Oki Anoma. He used to just be Ayabi Anoma. Ayabi Anoma is a really interesting player because he was like the #1 player in his class, committed to Alabama. He transferred to like UT Martin, I want to say, and then to Michigan, and then to Charlotte. Yeah, UT Martin. There it is.
So you don't lose your coverage. If you do lose your coverage,
He was a super hyped up player in his recruiting class.
quality health plan. Healthcare.gov.
Yeah, the #3 player in his recruiting class as a prospect. #1 weak side defensive end and #1 player in the state of Maryland. So that's he's had some off-field problems, to say the least. But he did receive a combine invite. See?
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin.
Is MathBomb posting the RAS scores? Check that out.
Silence. The people who will change the nation are those who speak out, who refuse to be bystanders, who raise their voices against injustice. When we stand up to silence, we stand up to all hate.
Yeah, all right, here we go. MathBomb, I would recommend following on Twitter. He is the RAS guy, the relative athletic score guy. And it's basically just a better tool to see how athletic somebody actually is. It's a height, weight, speed index. So if we were getting disappointed, let's say, about Darius Robinson, this puts things into perspective about what these times actually are as a defensive tackle. That's the 88th percentile for 40-yard dash. His height is in the 95th percentile. Weight is not. And the vert and the broad are crazy. These numbers would be different if put as a defensive end. But you can see where it ranks overall. That'd be the 60th best RAS score, unofficially, at this moment, out of 1,620 from 1987 to 2024. Eric Watts is a 9.95. Jerry Verse, 9.39. That's the 93rd, almost 94th percentile for overall athletic score.
Everybody wants to be better and just put it out there on the line for the world to see all the hard work, dedication, talent that it took to get here.
And you can see, like, not everyone's in that range. Xavier Thomas, 6'7", Javon Solomon, 4'4", very bad. And that's just because his height and weight for the position is so bad. Chop Robinson, 9'3". Even if your height and weight are bad for a defensive end, would look better at outside linebacker. He's so athletic that he makes up for it. Leatu Latu, 9'19". He had a great day. Mo Camara, again, height and weight, terrible. But was so good everywhere else that he makes up for it. And these get better every year. It's just players get more and more and more athletic. It's wild. I mean, even look at Javonte Jean-Baptiste. He just needs to put some weight on. These are some awesome scores. Jalix Hunt, 9'7", that's 97th percentile. Miles Cole, almost 99th percentile. Height, weight, elite. Vertical, broad, elite. 40, 20-yard split, elite. Explosiveness, not crazy with the 10-yard. Austin Booker was very disappointing. Thought he'd be better. Yeah, I saw Tyler Owens doesn't believe in space. I heard about that.
High praise.
It's interesting.
You guys heard about Trey kicking his dad and his brother
It's interesting.
the night before a game because he thought they weren't letting him concentrate. Kicked him out, made him go to a hotel. Is that true? It's a true story. Kicked his father and his brother out because they were.
Also, I see Nelson Caesar about to do the wave drill. So, I'm guessing that Nelson Caesar is just not running, which is kind of annoying.
You know, when you think about somebody who loves the game, Trey's right there with all of them, with the motor to match.
Well, here's Solomon Bird, who we did.
Linebacker's gonna run later today.
So some of the guys who
Get a little hungry. Damn, it's already 4:30.
Just a little bit eager here. You gotta keep your feet underneath you.
4 years at Wyoming before 2 at USC. So
We're about halfway done today. About halfway done.
Nelson Caesar.
Did not. His go-to is a long arm move. That's what he loves to do, that inside arm. Here's Miles Cole. We showed him against Patrick Mahomes. He was rolling.
Open up and run, open up and run.
He's kind of long-legged.
Can I skip your super chat?
That's great movement right there.
Let's see here.
He got out there, hey, the high knees out the cut. Love to see it.
He's 278 pounds. I mean, that's a big dude. 6'6", 278.
Didn't see Jalen Harrell.
Ruben Vigil said, hey, big fan, watching since Finn's franchise, always put out great content, not really draft related, but opinion on what the Broncos should do at QB. That's it. I think maybe, it's tough. Hopefully one falls to them. They're in a really tough spot, Ruben.
We overuse the term project all the time, but just think about a kid who was a safety at Cornell, played in 17 games in 2 seasons, only 1 start.
Who said I missed their super chat?
Houston Christian as a defensive end, formerly Houston Baptist. But what I saw, DJ, I'm watching a Western Kentucky film. They had him out in space covering people a lot more than they had him rushing, and that surprised me a little bit. I think his production could have been higher in numbers if he didn't play the style of defense he was playing.
I thought he could really change direction, though, when he got out in space on tape. Impressive.
Oh, Kaimi with the 499. When is the Bengals rebuild coming? It's been so long. I'll get to one this year, for sure, for sure. Probably not far from it.
That was a good player.
You think?
And Leggett, to answer your question, Eric, I like Leggett. He's explosive. You just got to get the football in his hands. He's not like very technically sound.
Just to see the difference in the movement from the last group to this group, just going from the inside guys to the outside guys. You got to adjust your eyes a little bit.
Players will typically bench press after the drills are over. So I don't... like, defensive tackle bench might be coming out pretty soon, actually. But we don't have them yet.
Not to anticipate being able to react.
Keeping your feet underneath you, too.
They're trying to follow Derek LeBlanc of Arizona's hand signal.
I don't know that Malachi Corley gets to the 3rd round. Tez Walker maybe could. Tez Walker's good. Tez Walker's definitely good. He dropped the ball at the Senior Bowl a little bit, but his movement skills are great. His size is great. He can get down the field. He should test pretty well.
He's smooth, man.
DJ. DJ, you get any Jalen Phillips vibes?
Yeah, I'm anxious to see once we go through the hoops before I'll go there, because Phillips, man, he can really bend.
Okay, so we're gonna bank that and come back to it.
I'm curious to see what that.
The wave drill could be modernized into some big guy just pointing. No, I mean, it works. It works. It's reaction time. You know, you react to what you see. Why would they bring in like a computer to like flash lights or something? You know, what would the point be? Yeah, Eric Watts is testing crazy well. I didn't really know about him either. Byron Murphy was 4.88.
I don't know if that team was
official.
Playoff game in an igloo either, though.
One of the coldest games ever.
Really, who is?
At this point, can we just be honest? Everybody should have a dome.
Yeah, I could make a sleeper prospects video somewhere down the line. I have a lot more players to watch. It's still pretty early. I mean, it's February, right? I need to really watch a bunch of players in March and April before we get to the draft.
By the way, you just keep hanging on. The Titans are going to add a dome.
There we go.
There you go.
Can we get Buffalo to do the same?
Buffalo's they're putting heaters in certain spots, but no dome.
There's David his first appearance today, he didn't run a 40.
Made a bet with my Michigan friend that 0 Michigan players will be first rounders. Hopefully JJ's Will Levis effect in fall. Ugh. Jackson, thanks for the $4.99. I think JJ McCarthy's going to end up going pretty high. Chris Jenkins could get into the first. Roman Wilson could get into the first. It's not an awful bet. It's just I think JJ McCarthy's almost a first-round lock at this point. We'll see, though. Maybe he falls. This website I'm using, a little hidden gem called NFL.com.
There's lots to talked about. Everything he's done is looked pretty smooth overall. Ran really well. The tape is outstanding.
That's like one solid line there.
Yes, that is
waving it all.
Yeah, he's tracing. He just retraced.
Overrated players is a good way for people to misunderstand the meaning of that and then think I hate them and then hold it over my head if they play even somewhat well for the rest of my life. Pass. I've done it before. I mean, you can be right about 90% of the players. They don't care. It's the one that, oh, you're an idiot. And also, like, you know, I don't really want to tear guys down as much as I want to hype guys up.
We talked about the comparison. Here you go. Cam Jordan, 6'4 and an eighth, 287, 6'5 and an eighth, 285.
Eric with the $4.99 says, Kurt Benkert thinks Drake May is QB4. What do you think of this? Yeah, I disagree with that. You know, Kurt is entitled to his opinion. Obviously made it to the NFL, very impressive. Surely knows a heck of a whole lot more about the quarterback position than I do, but I think Drake May is phenomenal.
At the end of the day, it's about the work that he's put in, and you know, as long as he has a chance to enter the league, there's a chance that he can be great. And why not strive for greatness every time you touch the field?
Since the NFL started tracking sacks officially in '82, 43 players have had 100 or more sacks in their career.
I think Braylon Trice did already test. Do you not see him on the list? I thought he was there.
Some would say the greatest draft class of all time, 2011. 3 Cam.
Maybe he didn't. I thought I saw it at like 32 inches. Maybe that was Latu.
Good to see you. Thanks for being part of it. Right here on NFL Network.
Yeah, he certainly could have opted out. Not everybody does anything. They just do what they want to do. Some people do everything. Yeah, maybe just didn't participate. But yeah, as I mentioned, he's not a freak athlete. He's a fine athlete. This is kind of a mean score, but he's fine. Shorter arms. Don't love it. Hello, Andrew. Thank you for the 2. When is our meeting, Andrew? I almost wonder if I didn't overlap it. I think it's next week, though, after the Combine. Let me check here. But again, thank you very much for the $2 holla. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., I think he's a little bit limited in coverage, and that hurts him. He's not a linebacker I'm particularly excited about. He's good coming downhill. No question. He's good as a run support player. I don't really think he's a 3-down player, and that hurts the projection, right? I think the top 3 linebackers I would have ahead of him are all 3-down players that can really move. Trotter's got tight hips, which I think we might see today. Maybe he looks better out in space, and it's just a comfortability thing. Linebackers haven't run yet. But I think Junior Colson, Edgerrin Cooper, Peyton Wilson are the top 3 linebackers for me. And then maybe Trotter at 4. The Nick Bolton comp is a great one. That's a great comp. Nick Bolton's a great player. But Nick Bolton was not a complete cover player coming out of Mizzou either. But I felt like Bolton was a little bit of a better athlete. Trotter's 6 foot 228. He's got like size that says he should be able to move. But we'll see. Also, did I just read first round on that? If he was a little bigger, I could see him going in the first round. Okay.
Tony, and he even sent one back. But in the future,
Nah, I think Byron Murphy's DT1. Hook him.
If this is
Hook
what we
'em.
did for a skateboard, see what we can do for your business. FedEx.
You don't always have to be the biggest or the strongest. You just need to love football. We exist to lead, strengthen, and grow.
Next week, 3-5. Yeah, well, that's perfect. That's perfect.
All ages.
Shoot me a reminder on Discord if you could, Andrew. I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta get some. I have some Oreos here, actually. Maybe that's the move. Gotta find something. And in the meantime, is this thing on? Let me know. Braylon Trice about to go. Let me know what your team is and who you want them to draft and why. And you know what? No shame here. If you've only seen highlights and that's like you know your thing and you thought they looked pretty good, maybe you watch them have a good game. That's fine too.
He went through it about 4 different times and then kind of came off and it didn't look good.
Grimace go good as well.
David Guebu.
Jared Verse, off the ground in a hurry.
Come forward. There you go, big man. Pump them arms. Pump them arms. Stick it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That's a good rep.
If he's gonna make your team as an edge rusher, don't you think you need another edge named Chapter?
Chapter and verse. Nicely done.
Like that.
Like it.
That would be the. That's the.
Pump your arms and move your feet.
The storybook. Bookends.
Good play. Good play.
Rich, they pay for jersey number changes. They'll pay someone to change their name.
Okay, cool.
How'd you like to change your name to Chapter?
What's it gonna cost?
Why do you want me to? Why do you want me to do that, Coach? Well, we just drafted first.
It just works. Speaking of Jared Verse,
Yes.
let's see what he looks like on the football field. And I talked about it looking like a yard sale with his power. Here's the shake bull. He gets you on your heels, and it is over. It is a one-track line right back to the quarterback. He'll just throw you into the quarterback if he feels like it. The effort and the burst to close is big time. He plays with a lot of energy, a lot of passion. You see the quickness on the backside against the run, his ability to get on the other side, make plays. Again, that first step. Look at him off the ball compared to the rest of that defensive line. It's not even close. He just explodes. The effort, talk about getting off the ground, Rich. There's an example. Beat on the ground, get up, and go make the play. Here's the measurables you're looking at right here. I mean, that's the prototype what you're looking for.
Keep Bernardo Green in state. I like that. The more I think about it, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna spoil what I think will ultimately be my my next mock draft pick.
That's what you know. I guess from the old "Let's make a deal." Like
I think Graham Barton will be a Lion.
you want to go with what's in the curtain? Yeah. Was in the box was 449.
I would have just taken the.
No, what's behind the curtain? 448. He's got. I mean, he's run a sub 4540.
Also, yes, Chop Robbins at 448 official.
Rich and DJ, he's
I'm in the money.
just an unrelenting worker. I mean, let's not forget he was really not heralded coming out of high school in Dayton. I think he had one scholarship offer, went to Albany, and then he goes to Florida State. But while he was at Albany in that sort of transition in the COVID year, he gained like 40 pounds.
Man, Miles Cole's flying around.
Let's just say he's really well versed because
I'm gonna have to watch him.
I asked him this week where he sees his best skill set. Like, what is your best attribute? He said it's his versatility. He said he can play the 3-tech, 4, 5, 9, on the tight end, off the tight end in coverage. I think that's where he sees that versatility being a huge asset moving forward. In the
James Williams from Miami to the Seahawks. What are you looking for your next Cam Chancellor?
minutes with him, and it's contagious.
It'd be fun.
Now, Stacy, I know you're as prepared as everyone else here, more so than anyone that we have here at the combine. But did you just
Scroll down here.
purposely say that Jared Verse? No, purposely say that Jared Verse was well versed.
I did.
Was that prepped or that just come off the dome right there?
Well, you know, T-Man and I talk quite a bit. We talk quite a bit, and we prepare for these moments, these incredible moments on television.
He's well versed. That is outstanding. I picked up on
But I said Albany, and people there are probably going to say it's Albany, so
it's all good.
go figure.
Whatever it takes.
I was looking at my notes on Verse, and the first thing I wrote down when I watched him was runway destruction. Like, if you give him a runway, it is not going to end well for the tackle. We watched Solomon go through here. I thought just a minute ago Latu was excellent going through this drill as well. He's been really, really smooth.
And guys, you notice Trice went through the drill, no medical attention. Remember, we thought it was a little awkward when he came off.
Yeah.
No medical attention, just went through the drill. And
A lot of interesting player and team fits I'm seeing in the chat right now.
God bless her.
I think I have some type of crazy delay on my stream. Well, for the Falcons vid, I have to do the off-season stream on Twitch, which is above me, twitch.tv/Bengal. Check that out. And it's tough with the Combine this weekend.
Going through here. The way he plays stylistically.
We'll see.
My comp was at
I mean, I'll announce it on Twitter like always. And then the video probably a day after.
Plays obviously not that level of a player, but stylistically there was similarities there. Just how hard and relentless Booker plays. This guy only started one game in college.
Swiss cheese with the $4.99. Just want my Steelers to draft an Akron zip. I don't know any.
Yeah, but just
I don't know any in this class.
I mean, in terms of not having played a ton. Remember, he didn't start at Iowa because they played the upperclassmen, etc. But he was one who created destruction.
Jalix Hunt. Can't imagine that too many guys have made the Ohio State to Notre Dame trek.
Yeah, I know, right? The head coach did.
Yeah, I do want to do a free agency preview / predictions. It'll probably be just like the 10 best or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. Predictions is tough.
No doubt. That kid's got some pop in his hands, by the way.
Kamara, big heavy hand, yes. And by the way, your guy Nealand, I'm just telling you, from these eyes, he's having an exceptional day.
Latu is 20th on DJ's top 50. Chop Robinson 24th. The aforementioned Nealand 49th. So we're seeing some of the blue chippers. Darius Robinson is 30th on your top 50 list.
Good bag guy. It's a tough day. Yeah, it's tough.
Connor with the 2. How do you feel about Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota State? I don't know him. Yeah, I've delved into the state of South Dakota. Mason McCormick at guard. I saw his brother commented on my channel apparently yesterday or something like that. And of course, got a decent running back as well in Isaiah Davis. But I don't know Garrett Greenfield.
Myles Garrett, anytime you watch him move, it's not fair to do what he does. The way he moves.
Yeah, Myles Garrett's the freakiest ever. It's unbelievable. When does LB1 come off the board? That's a great question. I'm very excited to find out. I wish I could tell you. I really have no idea. I think one could get in the first round. Maybe Edgerrin Cooper to the Texans. Could be an interesting one. But I don't know. It's tough.
Such a perfect marriage. As we look at these guys go through the bags, here's Latu. Again, can you stay flat? Get through that bag, stay flat, and then burst to the finish.
Only linebacker like his Trotter. Interesting. I think 3 are better than him at least.
He's just showing you he's checking off all the boxes. Those 3 are sub 4.6 and so on and so forth for DL2. So, oh boy. Okay, that one was all right.
Unscathed on that one.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't verse.
All right.
All right.
It's a shoulder hit. It's a shoulder hit.
He's like, that's not fair.
We're getting through it. Bag by bag.
The best possible option for the Patriots at 3 is a quarterback. May or Daniels, I would guess. Thoughts on Mike Sanders still? Thanks for the 2. Yeah, I think he's good. Starting slot corner right away. Which, I mean, instinctive, undersized, but quick. But not afraid to hit. Yeah, Chop's official 40 time is right on the screen. 448 with the check mark to verify it.
It's amazing to me how many people write in.
Cooper DeJean is a great player.
Changing for the better.
Great player.
Dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
is not just another E-Class, because it evolves with you.
It adapts to engineering.
It is the first E-Class made just for you. This is not just design, because your E-Class, it adapts, it recognizes, understands you, empowers you, energizes you, feels you.
I really don't think anyone in the top 3 trades down. I think maybe the Chargers would consider a trade down at 5. If the Patriots take Marvin Harrison Jr., which would be a surprise but a possibility, I think the Cardinals then becomes a trade out spot.
Relive the biggest plays from the season with full and condensed game replays. Stay connected through the offseason with 24/7 football news and coverage on NFL Network. Don't miss any of the offseason action. Access NFL Plus Premium today on the NFL app.
Here's your parachute. Packed it.
Yeah, the underdog picks with code Bengal on underdog are looking pretty good so far. Byron Murphy faster is a cash. Mitchell and Latham won't run until tomorrow and then Sunday.
Thank you for being a customer with promotional products from 4imprint. Our expert team is dedicated to making your satisfaction a certainty. Packed it myself.
Byron Murphy cash. Quorum won't run until tomorrow. No, 2 days from now, Saturday. Chop cash. Rest won't run. I'm slightly worried about Graham Barton and Blake Corum. I think Ladd gets into the 4-4s. I think he does.
It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can
But
do it.
the only 2 I've really taken today are both cashes, so feel good about that. Just 2 zoomed out. Can you guys even see this? I think I have to do the zoomed in one, right?
The on-field drills for the second defensive line group. It's the edge rushers. Once upon a time, they just mixed them all together, right?
I like this way better.
I do as well. We got the linebackers coming next. Who are we taking a look at right now?
We're going to take a look at Darius Robinson. We've talked a little bit, and we've seen him move around out here, but let's go to the tape and show you what we see there.
It's a little bit easier to see some more in.
Chance to play out there on the edge at 280 plus pounds.
A little bit zoomed out, but we got some more names in there.
The range, the athleticism, be able to chase, see how long-limbed he is, able to close space with his legs, and then use that length here, a little push-pull. Really strong, heavy hands coming off the edge. The Senior Bowl, that's against Guyton, who we're going to see is a first-round pick from Oklahoma, the tackle. Then he slides inside and rushes over the guard and wins.
Falcons are in the NFC. They play in the NFC South.
So he was a question of whether he was going to play inside or whether he was going to play outside. I thought his play took off.
DeGene is either a safety or a corner.
Yeah, well, DJ to that point.
He can definitely stick at corner.
Because he has played everywhere.
Nah, Quorum's got a track background. I think he's going to be fast.
Start playing football until his junior year.
He knows how to run.
But at Missouri, 0 to 9 in terms of those techniques, and I just love his demeanor. We listened to him this week. He's one of my favorite players. Just having spent time with him, he actually said, keep it simple, keep it violent, keep it fast. And he said also, give me an opportunity to put my cleats in the dirt, cut the tape on, and you'll see. I mean, for him to start midway in this game through high school to be where he's at right now on your list, DJ, it's extremely impressive. And I've talked to several scouts around the league on this guy, and I can tell you that he is buzzing.
He's had a great offseason from the Senior Bowl to here. And, you know, it's cool when you hear Stacy tell those stories because it goes back to what the head coach of Missouri told me. This guy's organizing 10 p.m. workouts on a Friday night. You don't go from not having played football for very long to finding your way here without putting...
I think Chop goes anywhere from the back half of the first round into the second. All right. Hoop drill is always really fun to see. Yeah, Booker looks pretty good in this. Didn't test all that well, but looked good here. Turner has not gone yet. I think he is going to, but he's in the next group, I'm pretty sure.
But no, I mean, yeah, that's to get to this this level and to be already as polished of a player as he is pretty unique.
Guys, it really is unique. McDonald from Iowa State, remember a couple years ago, we learned late, but that means we can name them, so we know it's unique. And Stacy gave such a great story. I had a chance to talk with Darius Robinson as well, and one of the things he told me was going into last year, he said it was an STP
I'm
year.
buying more English toffee. Have you guys ever had this? I tweeted about it. It's so good. I know it seems like an old people snack, whatever.
He came inside, he reduced down, he took
It's so good.
each and every day. He almost gained stature. You could see him grow with confidence to take on the best ones, tackles, guards, you name it. Had a big week.
That was a nice ring drill.
Estimated delivery March 9th. I'll just go get it.
Lean into it. Nice job, Hunt.
He's an athlete. I mean, you can tell he's played off the ball.
Get out and go. Lean into it. Nice job. Good on the
No, I don't think Horum's going to run 4.6. Again, he's got a track background. He ran like 4.4 coming out of high school.
All right, back. Let's put that hand on. Yep.
You can't hide in this drill. Like, if you're tight, you're going to get exposed.
Lean into it. Lean into it. There it is.
There it is. Pretty snug right there to the hoop that you want to
Very
see.
nicely placed. Just you see with no bounce, right? Gentle placement.
Get out of here.
Even though that's
Lean
not what
into it.
you're
That's it. Nice job. Nice job.
supposed to do.
Get those cleats to the ground. Don't
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Corum was 4.5, but he's not going to be 4.6.
Hopefully lets him go to the back of the line.
go again. I want you to lean into that place. I think you're dropping it. You feel what I'm saying?
What makes Latu so much better than Chop? He's a better pass rusher. He's way better with his hands, hand placement. He's got counter moves that he can go to. He's not a guy that wins on athleticism. He wins on technique, which Chop doesn't really do.
Back up. Make sure your hand's not on that white. There you go. All right, here we go. Get out and go. Get out and go. Get out and go. Lean into it. That's it. Place it. Good.
Yeah, I would take Corum 4.49. I'd be in.
Show you a little ankle flexion there. His ankle's got.
Hand back. You ready to
You
go?
see the bend there. This will be good with Latu.
That's it. Nice job. Nice and
He's
smooth.
smooth.
Reach. Stride length.
Everything he's done is smooth. And he talked about the stride length right there, CD. Some of these guys are just real choppy with their feet. You want to cover ground.
Get out there. Go.
It's almost like a skater, isn't it?
Lean it. That's it. Chop.
It seems like Latu's medicals are going to be cool, which is awesome for him.
Do that. Skater, skier, have that deep bend and be able to move and maneuver. We're seeing that.
I think Turner's faster than Chop. I don't know. That's the thing. Chop came out, ran 4.48, which is ridiculous. Turner running 4.55, it would be ridiculous, you know? So,
He grabbed the rim as well as the towel.
it's just running 4.4s as a defensive end or an edge rusher is just wild.
Do we know, is this a hand towel? How many towels have they rolled up?
There it is. Good stride length.
Oh, Braylon Trice looked pretty good. No, he fumbled.
When you get out of the shower. What is that one called?
Yeah, that's the bath mat.
Yeah, that's a bath mat.
Bath mat roll.
You don't want a bath mat. You need something with
I mean, you know I'm a Jonathan Brooks guy. Trey Benson I really like too, though.
Just to make sure that the weight is distributed.
I ran 4.7 flat, so pretty good. But obviously, I'm not playing in the league for a reason. But 4.70, pretty good. I'll hype myself up on that. I was always pretty fast, but yeah, not NFL fast, clearly.
Hopefully he gets another rep.
Yeah, they're going to do it.
Nah, Verse did not run slow. He was fast.
Hey, he's going again too, Justin. Go. Lean into it. Lean into it. That's a nice job.
And again, can you kind of stay on that continuous motion, or do you have to gear down when you're putting the towel down?
Fumble.
Good one.
All right, ready, Austin?
Ball was
We'll see Austin Booker again.
Okay. Go. Get out there. Go. There it is. Good. Cleats to the ground. Long stride. Don't worry about it. Now place it down. That's it.
There you go.
He's an athlete.
Nice finish.
DJ, he's gaining momentum, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought he might even run faster because you see the explosiveness when you watch him.
One thing I like.
How do you feel about Braylon Allen? Allen's fine. I mean, the benefit he has is he's super young, but the tread on the tires is also a lot. He's had a ton of carries. I mean, good, you know, like powerful running back. I don't think he's a 3-down player probably, but
When you're switching hands, all right, just make sure you're under control.
Yeah, stay moving here, Jared.
Place it on the ground. Feel me? All right, here we go.
Don't settle when you grab this
Get
thing.
up there and go.
Keep your hands
Lean
off the
into it.
ground.
That's it right there. Nice job, Jared.
He's got to keep that hand off the ground.
Burst.
But But a good finish. Good finish.
All right.
All right, let's look at the tracker data we can throw on these guys when you go through the hoop drill. And let's start with Lot 2. Again, when you're keeping an eye on this tracer,
Nicest surprise today might be
the tracer's on your shoulder.
Latu Latu. I didn't think he would run quite so well, and he ran really well. His 10-yard split was like 1.6. Yeah, 1.62.
So you want to see the yellow line inside the rim.
No, I don't weigh 200. I'm like 170. I'm skinny.
Which is great to see.
Okay.
Finishing around the second cone, all right, and finishing through. Yep, you got me? One more. Let's go. One more time through.
Because if you were drawing in kindergarten, that's no good.
Yeah, you technically don't want to be inside the lines there, I guess, right?
Always the second. Now
You're outside the lines. Now you're like, now you're in Jeremy Schaap territory.
two simple commands. Here we go. Finish up. Bring it out.
Nice.
My picks of cash so far,
We've given him a lot of airtime.
but it's only been Byron Murphy and Chop Robinson of the defensive linemen that I've taken. I am looking forward to linebackers. On one, I think I have Peyton Wilson running faster than 4.5, which I'm not like super confident in.
There's the retrace, there's the burst, and there's him making a play on a stun inside.
But
Okay, ball's going outside.
we'll see.
They don't even account for him.
Mitchell, I think, will be in the 4.3s. Corum and Wilson, I kind of worry about. But Murphy, Cash, Robinson, just need Corum and Mitchell and Wilson. But Wilson and Corum are going to be the tight ones, I think.
I think Mayock's highlight of the draft that year was he specifically drafted somebody just to stump the truck. Remember that?
Hey, Miles Cole's had a day, CD.
He certainly has. And remember, we saw him at the Senior Bowl.
This is on, I'm watching on NFL Network. If you want to watch for free, I can't help you.
He was there. He did all the stuff. But today, he's really jumped and stood out. When he ran that first 40, had our attention and has carried it through. And by the way, guys, Braylon Trice went over and started using that nice little, gun thing to try and help out. It was on his thigh and his quad. I hope he's going to be okay.
Let's go. There you go. Open it up and
The interesting thing on Cole, we're talking about Texas.
Yeah, if you guys, everyone keeps giving me pushback on Blake Corum.
One I've already in my computer highlighted him that what I saw today didn't match my grade. This has been better than the grade that I gave.
You did that on the 40, didn't you?
Well, I was just looking at him. I did not know he had that in his body, so I gotta go.
Now, he has had knee injuries, but this is a guy with a track background who ran 4.4 in high school. And I think his, what was his 100 meter?
It's 6 o'clock in the evening here. Were you early for this? Were you ahead of schedule, Daniel?
I would say that I need Jared Verse level
11.35 best.
So there's no such thing as. Is it for you?
It's pretty good.
It smells tremendous.
You can smell it, right?
It's not amazing,
Just like Latu.
but
There you go.
he's short, so he should be better for 40 yards and 100 meters longer. Pretty sure. Significantly. It's way longer.
Remember Jerry Hughes coming out of TCU? Remember what he was? High school star running back that Gary Patterson converted to defensive end.
But yeah, I think he's gonna push to get in the 4.4s.
No doubt. Good rep, good finish. You hear the coaches using that word finish. They want to see these guys. This is the get towards the end of the day. Can you finish?
Like, if you guys don't know, there's a difference between football speed in pads and running the way a running back does versus knowing how to actually run track, which is what this essentially is. It's all about drive steps, where your first steps, you're not really trying to run as fast as you can. You are trying to put as much force into the ground as possible for the first 10 yards or so, and then you can fly.
They've got to address the quarterback position.
So if you have the correct technique, you can run faster than someone who is probably a slightly better athlete than you.
Final group that you referred to is linebackers, but what we're seeing right here.
You have the like the true linebackers, the best three in my opinion. Let's see if they've done any verticals yet.
See what these these guys do dropping in coverage, and it's a chance to evaluate.
I think the top three, there's a conversation. Junior Colson from Michigan.
Sometimes you see these edge rushers in the NFL.
It's barely on the screen.
Correct. And some of these
Slide
schemes,
that
they're
down.
going to stand up and have to drop and do those things.
And also a preview what we're about to see from
Edgerrin Cooper from A&M. Colson's a Mike. Cooper's going to play outside. I think Wilson could play either inside or outside. Those are the best three to me. There is a conversation to be made about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. potentially being in that group. I just think he lacks a bit in both size and movement in space ability. Is he a great cover player? Not really. And that's kind of concerning to me. So, I'm not a huge Jeremiah Trotter guy. He's awesome coming downhill. In the right system, he could be very good. But I don't know that he's like a true three-down player yet. And I think the other guys are. And that's why I have them ahead. Like, it's a passing league. You got to be able to cover as a linebacker. And Trotter just leaves a bit to be desired there for me.
Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa. If you know, you know.
Yeah, Drake. I just think Twitch is more of like a
Try my old spice. You can use it on your pits, chest, and even
secondary platform.
toes.
And it's for like having like fun. This, I would say, YouTube's like, you know, job stuff, and that's
Get a new iPhone 12 with 5G.
what the Combine NFL Draft is for me.
Share instantly. You don't take yada yada in life. Don't take yada yada from
Yeah, I like Cedric Gray too. He had a good good All-Star game performance
only at Metro.
down in Mobile. He's got good size. Should test pretty well. I would recommend, this is all these have been done by Lance Erline. He does a good job. Not afraid to you know, have different opinions, which is what you want. Eric with the 199. I think Wiggins is CB1. DeJean close behind. Yeah, it depends what you want. It depends what you want. Arnold, I've said, is the most complete player. Mitchell's in that conversation. Wiggins has, you know, the highest upside of anybody, probably with his size profile, size and speed. He is 6'2", 185, gonna run really well. Electric speed. Yeah, I think linebackers are gonna run pretty soon here. Most surprising 40 times so far. Leatu Latu, I thought would be around. And maybe it's not actually a huge difference, but Latu I thought would be closer to 4.7, and he ran 4.64 official. Now that might not seem like a big difference, but it's pretty impressive, especially when the 10-yard split was one of the 6 best out here. I didn't think he'd be quite so explosive, and I was pretty happy to see it. Although, there are a couple players I didn't really know too much about that have had big days. Texas Tech's Miles Cole has had a huge day. Monster day. 6'6", about 280, with arms nearly 37 inches long. It's like he was built in a lab. Then came out and ran 4.67 with a 1.65 10-yard split. Amazing vert and broad jump for that size. His wingspan 7'3". Yeah, I mean, that's insane. And then the UConn defensive end. Eric Watts. Didn't know about him. Also freak, 6'6", 274, 35 3/4 inch arms. Great day of testing. So those are two that I'm like, all right, shit.
You got to show all the different looks here, Charles.
I like how he takes in all the different angles.
Yes.
You know, Jim is going to make sure everything is covered. My thrill so far here at the Combine was watching him stride into the hotel, 10 paces behind his father. Understanding. I taught Jim this. You hustle, I will still get there.
Weren't you two in the same draft class?
Maybe by year, not by actual draft.
Stop. All all these young men trying to improve their draft stock, and the draft just coming up in a couple of months right here on NFL Network. So let's show you exactly what has happened. You've seen all the drills in the field. You've seen the 40s as well. What about the broads and the verts out here? Yeah, Byron Murphy, boy, what a show he put on earlier today in Group 1.
Yeah, what did he weigh in? 298?
Yeah, 297.
Played for the year about 307, 308. But boy, is he looking athletic. For him, that's relatively lean, and he looked terrific.
We knew that the national champion, Chris Jenkins, was going to show out.
Oh, no doubt. How about 30 inches in vertical?
Yeah, no, I think Jaden Daniels goes in the top 3. I would be surprised. And I don't... Penix has the best dual threat potential based on what? He never runs. Peyton Bell with a $9.99. I know today's focus is obviously on the 2024 draft, but what are your thoughts on the 2025 draft? I've heard it's a pretty weak class. Do you think teams will be more aggressive this year because of that? They absolutely could be. It's weaker at quarterback for sure. The top quarterbacks are likely Shadur Sanders, Quinn Ewers from Texas, Carson Beck from Georgia, and then a lot of question marks. So it's tough. If you think J.J. McCarthy is that much better than all those guys, he's going to go a lot earlier than a lot of people might think. Right? So it's going to be really interesting. I think it's a great point. Because teams know about 2025. They base some of their decisions on the current year based on what will be available next year. The same way that everyone kind of knew 2024 was stacked, they were less willing to trade future picks because they wanted them. But this year, they might be willing to trade 2025 picks if they don't think the class compares to this one.
We say the exact same thing every year. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're faster. All right? The thunder that comes down here is absolutely impressive. But this guy, the movement, and I remember saying to Daniel Jeremiah, I'm getting some Jalen Phillips vibes off of him. So I've got to go back to DJ and find out.
You didn't say he's a dual threat. You said he had the highest dual threat potential. What does that mean? What does that mean if he's not a dual threat player? He's got the highest dual threat potential? He's got the potential to be a dual threat, but you said you didn't call him a dual threat? What are we doing here?
And think about it this way. We oftentimes use a golf analogy. How many different clubs does he have in his bag?
Why do you seem so argumentative? Did something happen at school today?
PGA Tour event and playing a major, he uses all 15 and uses them well.
Yeah, started out at Washington, had the neck surgery, thought his career was over. Thought maybe
look at him trace that 8.
It's pretty good stuff. So these guys are simply amazing. Looking ahead a little bit to Group 3. Yeah. Start to get to the off-ball linebackers. We are going to see Dallas Turner, and he's going to obviously be working on the edge as well. But what do you expect to see out of these off-ball linebackers?
Well, the interesting part is we used to say
I'm excited to see these linebackers run.
So narrowly defined. You have the inside guys, the
And
outside guys.
it seems like Dallas Turner is going to be with that group.
The body types are very similar now, and you mentioned
we'll have to see.
before we even came on air.
Yeah, Chop could easily still fall to 31.
You're getting 2 or 1. So what are you going to be out there? So the
Biggest risers from today? I mean, Chop's in the conversation, right? But I think it's a lot of these late round guys that maybe could get pushed up to the mid rounds. Like a Miles Cole from Texas Tech or Eric Watts from UConn. Jalix Hunt kind of confirmed what we thought, is that he was going to be a great athlete. Eric with the $4.99. Did you know Joe Alt hates kittens? He should follow the Bengals. If the Bengals get Joe Alt at 18, I would be absolutely blown away.
How many times you hear those linebackers say, I want to stay on the field for 3 downs? And it's hard for coaches to leave guys out there unless they can run.
No question about it. All right, so the draft works in conjunction with free agency frenzy. Charles, can you believe that we are just 2 weeks away from that? The chattering helmets are back.
And that's Ian Rappaport right there.
I mean, I love this time of year. I don't know why, but I think it has something to do with the fact that the Giants have been so bad. But I get so excited for the combine and free agency frenzy and the draft. It's the anticipation, and that's why I made my channel around doing rebuilds, right? It's all about the offseason.
I lurched a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's great.
I know, right?
I could get behind Latu being the best defensive player in the class. I could get behind that.
I just said her first word. Can you say mama?
He's probably my favorite player in the class.
Can you say
Love him.
How many people did you tell?
Yeah, I found out about Mississippi State's Jaden Crumity today, if I'm even saying that right. I had not heard of him before. Definitely have not watched him. Got NFL size, though, for 3 tech, 6'4", 301. Ran pretty well. Yeah, I just hadn't heard much about him, so I didn't see him. Yeah, Braden Fisk has been killing it, or killed it. He's likely somebody that's going to be a day 2 pick, maybe even early day 2 at this point. Yeah, Byron Murphy had a big day, but he was already kind of like trending towards DT1 anyway. Seems like he could be like a lock, top 16 pick. The Ohio prospects too, like Ohio State. Michael Hall didn't run. There was an Ohio State transfer. Javante Jean-Baptiste, I think, was an Ohio State guy. Is that right? Yep. But Notre Dame. I don't know any Ohio players that we saw today. Nah, Newton did not work out. Latu had a big day.
How you holding up? Nothing wrong with getting help.
4 QBs in the top 10. It seems entirely possible. I think, again, 3 go in the top 3. Maybe one could get to like 6. But I don't really think the 3 get past 5. And then if a team likes or wants a quarterback enough and they like J.J. McCarthy, you're looking at the Giants at 6, Falcons at 8, a team moving up like Broncos, Saints, Raiders. Yeah, Newton's great. Newton's great. But just a little bit undersized. And isn't like a force in the run game. Could hurt him.
He's something special, man.
He certainly is, and when you think about where we are in college football, from the University of Albany, home of the Great Danes, to make his move to Florida State and take the ACC by storm. Look at the movement skills. Yeah, a little bit of stumble in there, but look at him change direction, plant the foot, and go. This is what quarterbacks fear, is his ability to move, change direction, and hunt them down.
Speed, the athleticism, moving his feet.
Those feet going over the bags. That's linebacker style.
He's got the power game as well.
Like an easy spin. Look at him get low on the reverse.
Sweat was 366 today. Pretty big.
Look at the movement. Major league thighs, the guys talking about it. The quads that he has, that's like a Penn State thing. But his movement and change of direction, Chris, is exceptional.
366. Like, didn't have an especially bad day. He's just 366 pounds.
There's always different reasons why. Probably because he got a lot of attention from a lot of offensive line blocking. Look at him bend, place it down.
Leonard Taylor, when you watch him on tape, is just like mainly just all athlete. And that's a little bit concerning. But you got something to work with here.
What about the other Robinson, Darius Robinson out of Mizzou? Is he an inside guy? Is he an outside guy? Did you get
I think people are high on Jalen Wright. He was in my video yesterday. I think he could be the first running back off the board. I think James Williams is going to play linebacker. Speaking of which, linebackers are going to be setting new highs. It's going to be tough to chase down Chop Robinson's 40, but it's a possibility. Yeah, I think Latu and Jalen Phillips could be comparable, for sure. And it's easy to make the UCLA connection and the medically retired connection.
So we've got the defensive tackles. They're done. The edge guys pretty much finished. Although Dallas Turner, we will see.
Might not be ignoring me, but there's a reason he never outright says he would take someone over someone else or someone who's better. I think I for sure have. I think I've said that I would take Neighbors over Odunze. I say every year who I prefer, but it's also February 29th, and I haven't finished my, reports on a lot of these players. So I'm not going to say at this point, oh yeah, this is a way better prospect. I would definitely take X player over X player when I don't even have a team, don't run a team, just doing it for my own enjoyment and for hopefully your knowledge, or I try to be easily accessible. It's a crazy take. I've been very open with my opinions.
Why don't we stay down on Tobacco Road from NC State, Peyton Wilson. He's a kid that showed out. You saw him at the Senior Bowl. Obviously, the big question is with him.
Want good football players first who are great athletes, not great athletes who are football players? Exactly. Exactly. Oh, Cedric Gray about to run. Maybe? He surely is not the first linebacker. They're just showing him like he's LB1. Linebackers are about to run. Several schizo posters in chat right now. I think everyone thinks they're the main character of the story, right? And they think that, and also there's 1,200 people in chat, and it had been more. They've been up near 2,000. I cannot read or get to everybody. I'm trying to. Obviously, I've been prioritizing the super chats because people pay to ask a question. It's a little bit easier to manage, but everyone thinks they're the main character when they're probably just fucking this guy. He's in stuff. Is he ever the main character? No, but he's there. Trying to be the main character, maybe. No, I think Turner's going to run with the linebackers.
So basically, Elvis lives. Long live the king.
Nope, I don't have a license to show the NFL's exclusive content, Sam, so we just have the times up. It's on NFL Network. NFL Network.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
I'm in a private group for all 22 draft content. I don't know. I don't think I can get you guys in. There are, there are apparent websites or places to go where you can pay to get in other places, but I happen to be in a private one. Obviously, if it was just free to the public, I'd let you guys in, but I can't, so I won't. But yep, got a pretty full library. Obviously, you get access to the bigger teams and games more so than the random schools that don't have everything. But, you know, here's the Alabama D against the Texas O and vice versa. So it's every offensive snap with the all-22 broadcast angle. And obviously when you can actually see what the running back's looking at, where the quarterback's looking, when you can see the cornerbacks in coverage down the field, like, you can't see this on broadcast. Like, if you wanted to evaluate Kool-Aid McKinstry, on broadcast, you're not going to be able to watch and see how he lines up against Adonai Mitchell here. And he's in zone coverage. He's playing probably underneath. That's why he let him run by with safety help over the top. So he's just going to let Adonai Mitchell run past him and pass off that zone. Safety really wasn't ready for it. And why is that? Because Quinn Ewers is rolling out to his right. He knows he doesn't have to cover it. There are a lot of things to worry about. Safeties follow the eyes of the quarterback, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah. It's private.
I mean, it feels amazing. You know, the second we got here, this is something you dream.
But, yeah, obviously, I wish everyone who wanted it could get it. It was so tough for me to find it before I started, you know, getting some traction on YouTube.
I felt great, especially after my second rep running today. You know, I felt like I did some good stuff. You know, wouldn't say I had a perfect day.
Nope, Dallas Turner's going to run with the linebackers coming up, I think.
Work with a lot of amazing freak athletes today. So, you know, it's been a great day. Loved every second of it.
Have you been able to soak it in? This week is so crazy, from the interviews to the prep to the on-field drills. Has it kind of hit you yet or no?
Not even. I mean, it's a surreal moment. I mean, you know, like I said, you're a kid and, you know, you see all these coaches and players on TV. And now that you're here, you're living in this moment. You're trying to make a name for yourself. And you're meeting with all these coaches and, you know, you're doing all these drills that you've seen. So it's really a surreal moment. So, you know, it just kind of hits you a little hard. But, you know, you just got to push through and do your thing.
Right before we started,
we're getting Monmouth games. I didn't check. I know there's the Monmouth running back that's incredibly undersized. Shoulders, Jaden, fuck. What is his name? Jaden Sheridan. Jaden Sheridan. He's like 5'7", 170 pounds. 5'7", 189. But is that why I'd be looking at Monmouth? No, I actually watched him the other night on YouTube, and I'm like, I looked up his height weight. I'm like, this isn't right. Like, he's not this big. Because he was listed at 5'9", 195, and I'm like, that's not true. Yeah, no Monmouth.
I guarantee she's going to watch this interview beaming with pride for everything that you're doing.
Absolutely.
I mentioned the national championship of it all. Coach Harbaugh, what did the program and he as a coach...
Let's get these linebackers out here. Interview's cool. Let's get these linebackers out.
You know, Michigan became our family. That was the culture that he set up, that Coach Hurd, that all the coaches set up for us. And, you know, we embraced that. We became a family. It wasn't just a team. It was a family. It was a unit. So we played for each other. We played for the block and we played for the alumni. And, you know, it's all thanks to
Deuce Vaughn, like, he's built compact. He's not, like, he's obviously really short. And for that reason, he doesn't weigh a ton. But he's built sturdy. And he's strong. 5'6", 176. But, like, Sheridan is tiny. And played at Monmouth. It's going to be a tough player to make a team.
Well, you'll be their hype man, but for this moment, I'll be your hype woman. Congratulations on everything you did on the field today.
The reason I'm not... I would show more of the All-22, be something to watch, but I can't. I don't own the license to show it. I honestly probably shouldn't have even showed the plays I did, but I'm going to forget about it.
But how about Pops? Huh? Okay, he's not as big as Dad was, but he can play. Remember, Dad was the 44th overall pick.
Well, Chris Jenkins got up to like 360. Didn't he? Yes, linebackers up next. Like, Bucky Irving's a good one to talk about. Like, he could definitely be a good player, but he's not like it's not like he's far and away the best running back in this class. And on top of that, he is 5'10", 195. He is undersized. So I was talking about on Twitter that those players typically are not the first player at their position off the board. Is it a possibility? Sure. But I just don't think it's likely. Could definitely be a great player. But I don't see it. Now, I thought this was an interesting comp. Damian Pierce is 218 pounds, and he's comparing Bucky Irving to Damian Pierce. It's got to just be play style. Because Bucky is like strong, but only 195 is tough. It's just you question durability in the NFL at that weight. No, Michael Hall I don't think worked out today, which was kind of disappointing. I thought he would have tested very well. So it was definitely disappointing. Yeah, if you guys are going to be ridiculous in the chat, you're not going to be allowed to talk anymore. It's kind of how that goes. Ooh, Dallas Turner 40.5-inch vertical. Are you lying to me? That's an insane vert. Hall is hurt. Ah, that makes sense. Is that on Twitter or something? Yep, Dallas Turner, 40.5-inch vert.
Welcome back to Indianapolis to the NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble. How about Leatu Latu is joining me right now. He just caught his breath. The defensive end, the pass rusher out of UCLA. Okay, let's evaluate it. Jump right in. I know you're happy. Look at this.
What else do we have here?
I'm super happy. This is a surreal moment. I mean, just finishing my NFL combine and, you know, doing it with alongside dudes like Chop and a lot of dudes at XL. So, I mean, it means a lot to me.
You just told me you hit your numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the 40.
I love the number I hit on the 40, the 464. I mean, I've been working for that. You know, I stumbled a little bit at the start, but I still got that low 4.6 that I've been wanting. So I'm really proud of that.
Let's take a look at the monitor, and I want you to kind of break down yourself here, Leatu. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just showing my versatility on the field, showing that I can bend, showing that I can change.
Could you rank verse Dallas Turner and Latu? Based on what I've seen so far, it's tough. Do you rank on upside or do you rank on what you see right now? For me, let's just combine them all. Latu's my favorite. I think Dallas Turner's going to go higher. Oh, that's tough. Based on what I think is like the best, technically it goes Latu versus Turner, factoring in athleticism. Maybe, I mean, Turner's a freak athlete, man. Maybe Turner, Latu verse at that point. Maybe verse, you know, it's funny. You go like, Turner's the best athlete of the group, probably the least technical of the bunch. Maybe right there with verse. He's not bad, just like compared to Latu. Excuse me. I don't know. It's a good question.
2 months after your neck surgery, you were playing rugby.
Yeah, I mean, rugby's the culture around rugby. If any little kids, you know, looking to play rugby, I'd say do it. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't be here in this moment if
I saw it come up in the ball drill.
Yeah, right.
Your hands, man. You might move over to the offensive side if you wanted to.
Shoot, I mean, I'll play both ways if the coach wants me to. I mean, it's not a problem to me.
What does it mean, given all that you've been through, Latu, to be here? I know your mom calls you Leatu, and you said we could call you Latu. It doesn't matter, right? What does it mean to be here after what you've been through?
I mean, it means a lot to me that I can, put on for my family, my brother, my little 2 sisters, and my mom, and really just, proving that, really proving the world that, once you set your mind to something, you have to love and dedicate.
No, Turner's bend is pretty freakish.
You can achieve your goals no matter what.
It's crazy you went almost 1,000 days without playing a game again in college. What did you learn? Like, you are a technician. Daniel Jeremiah talks about how really intricate you are coming off the edge.
His hand usage is crazy. It's number one.
Yeah, I mean, really just learning more about the game, watching dudes like Max Crosby, TJ Watt, and really just going out to the field and creating drills on my own, and not any kind of flashy type of drills, but some just drills that translate to the field, and you really got the love. You have to have the love and dedication for something to succeed and be at this level.
Real quick, your best move?
Euro chop.
Okay, okay. Look for that coming up. This guy's going to go high in the National Football League in the upcoming draft, and we have a lot more to cover here in Indianapolis. We will be back, folks.
Let's get these linebackers going. Come on.
At the NFL Scouting Combine.
Like the Murphy twins? Yeah, I think it's weird that only one of them is here.
Trapper beef. One upping.
I'm a big Old Trapper fan. Not bigger than I love Old Trapper. I love how tender.
I mean, people are throwing out Jalen Phillips for Latu, but I don't know. I don't love comps. I mean, occasionally I'll throw them out there when it makes sense, or if I see like a play style that could be similar, like projecting future usage, but. I know it's easy for people to like visualize. Oh, if we draft Leatu Latu, hopefully we're getting Jalen Phillips. But it's tough because you're setting up expectations, and no one's like, oh, he really reminds me of Marcus Smith coming out. Oh, the bust edge rusher out of Louisville, the Eagles picked. No one wants to hear that.
Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables. Try for under $5.
The biggest need for the Giants in the draft is solidifying their offensive line. Chop did pretty well. 1-5-4 10-yard split.
He could be the greatest in the league this season.
That's what I'm talking about. That play made me jump off the couch. How did we pull that off?
Good Morning Football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
Xavier Worthy reminds me of Hollywood Brown. The 3 comps that I've thrown out. If I can find a tweet.
And we know your logo on the right product can create moments that matter. With 30 years of experience and thousands of products to choose from, we guarantee your order will be right the first time, on time, and for a great price. Be certain that the right moments will matter.
From Bengal YouTube, Xavier Worthy. Now, ooh, that's not where I want it to be. That's not high enough. All right, I'll just read aloud. So, 3 wide receiver comps have been sitting on. Malik Neighbors, I have shades of a taller Steve Smith Sr. That's obviously at the very top end. That's like a Hall of Fame caliber player, right? But it's just like the style he moves, how good he is after the catch, the ability to get downfield. Steve Smith, super physical. Neighbors has shades of that, but it's really a lot about after the catch. Xavier Worthy, I think, is stylistic and also similar frame. He reminds me of Hollywood Brown. And then Troy Franklin, I have to Will Fuller. Franklin's taller, but reminds me a lot of Will Fuller. Ability to get down the field, the way they move. But, yeah. Don't have many other comps out. Yeah, we heard about the vert for Dallas Turner, and there it is. Gabriel Murphy, also 39.5. Ulafoshio at 39.5. Trevin Wallace is another real name to watch. Let's just look at the linebackers now. Peyton Wilson, 34.5. Jordan McGee's a name to watch down the board. Tyrese Knight as well. Like, there's going to be some solid value at linebacker down the board. For sure.
And he was not ready, so I'm not sure how much we'll see of him in the spring, but certainly things are going extremely well health-wise with Anthony.
Is Chris Braswell not doing stuff? Tua Tagovailoa? That's not his name. Tongue. Notorious. Thinks Marvin Harrison Jr. is the most overrated wide receiver ever. Neighbors better. No, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is phenomenal. And the way I've kind of explained it, if you've seen my mock drafts, he just makes unbelievable plays look routine. I don't think I'm sure that anybody else is going to be like, I don't think I can say about anybody else that I'm sure they're going to be a great pro. Harrison Jr. is, I think, going to be a great pro. He does everything right. Chopper Abdul Carter's better. They're different players. Abdul Carter is going to be an off-ball player, but Abdul Carter's a freak. I would say him. He'll be a first-round pick next year. No, this isn't a baseball stream, but I think the Royals would be a great franchise team. Yeah, I've thought about that as well. I'll tell you that. However, I wonder if the Royals is, like, too easy. Get Bobby Witt Jr. You get an ace in Cole Reagans.
Is he going to go anywhere? Here's my understanding of where it stands for the Chicago Bears, who once again in Indianapolis hold the #1 overall pick. In order for them to move off #1 to trade #1 and forgo the chance of taking potentially Caleb Williams at the #1 overall pick, it would need to be a historic draft haul, a crazy draft haul. And I have not yet talked to any team.
Guys, I really don't want to ban anybody. But if you say crazy things, you're going to get banned. You're going to lose your talking privileges forever. Some of you won't care. I'm just saying, I don't want to ban you, but either myself or Ahmad is going to do it if you're insane. So be a normal person, please. If you're a child, please try and act like an adult. Abdul Carter moved to defensive end this offseason. Interesting. I don't think he's going to be a defensive end at the next level. Who's he listed at? 6'3", 250? You can get away with that depending on arm length, but it's like Khalil Mack.
Stayed with the same script, which is I'd be surprised.
I mean, he's a freak. I'm sure he could do it.
They made the move last year. They traded off that pick. They got assets. They've built up
as a Royals fan, Witt Jr. and Reagans is the end of the list? Oh, you're sleeping. They made some great updates or upgrades to their pitching staff. They have the Pasquatch, right? I kind of like Michael Garcia. What is that other lefty bat they have? Not Vinny Pasquantino, but the other one. Not MJ Melendez. Why can I not think of his name?
Yeah, I mean, there was no conversation last year, because that's the crazy thing is that this happened.
I'll get it. Give me a second here. Give me a second.
Bears earned that first overall pick last year, right? This one, it's now compensation from trading out last year, and Carolina just had a.
Oh, they brought in Hunter Renfroe. That's right.
Difficult season, so now it's the Bears' choice again. So it's not Fields' fault why they're drafting first.
Who was the other name I'm missing? I said Vinny Pasquantino.
I want to get your thoughts.
I thought they had somebody else. Why can I not think of this guy's name? And I don't see him on the depth chart either. Nick Prado, that's it. Why do I not see him on the depth chart?
#1 overall pick. There's a lot of folks out there in the business that we all respect that are saying, hey, this guy is the best quarterback out there. What is your 2 cents on that?
Yeah, fucking not Kyle Isbell. Why is Nick Prado not on the Royals website?
At this point in time, we go back to Arizona State to watch him throw to Brandon Ayuk here. That tells you where his career started.
Yeah, he had kind of a shit year.
Now the touch and accuracy down the field was highlighted with what he did in this incredible year on the way to Ohio.
But he was a top prospect for him, and is only 25 at his age 24 season.
Always kind of having your feet underneath you and being accurate with the football.
He might just be bad though. I don't know. All right.
The juice that he has and the playmaking ability that he has. So I still feel like, to me, it's more like.
All right, let's get these linebackers going.
Overall pick, and let's just put numbers on it. In my opinion, it feels like that's an 80% chance, and maybe we see a 20% chance it could be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Nelson Velasquez is kind of nasty. That is true.
Fields being the quarterback for the Bears next year.
Then what about this theory? This is the crazy one.
Yeah.
And
the double trade back.
Where they trade Justin Fields prior to the new league year, because that's when
this is on NFL Network.
It's best for everybody. It's best for Fields to go where he can go, and it's best for the Bears to have the largest market available as opposed to waiting and having so many.
Well, the Seahawks could also lose Jordan Brooks, couldn't they, Zach?
Desire to maybe get Fields.
I think Queen would have to step into the Jordan Brooks role.
And you go into the draft and you get the Godfather offer from the Washington Commanders or someone else that night, and you're like, well, we don't have to move too far, and we can get another quarterback that we like, and you go to work that way. What about that?
Well, let's put the numbers to it, because we actually put together what some trades could potentially look like. And keep in mind, there's always a premium. So if you're Washington and you want to go from number 2 up to number 1 to bring Caleb Williams back home, he's from Washington, D.C. This is what that.
Ooh, we got a potential trade from 2nd to 1st. Commanders receive 2024 first overall pick. The Bears receive a 2024 second, a 2024 third, a 2024 fifth, and a 2025 first.
So that's what that trade would look like. And then, we look on the bottom of the screen here. This would be the.
And of course, they're not including it here, but of course, oh no, they did second overall. I said second round, my fault. And then for the Patriots to trade up from 3rd to 1st, Patriots receive the first overall pick. The Bears would receive the 3rd overall pick, a 2024 second, number 34, a 2025 first, and a 2026 third. Okay. Kind of stumbling over my words there. I need to get used to talking again.
That right column right there and try and help teams that need a lot of work.
But I mean, if that is a lot, clearly. But if it's just moving up one spot, you give up a 1 next year and a 3 and 5 this year, and you get somebody of Caleb Williams' ability.
Is it an overpay? Because they showed the trade value chart, and it seems like it actually equals out. It costs a lot to move up. We've seen it. We know that. But it is a lot for moving up 1 pick. But if you think Caleb Williams is far and away QB1, you might consider doing it. But I think you get a pretty good number 2 in Drake May. Jaden Daniels also there.
Could move down 1 spot if they like May or Daniels. Go ahead and do that and add other picks. I mean, it's just really Ryan Poles' world, and the decision they make has the ripple effect for the whole rest of the league, it seems.
The only thing I would say, and Jaden Daniels played, of all these quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels played the best this year. I still feel like Caleb Williams is the most talented player and is the best player. You go back to last year when they had a little bit better offensive line. He had Jordan Addison. He played off the charts. You don't want to get too cute. You know what I mean? If you feel like and you compare Jaden Daniels to Caleb Williams, and you feel like Caleb Williams is that guy, and you're the Chicago Bears, you've got a chance to get your first pick of this group, and you think there's a gap there. Even though I'd like to have extra picks, I'm not going to get cute. I need the best quarterback for me for the next decade plus. And if you feel
very
like
true,
Williams, you stick and you pick.
And so then, before we move on from Caleb, the Justin Fields market, who do you think would be
also interested to hear this?
Justin Fields.
We've heard Atlanta. Obviously he's from Atlanta. That would be very popular there. I thought the comments from Raheem Morris were really interesting.
Hopefully you guys can hear this okay.
He needs a quarterback for their city, and everybody was putting 2 and 2 together there, saying Justin Fields come back home. I've said New England was interesting because now if you're New England, say you get Justin Fields for pick 34.
Denver.
Now I've got my quarterback. I can take Marvin Harrison Jr. with a 3rd pick and bring him and Justin Fields. Now we got an offense to play with. Or I can then auction off the 3rd pick for somebody that wants to come up for the quarterback because I've already got Justin Fields that I acquired for the 34th pick. Now the Patriots get a haul of picks and they have their quarterback. So I think, to me, on the outside looking in, New England's the one I can make the strongest case for that makes the most
This is
sense.
Daniel Jeremiah talking.
Head coach, he's going to like the fact, okay, let's run the ball. Let's not turn the ball over. That's kind of how Justin has played.
Then you got other quarterback needy teams that are in the teens, right? Where you've got you've got the Raiders. Well, I guess that you're not in the it's the 12th overall pick for the Broncos and the 11th overall pick for the Vikings. You got those teams. You got to wonder, are they going to fill their need in free agency? And if they don't, what do they do when the draft hits? And if any of these quarterbacks drop, obviously you're going to see J.J. McCarthy spin it here. You're going to see Michael Penix Jr. spin it here. And
linebacker should be starting any minute.
From an Achilles. We'll have to
It's
wonder
been a
what
minute.
Tampa does with Baker Mayfield. I think he should stick and stay, and I think that seemed to be a very nice marriage, obviously, between the two of them. So, and what are the Raiders going to do? What's Russell Wilson going to play in this whole thing? The Steelers are sitting down right there off of Kenny Pickett regression, one would say.
Yeah, Brock Bowers is awesome.
Well, the second season for Pickett was absolutely.
Yeah, I think Daniel Jeremiah will be back on the channel this year. It's my expectation.
It's just a wide open quarterback carousel that we're looking at right now.
Which leads me to the fact that we have the big three we've talked about. You have more than the big three that are going the first round. I mean, McCarthy, you talk about Nix and Penix. There's opportunities because of the quarterback needy teams. But we showed the video on Jaden Daniels, and if we're going to frame the decision here at number 1, let's show the other side of it here, and let's show the Caleb Williams video of what you're getting with him. And I saw Poles said this the other day. He talked about there's quarterbacks who are surgeons and there's those who are artists. This would be more of an artist. The creativity of the one of
QBs are tomorrow. No, Saturday. Early thoughts on James Pierce Jr. I mean, he could end up being
Look at that. The stuff he does going left is kind of freaky.
The top edge rusher off the board next year. I think he's draft eligible next year, isn't he? Tennessee edge rusher. Monster player. Very good, obviously. Those are my early thoughts, but
he's in that discussion. Prototypical size, the big power arm down the field. When he's had some space and some,
I don't think Dallas opted out of the 40. I think he's going to get ready to go here pretty soon with the linebackers.
Able to pick out coverage, identify where to go with the football, and get it there. As an athlete, big-time athlete, I've seen footage of him hooping. You can see him dunking every which way. Very, very athletic. Creative. Hey, but how about a lefty? Seen that before. A left-handed touchdown pass.
Kai Braun with the 499. That's like the most German name I've ever seen. How many first-round picks for Mahomes? Like, obviously it's not going to happen, but theoretically.
Talking to John Beck, who he's been training with, said, man, he is so comfortable on these drive throws. He can just let it.
I mean, it's tough because it would never happen. It would never happen. 5?
The ability to extend and create. Didn't have to do it a ton.
I mean,
because of the run game they have there at Michigan, but when
it couldn't happen. But
make things happen. He's gifted. I've told people with
like 4 plus a bunch of players.
When I put him at 8 to the
I don't know.
Watch Michigan. They just run the ball and play defense.
Yeah, I'll be live on Twitch maybe tomorrow, Yanni, or maybe even later tonight for CS.
When the ball's in his hand and it's 3rd and 7 plus.
I just couldn't
throws. You see him in a playoff game on
couldn't get it live today.
Extend the drive.
Couldn't make it work.
He's athletic with his legs. He can drive the football.
Streamlabs wants me to spend money to dual stream, so I got to figure out a way around that.
That's all he did was win when he took over the program, essentially. And he's Harbaugh's spirit animal, you know, and just all you got to do is.
Could have been an accident, Carson.
About him, and you know.
Could have been an accident.
2 things. Number 1.
Or
if I ever.
You could have said something dumb.
I want him to be an artist.
What is your What is your Twitter?
I don't want that.
I'll take a look. Because you paid me money, I'll take a look.
And secondly, you know,
but
I mean,
I will say, unless
who was the director of college
I've made a terrible mistake, people usually do not get blocked for no reason.
Right. So I mean, that tape, it really does. And you see the tape of this guy. You see the eye in the sky of this guy.
He does some freaky stuff, right? Man. No question. And again, I've tried to tell people they have USC in their head, and they think of the Matt Leinart, the Reggie Bush, the Pete Carroll USC. USC's defense was 121st in scoring this year. He's chasing 40 points every time he gets under center. So, like, he's big play hunting. He's trying to make too many things happen. And, yeah.
I don't know, Yanni. Can't commit. I've been sick, so need to catch up on videos. Still need to recover. We should be getting linebackers any minute now. After the commercial, baby. All right, I'm at the bathroom before we start. And then hopefully the linebackers are going.
We were loading our SUV when
We sure been waiting a long time.
came right to us.
All right, be right back, guys. Linebackers have not run yet.
That service the way we want it.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Ever since I tried Hidden Valley Ranch, I finally found what I've been looking for.
The only correspondence I have with you, Carson, is that you said I was losing us money
I know. How is this stuff so
on
good?
the an underdog post, but I don't know why I would have blocked you for that. All right, you're unblocked. Could have been an accident. Could have tried to mute you. That's a possibility. Second chance. Wow.
To create a super parlay. Build bets for your favorite teams and players across multiple games. This season, don't just watch the game. Download Caesars Sportsbook and experience the game like never before.
You guys don't have to listen to commercials. All right, let me guess. Linebackers still have not gone? When are we going to get the backers? Man, Jonathan Taylor really hyping everybody up. Nice. Nice. Now RBT is here to ban everybody. Everybody's showing up for the linebacker. So RBT, football analysis. Everyone wants to see these backers go, huh? Oh, excuse that, by the way. I was just speaking so RBT could understand me. What'd you say, Bengal? Bengal? What? I don't sound nothing like this. All right, maybe that was a bit of a stretch. Yeah, saw 40.5 inch vert for Dallas Turner. I mean, it doesn't really need to be said, but that's unreal. That is freaky.
He's getting warmed up. So those are two.
When you factor in that he is 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", 247 pounds, and might come out and run in the 4.4s.
When you watch him at NC State, he's had some injuries. That's really the only thing that's
I'm not.
because the play is outstanding. Here he is in coverage.
What a clown.
As a dropper, really instinctive, makes a ton of plays on the ball. Reminded me a little bit of Kiko Alonso coming out of college in the Wayback Machine. How about the speed? Look at him take off like Superman and close him down. The chase stuff that he does is incredible. I think he can run the 4.4s. We'll see what he posts.
I need Peyton Wilson to run 4.4.
Speed.
Oh, yeah.
Be able to suck him up from behind. And making plays there at NC State. Over at Trevin Wallace here at Kentucky.
Wasn't in that.
He is big, physical.
Peyton Wilson faster, 4.5. I need it. I got Chop. I got Byron Murphy. I need Peyton Wilson. Do I have that on multiple things? I don't think so.
Size and physicality versus running backs. They like to say, Rich, backers on backs equals sacks, and there's an example of it right there. And this is a familiar name.
I feel old watching this.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
A playmaker working sideline to sideline. His eyes are outstanding.
He's a fun player. I worry about him in coverage, as I've said.
Downhill, key and fill is a zone dropper in coverage. Again, the instincts is so important at that position, and it's the family business, so it shouldn't be a surprise that his eyes work so well. As a blitzer, he's slippery. Able to avoid the back here.
Vertical matters for DN because it's an indicator of explosiveness. Got first step off the line.
Come on. When we first came on the air,
that's what I would say.
Jeremiah Trotter was doing it for Andy Reid's Eagles, you know, and here we are in our 20th scouting combine 21 years later. Look at this. Now he's coming out. So I guess
it's not really about jumping.
Yeah, he's 12. Look what this dude does as a 12.
Yeah, Peyton Wilson's GPS times are off the charts.
Oh, Ash. Hey, soccer season starts tomorrow. So.
Take that, orange wedge.
Bow.
Oh, yeah. Nice. That's TikTok.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids that started playing.
Dude, I'm looking at Jeremiah Trotter Jr.'s like middle school highlights.
There he is.
They're showing on the broadcast.
That's great. Yeah, that is funny.
Dude was annihilating kids.
So many juniors, man. We have so many kids.
Well, you left out a junior. Do I have to say his name?
Well, we've got Marvin Harrison.
No.
Junior Colson.
What are you talking about? Junior Colson?
I knew that's what he was getting at.
But he's in my top 50.
But I mean,
he's a junior.
I understand that. Yeah. I mean, there's tape. Whatever.
I believe we have a Colson tape.
That's
I have
okay.
to double check on that.
That's all right.
Yeah, we have video.
It's all right. You don't have to.
If you want Colson video, I'm going to give you Colson video.
I want Colson video.
There's some Colson video.
Junior Colson's actually a fun story.
One of my favorites. And the interesting thing with him is
I looked into this. I think AJ Schulte from I think he's Pro Football Network that I'm friendly with on Twitter. He had the backstory on Junior Colson. Apparently, he was he was like born in Haiti and was adopted into the U.S. on some blindside type shit.
So there you go.
I appreciate it. That wasn't too tough.
The rumor was that he was not going to work out.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of juniors here, and I just wanted to point that out. He's 40.
But I don't know if that's true.
50. Peyton Wilson, you mentioned he is 47 on your top 50.
But yeah, we need to see how these guys move in space.
Today, 11th overall.
That's why this is going to be big for Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
We've already seen today. And there he is. You wanna hold on? You wanna move the camera 3 over? Just move it over. Widen out. Widen out. Come on. We got to go to breaks. You want to widen out? There's Dungy. Wait a minute. There's Colts Nation. And yeah, there's Captain Comeback right there. We're widening out. Where's Marshall? Marshall's up there too. Well, I like the zoom in. You got to be fair and balanced.
I think that commercial's over by the time we get to Marshall.
We're back to Indy in a moment.
What did I think what did I think of Lewis Cine out of Georgia? I didn't really get like all the hype. I thought he was just an explosive downhill like hitter. I had questions about him in coverage, and I wouldn't take a one-dimensional safety in the first round unless they're a really good cover player. But still, like,
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
like a run support safety, I don't think is a first-round pick. I just don't, and that's what he was.
Chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan
Strongest
garlic.
/ weakest
Hurry
position
in.
groups in the draft.
Wing joint
Strongest
flavors at DQ. Happy taste.
wide receiver. You could throw a quarterback in there. We're going to see 3 in the top 3 or 5, so sure. But wide receiver, offensive tackle. I mean, cornerback's pretty good too.
Oh, well, this is me.
I don't actually think guard's too bad.
You want to maybe grab a coffee?
With the Wells Fargo Active
Weakest
Cash Card,
running back.
2% cash back on what you want, like coffee.
Linebacker's doesn't really have any super high-end guys, but I like him. Cornerback, I think, has a number of good players. Safety's not especially strong.
No. Just my shoe.
Like maybe shoes without laces.
Yeah, I've been playing Geo on stream. I've ended like all of my recent streams with Geo Guesser at the end of it. Here, I'll give you guys a taste here.
NFL Combine, you can show it to them.
There's a lot of people who probably don't even know what Geo Guesser is.
Be skilled.
Just a little good commercial break activity. Load up a map here. This is 10-second no moving, panning, or zooming, so I actually have to be pretty quick here.
And make them remember
This
your
is like a weird Australia, I would say.
I just learned I'm losing my hair.
This monitor looks very green, so the colors are kind of weird.
I have ED. When something is off, it can feel hard to hide. Get connected with medical professionals.
This one's actually tough. I'm not really sure on this one. At France.
Our money, she's my purpose.
It's like Russia. This monitor is so saturated, so the colors are kind of weird. But anyway. This is maybe Southern Australia, near Adelaide. Yeah. So this is GeoGuessr. I do this on my 3rd channel. Ooh, I think it's actually super weird Russia, maybe near like Irkutsk. Could be Chile. I thought about Chile. I don't know why I ended up going Russia. Anyway. I do this on my 3rd channel at Gene Dangus. Link is in the description. And
Welcome back to the 2024 NFL Scouting Combine presented.
I've also done it on Twitch. Oh, it was Zoom. Very zoomed, I bet. That makes sense. That's my fault. Alright, fuck it. Let me put it on my actual good monitor here. I'll speed run it.
Break down the day, look ahead to the DBs and the tight ends coming right in Friday's action. So group 3.
This is the ultimate speed run.
About it during the commercial break. They do not want to go the way of the fullback in this sport, right? They're starting to get extinct because teams are going with more.
Don't laugh too soon, right?
Right. I mean, they're going the ways of the fullbacks a little bit in the sense that we're seeing more DBs on the field.
Yep.
And so that means you better.
All right, ultimate speed run.
We're seeing more DBs on the field. We're seeing more DBs become linebackers.
Right.
So we're just designate them that way. So we're playing that nickel, dime, whatever, and the number keeps going up. Base defense no longer exists. All right, we're playing sub packages in almost everything we do.
All right, here we go.
The 4-2-5, the 3-3-5 forever. Guess who's playing it now? The NFL's doing it. So if you want to be a linebacker,
if you're interested in GeoGuessr, again, 3rd channel in the description.
Because as they pull people,
South Korea. Oop, zoomed in on the U.S. That's not good. South Korea. That was Jeju even. That's still South Korea. Thought about it. This actually is probably the U.S. Have fun. I'll go like Nebraska. Oh, ended up being Canada.
But to make productive plays, and he said we had a production board at Alabama. And each week,
this one's super weird. I'm gonna go Mexico. It could be Indonesia. It could be like Colombia. It's Philippines.
We both finished top 3. So that just tells you about the competition.
This is Turkey. We have a major city name. I forget where Mersin is. Oh, there it is.
The Big Ten linebacker of the year.
Pretty close.
Big time hitter.
In 10 seconds, you really don't have a lot of time to make decisions. I lean New Zealand here.
each and every down. Actually talked with someone who interviewed
It's
him this
Canada.
week. Said it was the
Nice.
greatest interview in the
All
world,
right.
not because he wasn't a great kid.
That's going to be the
He had no
GeoGuessr
interest
for
in
the
it.
stream.
You know why? All he wants to do is play football.
Back to football.
Okay? This stuff
Let's
is
get the
his
linebackers out of here. How about that?
job to do at the combine. That's where his focus has been. That's
Q
all
with
he
the
cares
2.
about right now. And you know something?
Cedric graded the Steelers. Yeah, maybe like early day 3 if he's there.
Ball carrier, Tommy Eichenberg's going to find you, believe me.
Oh, the linebackers are getting ready to run, guys. They're getting the breakdown about how to do it.
Pass rushing against his brother Liam, who's a starting offensive
They're getting the breakdown.
Dolphins. It's a little bit different turkey bowl at the Eichenberg house.
He was at this event, of course, representing Notre Dame in 2021. Ended up being an early round pick of the Miami Dolphins. I love this group, Group 3, because the linebackers, they're the dogs of the defense, right? They are the connective tissue, and they're the guys that are barking all the time and being the leaders.
And there are the, we're using the word positionless probably too much in football, but that's where we're going with these linebackers now. They're part linebacker, part defensive back. In the old days, pure linebacker. Jeremiah Trotter probably fits that role pretty well. As they were talking about, Peyton Wilson fits that role pretty well. But a lot of them are hybrids, where they can get out into space, make some plays, because a lot of them there are ex-defensive backs.
Why is this not?
Yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, right? They were wearing the big shoulder pads like the
That's not what I want.
And we saw Cooper, Quentin Coriat from
Need
Texas
GeoGuessr
A&M.
off.
Go ahead and Google him with big hits with those big shoulder pads.
Love it.
There
That's
it
what
is.
it used to look like.
Time to check in down on the field. Stacey Dales, what do you have?
Yeah, I've got some hard-hitting stuff here. You guys were just talking about dogs, and it's important to put the spotlight on Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker out of Texas A&M. His dogs, guys, are really important to him. Those are his buddies. They're with his grandparents right now.
Why did it sound like she was going to go somewhere dark?
Got 3 French bulldogs and 3 Cane Corsos, and he walks them all individually. But
It's a lot of
he has
dogs.
photos with me here this week. I know he's doing it for them here tonight, but the grandparents are the sitters. And he's a hunter guy.
10-yard split. I don't even know if they're going to show for
And there's so much about this
these
guy that I
linebackers on the
fell in
screen.
love with.
Might be able to find them
Dogs,
later.
that was probably the
But
biggest part.
what's a really good time? Getting into the 4.4s is a really good time. A lot of these guys are probably going to be 4.5 and 4.6. All right, Chris Braswell's up first. He's an edge rusher. He's not like a typical linebacker. He's a 3-4 outside linebacker. So this is an edge. So I'll let you guys know when it applies.
My days of holding dogs on camera are over.
That's right.
All right, Braswell should test pretty well. I'm thinking 4.5.
Braswell, nice way to start.
So 10-yard split going to be important for him. 4.60 to Will Anderson Jr.
Edge rushers in this linebacker group. He was definitely rushing the quarterback off the edge there at Alabama.
4.6 flat is our first time.
The channel is NFL Network.
Third group of defenders to finish up our first day here at the
Actually, you know what I can do? Why have I not been doing this? All right, this is going to be a game changer on the 40s.
And he is he's an off-the-ball linebacker with a ton of production. Over 100 tackles.
Oh, but you'll see.
6.5 sacks this year.
He's technically from the state of Georgia, but collegiate.
Via.
I'm going to have to be quick here.
And then comes your guy, Edgerrin Cooper.
Aaron Casey from Indiana.
Spy a lot. Nice job
Running
against
pretty well.
Wolverines.
4.80.
JJ in that
Fire.
4.8. Let's give you the
Oh.
times here, Rich, for the off-the-ball guys.
There it
Real quick,
is.
4.62
Dude,
the
this is a
average
game
of the top 10
changer.
Tacklers in the league this last year. That's the number that you're shooting for here. 4.62.
There's a linebacker.
Why was I not doing this?
And now one of the key members of the front office of your NFC
There
North
he is.
champion Detroit Lions. Good to see Chris Spielman.
I think I saw Chris Spielman
Flannel look there too.
at an airport in
This dude can-
Orlando
to me, he's the best off-the-ball linebacker
not too
in
long
this
ago.
class.
That's my big fun fact. Cooper didn't really get out too well. Just around 4.52. Very good.
You see that on tape. We showed the video against Alabama. I mean, he's very twitched up and very, very athletic.
Keelan DeLoach now. Here's Chris Ballard.
This is a game changer.
It's not a cross. That's normally the Colts are right next door to us. Is that right next door to us?
I'm very happy with this change. Kalen DeLoach, 5'11 and a half, 210, listed at linebacker.
It's almost baseball season. I like it.
It's a party in the back.
There's Kalen DeLoach.
Can't be a linebacker at 210.
Had 7 sacks this year. There he goes. They'll use him to cover linebackers or cover tight ends.
Wow. 4.55.
He's athletic. They use him to spy. They do a lot of cool things with him there at Florida State.
Oh, so he's right next door to us.
Yeah, he's going at least going back shelf on us back there.
I need to confirm that he's 210 pounds.
Wave. There he is.
That's the brains right there.
Puma, you wave too, please. There you go. He runs a tight ship, as Prime always would say. Here's Khalid Duke.
210.
Northwestern.
It's like it's a safety.
4.8 flat.
Yeah, he plays off the edge. So again, you got a nice mixture here of off-the-ball linebackers and edge defenders.
Pardon me, Kansas State.
I'm just gonna have to sort by all here. It'll be updated when it's updated, but it's mostly gonna be linebackers.
Easton Gibbs.
It's been Chop Robinson holding down that first spot. Does anyone break 4.48?
Shame, by the way. That's a baseball name. That's a great.
I think so.
Well, he's gonna make. He's gonna double the number of Eastons in the NFL. It seems.
Moving pretty well.
4.74,
not bad. Dallas Turner has not run yet. We are currently at G. Easton Gibbs. It's done alphabetically.
32 pounds. Has a good player right here in Cedric Gray.
I do like Cedric Gray.
CD Cedric Gray's a good player, man. Charles, you got me. I know I'm a Cedric Gray guy. I think you like him as well.
Yeah, you remember you had to keep me from jumping out of the booth at one point because the PA announcer on.
That's a pretty good start. That looks like a 1-5 10-yard split. 4.66 40. Not bad.
Tackled by Cedric Gray that day. That's what I like about him. I mean, he is one of those guys off the ball, see ball, find ball, tackle.
What's happening? Why can I not resize my
webcam? I told you
webcam?
before, he reminds me of Zach Brown in terms of production. I'm not sure he's the athlete. Well, he's definitely not the athlete in terms of straight ahead speed as Zach Brown. He could flat out fly.
Yeah, that's 6.014, so 6'1.5", 234 pounds. Just ran a 4.66, which is a great time. You see that range though that you're talking about on tape. He can really get sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
Can't resize it. Gonna have to rock. 4.66 for a linebacker is not especially slow. You guys are spoiled.
I don't think they allow you to get into. Can you get into Penn State? If
running in the 4.5s is great. 4.66 is fine.
There's Antonio Pierce again. Thanks, Coach, for acknowledging that you're
Antonio Pierce freaking out when he's on camera is hilarious.
What a great
Giants legend.
The Super Bowl, man. I'm telling you, that town. If there's a rotation, it should be in it for the Super Bowl. That was amazing.
No, Latu's not the fastest in the class on tape. He's the most technically sound, but he's not the fastest.
4.66. I was there for that Thursday night game calling it for the Chargers against the Raiders, and I thought Antonio Pierce got himself the job by halftime.
Well, I mean, he definitely put his name.
We are on all. Linebackers will pop up when they update it.
Oh, Kansas City.
We already have one here. The reason I'm not switching is we do have some guys listed at edge that could get into this group, like Chris Braswell. Let me direct.
This dude should roll here. I tell you, Notre Dame, how fast he is, high energy.
Yeah, unless there's a second group of
the field and kind of changes his personality
linebackers. Yeah, it looks like.
It's gonna be a great.
Looks like we're not getting Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And of course, we already know no Junior Colson, unfortunately. I think Byron Murphy's the first Longhorn off the board for sure. Everyone's running 4.66. Oh, offensive Longhorn player. Adonai Mitchell. I misread that.
I wonder if he'll probably run again. Right?
Worthy could be interesting, but I think Adonai Mitchell. Jatavion Sanders could be interesting, but again, I think Mitchell. Jordan McGee's explosive.
I'm curious on this one because I liked his tape a lot. Couldn't get as much support from talking to some people around the league, but man, he got hurt, so he missed some time. But man, this is I thought he had some real snap to him when you watched him, especially as a blitzer.
Jordan McGee.
He can close.
Junior Colson just opted out. Chose not to run, it seems.
He looks like he's rolling.
Yeah, that's a good time. 4.55. That's great. That's great.
2023 teammate of Elijah Warner right there.
That's right. Kurt's son had a great year.
Gabriel Murphy coming up as an edge.
Edging out Edgerrin Cooper.
Edufan Ulofoshio, I would say, is he could be an interesting one to watch. Trevin Wallace is outside linebacker. Peyton Wilson should run pretty well. Rooting for Peyton Wilson to get into the 4.4s. No motivation for that, just because I feel like I want it. No, Underdog Fantasy, use code Bengal at Peyton Wilson running 4.49 or better.
He's a really good blitzer. You see him direct traffic when you're watching the tape there. He's coordinating everything at the second level of that defense.
Xavier Worthy played with a broken hand in 2022.
4 sacks. Right, they did a great scheme there. And how about that? Danton Lynn, the DC at UCLA, he goes across town to USC.
That's right.
Not a bad time here. 4.72.
Again, Edgerrin Cooper ran a 4.52 moments ago. The time to beat overall on the day is Chop Robinson with a 4.48 official time when the edge rushers went out in Group 2. This is Group 3, the final group of Day 1.
All right. Gabriel Murphy should test pretty well. His broad jump was really good.
Dallas Turner goes on deck. Here's Gabriel.
It still sucks his twin brother, Grayson Murphy's not here.
His twin there at UCLA. CD, when I watched him, man, he's got a nice little Euro step that he uses, a little basketball move coming off the edge, racking up 8 sacks. He's fun to watch on the opposite
That's a
side
good start.
Yeah, and that Euro step,
He's moving.
gaining extra
4.69, pretty good.
Before snaps, do his crossovers, and now you see him
Favorite Texas guy that didn't pan out in the league?
I talked to a player
I mean, in 2007, the Giants took Aaron Ross.
Nice.
Hook him. And my favorite NFL team, obviously, wasn't very good.
You like you had 3 heads, and what the heck is that?
Yeah, it's kind of like taking a ball to the hoop with one hand, which is standard now.
Jackson Jeffcoat, maybe.
If you didn't have 2 hands on it, you get benched.
What up, Colin? They should make them all run at once. That would be interesting.
The high hat. But now here comes Dallas Turner. Brian Daboll looks on.
Usually,
all right. This is one to watch. Dallas Turner from Alabama.
40 inches means you can roll.
I would say I highly doubt it, Colin.
He came in as a freshman.
I don't believe so. I think they all have sponsors.
Cruise in that first year.
But I don't actually know.
Stayed after extra in practice. Some guys got hurt. He found his way onto the field, and the rest is history.
Number 11 player on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50. Off and running at the combine.
That is smooth.
That's a pretty good start. 4.47 for Dallas Turner.
We have
Woo!
a clubhouse leader, not just for this group, but on this day.
Gotta send out the tweet.
He's weaving. He's almost outside the line. He just ripped off a 4.47.
He almost went full Bob Lee there. Stacy?
Well, he should be pretty happy with that. He told me this week, Dallas Turner, he wanted a 4.4, so he's pretty close. He wanted a big vert, 40 and a half on the vertical, and what he wanted to show off today is athleticism and explosiveness.
Yeah, 4.47's moving. You got to remember, there are freak athletes, and then there's everybody else. Yeah, I thought he would run pretty well. Ufosio, 4.56.
You don't want to be the man.
He got some hype like a year ago.
There's Dallas Turner
but
again.
I don't know. I don't think he's a 3-down player.
We had a camera on Arizona.
Trevin Wallace, I like.
Monty, you got caught. That is great.
Trevin Wallace, I think, is going to be a solid pro. And Peyton Wilson's one to watch as well. Nathaniel Watson, I don't know about.
40 inches at this combine. The last linebacker from Alabama.
Yeah, Braswell ran 4.6 flat.
Jump as close to that.
So when you watch an edge rusher who's productive on tape, running the 4.4s, and you're 30th in sacks, and you're and last and third down defense, you get that reaction, and you hold the 4th pick.
Not a bad start for Trevin Wallace. 4.52.
Great time.
Yeah, he's a beast.
40.5 vertical jump by Dallas Turner supplanted the previous best of the last 20 combines of any Alabama linebacker of 39 inches, jumped in 2006 by the current head coach.
6'2" and a 4th, 233.
I don't know, is D'Amico in the
Pretty good
building?
size.
He just lost his Alabama vertex lead, yeah. All right, so we're seeing some terrific 40s from the back end of this group here.
I mean, again, the number, Rich, the aiming point is 4.62.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of guys.
Led SEC in total tackles. Okay.
Here's Bookie Watson.
Mississippi State.
You haven't heard much about him. Moving though. 4.64, not bad. Peyton Wilson is the last guy to go. His name starts with W-I. It's very late in the alphabet.
There, Mississippi State led the SEC in tackles and tied for the lead in sacks. And Trevin Wallace from Kentucky. So many people remember when Jamin Davis came out, and it was highly touted. There's a lot I like about this Trevin Wallace. I really think that he's got a chance to be a good player.
We could get a 4.4 here as well.
Number 47 on Daniel
All right.
Jeremiah.
I need 4.49 or faster. 4.49 or faster.
Yeah, we showed his highlights in close.
Come on, Peyton. 4.49 or faster.
Yeah, you're in that wild tight stance. I know it's tough. You got to hold a little bit longer.
Cash me on underdog, please, Peyton.
The only thing he can't do is hit his brother's fastball.
Where is it?
His brother Bryce pitching for the Milwaukee Brewers.
4.49 or faster.
A wrestling champ, man.
Get into the 4.4s, Peyton. Come on. And they've been about 100th of a second slow when the official times come out.
Ray Lewis was a great wrestler.
He's moving. That's it. He's got it. 4.44. Woo!
1.55.10. He got out the gates.
Wow.
I mean, not a surprise, but I mean that's flying.
Sometimes you're fast and it looks fast. That looked fast. That was impressive.
I don't know what you're talking about. Stacey Dales?
Yeah, he knew he was going to show out. I want
That was
to give
very
a
good.
shout out to his brother Bryce, the pitcher for the Brewers. He called him country strong. Credit him for the beatings he took when he was a kid and make him the player he is, how tough he is now. And Luke Kuechly, guys, good comparison. That's who he has tried to model his game.
He's probably not going to run again.
That works.
I don't know that Dallas Turner runs again either after 4.47.
Nicely done.
So,
Like, you got to be pretty happy with those times.
faster and faster as the night goes longer and longer. Still on-field drills for these studs. When we come back to day one and night
Looks
one,
like Dallas Goddard a little. I could actually see that. I can see that. We have a new leader on the day. Unofficially. Madison released. All right.
Follow your passion. Courtyard by Marriott.
Is that not enough caring about Alex Madison? Why not run a second time if you do it worse? Isn't that bad? You already showed that you can run the faster time. I mean, it's yes, but also you risk injury. Really trying to like
Since I tried Hidden Valley Ranch,
get that top time. But a lot of people just said that's the best I can do.
I
You know, if it's because they've run it before, right? This isn't their first time. Oh shit! I guess I ran 4.47. They've run the 40 over and over and over again, trying to get faster and faster and faster, and working on technique. They know what their range is.
Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better for a smooth, more enjoyable go.
Alan, listen to me closely, because I think you've asked this. It's on NFL Network. If you want to watch it on TV, the channel is NFL Network. NFL Network. Excuse me.
Hi. You might know me from my other job, but I'm a business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business.
What
card.
website is that?
No preset spending limit. Our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too.
What should I get for dinner, guys?
And when we travel, we get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. I could get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
No, I don't think Trotter's running.
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin. I'd remind people that all hate thrives on one thing.
What am I in the mood for? Do I want a burger?
The people who will change the nation are those who speak out, who refuse to be bystanders, who raise
I could be down for Five Guys. I think I've talked myself into that.
We stand up to all hate.
The only problem with Five Guys is that it's a little bit too expensive.
40-yard dashes that you missed while we were away. The first of the group.
Braswell, get in the 4.5s, Chris.
His first one. His second.
He's
a little slower.
Seems like
He's
he's
an edge rusher. So
pulled up.
In a group with a lot of off-the-ball linebackers, the edge rusher, that's a great time.
Aaron Casey. 4.8 flat. Run one.
He looked faster on that one too.
And he was.
Ketchup, mustard.
Here's Edrin Cooper.
Man, he's rolling.
That's 4.52. Got bested twice.
Ah, 4.55.
Stick with the 4.52.
Those are great times.
Here's all these Deloach again.
Kalen Deloach runs very weird. 4.47, okay. He runs in such a weird way. That's a much better time, though, at 210 pounds.
Here is
Eric or Epic with it, too. So he's get Long John Silver's? Never. I think I will go my entire life without trying Long John Silver's. No disrespect.
All right. There is the reigning coach of the
Unless you have some association, maybe your family owns Long John Silver's, in which case you got to up the donation amount.
Is he the first coach that had to start 19 million quarterbacks in one regular season? Is that? Can you confirm? He says that sounds right. Which you want accuracy from your researcher, but he says it sounds.
I'm not really a huge Torchy's tacos guy.
Oh my God! Anyone come back?
Easton Gibbs is getting out.
Easton Gibbs.
It's only 4.74 only. That's still pretty good.
So these are unofficial times here. Peyton Wilson, 4.44.
That's awesome. 4.62 being the target, and we've got 9 guys who went underneath it.
All right.
And Cedric Gray's right
Get the
there.
4.6 flat, Cedric. Come on.
See if he can.
What do you like about him? You said multiple times. So.
Oh, he's somebody that's got really good instincts. Can play down.
Got out much better this time.
Did a nice job.
4.64.
Underneath blocks and just kind of slip off blocks and make plays. Running backs against him in the hole is a big time miss.
Here are the 10-yard splits, by the way, for linebackers coming out.
You're on again, Mike.
And this is, again, arguably more important.
He was trying to say he's on the phone with that?
Because this is your, like, reaction in space. Although, if you're going to be a linebacker sideline to sideline, you're going to need to carry your sprint for probably a little bit more than 10 yards. But Tyrese Knight from UTEP, Jordan McGee from Temple, of course, Chop, Dallas Turner off the edge, Kamara as well, but Wilson, Cooper. That sub 1.6 is very good. Cooper 1.54 now, he just flipped.
I just want to see him be a little more dialed in. He's athletic as all get out, though. There's times he got a little bit lost, but he's got the speed to recover.
He's got the speed here, too. Another sub 4.640.
I think if you went with the headband, it would make you faster.
Me?
Yeah.
Dude, let's just... let's just be honest here. My speed is not affected because of what's going on from the eyebrows up, okay? I don't think it would change a thing. But I appreciate the help.
4.63. I mean, better time. And I mean, that's the thing about Tyrese Knight is you can see his 4.63 now is not the fastest of any of the linebackers, right? But the 10-yard split is the fastest, joint fastest, and even so, it's a very good time. It's the explosiveness. Cooper was slightly faster the second time, I think. No, slightly slower. He was 4.52 and then he was 4.55. These are unofficial times because they actually are using hand times at first, and then they get the laser time, but it takes a minute.
34-inch arms. He's got long arms. So he's moving.
What channel is NFL Network is a question that.
Lower for Leofo.
The channel is NFL Network. What is your individual channel number for that? I don't know. I don't know anything about you. Do you have DirecTV? Do you have Verizon? Do you have Comcast? How would I know what channel NFL Network is for you? I don't know. I have no idea.
Rich, I like the way this kid plays. Look at those arms. I wouldn't mind having those either. Jeez.
Jordan McGee.
Single digits at Temple. Those are for the tough kids, the toughest kids on
Jordan
the team.
McGee's running.
Stick with that first number. Charles?
Yeah, that started with Matt Rule, didn't it, DJ?
That's right.
Getting things going there with that. But you guys having that discussion, and DJ, you mentioned about linebackers nowadays, not nowadays, but the guys we're talking about, able to slip blocks, make plays, all those things. Remember Derek?
Yeah, I'm watching it on YouTube TV.
He got crucified for that.
You have Telus Cable. Oh, fuck it. Now I know. Yeah, go to channel 60, dude.
And as his career evolved and he got bigger and stronger, you remember he turned into.
Why didn't you say so? You have Telus Cable, of course.
Outside linebacker, get to the quarterback, to an inside linebacker thumper for Kansas City before his career was over.
I mean, even Fred Warner was ultra athletic coming out of college, and then
nickel safety.
He got stronger and more physical, and now nobody wants to block that.
No, they just kind of leave him alone.
LaSalle with a 4.72 and now a 4.7 flat.
We've seen faster times, but I still think Fisk hitting the finish line with an "oh yeah" is my favorite.
Yeah. The Kool-Aid, right? Didn't they
Kool-Aid,
That's
man.
right. Yes. Great pull.
Yeah.
That's a great pull. That's a great pull.
Got to burst through the wall, Rich.
Yeah.
Nah, Jalen Ford opted out
Fisk
of the
did.
40.
Sure did. And a lot of people will be drinking the Kool-Aid on him, that's for sure.
Nicely done.
Listen.
And we get Kool-Aid tomorrow.
McKinstry. Nice. Look at us.
I'll tell you what. There's
Gabriel Murphy.
4.68. Again, he's on the opposite side of Law 2. He is a good player. He's going to be one of those guys. This is a conversation, CD, I have with people every year when they go, I'll tell you what, he's going to be a great fourth-round pick for me. I can't wait to get him in the fourth round. I go, well, if everybody in the league thinks you get him in the fourth round, you can get him in the fourth round.
That's what I said about Edger and Cooper, which is why I think he could be a first-round guy. If everyone wants him in the second, he's not going to go there.
Wisconsin.
Can't be on that black line.
Being told to line his feet up differently. And so he complies. There he goes.
Not an awful start.
All right.
4.92.
Here's Dallas Turner. Is he going to run again or rest on his superb first time? Looks like
I think he might have run his last 40 of his life.
Going to tap out on that, understandably.
That's what I told you. I thought Dallas Turner would be done. Peyton Wilson might be done as well. We'll see. I think he was stoked with the 4.44.
Got a drop it. We'll be done.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Enough. Shout out here. When you grew up in
That's not spam,
Anchorage,
please.
Alaska, and transferred to Bishop Gorman High School there in Nevada. Mark Schlereth could have another one joining the club here.
Will Focio moving.
I met him yesterday. He couldn't have been.
4.59, not bad.
He was a walk-on. Yeah, walk-on, earned everything. Pretty awesome. He's got a great name too. When his name translates means not afraid of war. That's what I want in my linebackers. That's a great definition.
Kentucky's Trevin Wallace.
He was rolling, man. He's on
4.52 is
in the 4.4s.
crazy.
5'2".
He cut a little weight. He's 237 here. He was at the Senior Bowl. He was a little bit heavier. He was 244. And that was a good move because he's rolling.
Get in the 4.4s. Why not? It's a great start.
He's moving.
Yeah, he's
Those are two great times.
He's kind of weaving.
I'm looking down there, and Peyton Wilson.
Texas players, I think, could be first rounders next year.
Maybe he wants to get to the 4.3s. Maybe he's
Kelvin Banks,
I don't think he's gonna just end it.
Quinn Ewers, Isaiah Bond.
I've seen run 4.3.
Those are probably the names in contention
There he is.
at this moment.
He's ready to run again.
We are going to get more Peyton Wilson. I'm down. I mean, if it was me, and it's not, obviously, but if it was, you get maybe 2 of these in your life at the NFL Combine. Maybe you're happy with 1, maybe you're gassed, which you're not because you're a freak athlete probably, but I'd want to get my money's worth, you know?
4.66. Nice time. Yeah. All right, Peyton Wilson. All right, we see you running 4.44 and saying, I think I can do better.
All right.
All right.
If Peyton Wilson gets to 4.4 flat, that'd be absurd.
I love it.
Right?
I love it. He's staying in it.
Okay.
That shows he's a competitor. That's what it is.
Riley got in a time machine and
Come on, Peyton.
lived in a weight room.
Get it down.
A little shake and bake for Peyton Wilson.
It's a decent start, but his acceleration comes throughout. 4.49.
Appreciate the moxie here.
Nicely done.
And with a fro, too, right?
I love it.
Look at that flow. It's all right. Good for you. Stacy?
Just quickly, Rich,
All right, I gotta hit the bathroom.
He ran 240s.
Be back in a minute.
He was almost hell-bent on today to prove himself.
Let's get some official times here.
You guys know the injury history, right? Like the first couple years of his college career, he went through the ACLs, the shoulder. Last 2 years, he's been healthy, and he wants to show it off here today.
He certainly has. All right, the on-field drills, the final on-field drills of the night. All right. Oh, I saw this video earlier today on the old Twitter machine. Look at J.J. McCarthy warming up, throwing all the way across to Blake Corum. They can't quit. It's a little roll tide simulcam. And right now, Dallas Turner's pulling away.
That's impressive.
We are back to Indy with the final on-field drills of the night. In a sec.
Old Trapper Beefs. Fake protein.
Can we take a protein break? Check it. I got my beans, my bars, my goos, my glums. I think Goop was a bad choice.
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
My name is Bobby Wagner, linebacker for the Seattle Seahawks. Technology has changed from 2012. When I first got in the league, we would look at printed paper. There wasn't as many shots and angles of the plays. The surface changed the game. When we come to the sideline and look at the surface, it allows us to look at the plays that just happened. Give us an opportunity to see what the offense is doing to us. We're able to communicate and tap back into the game and know what they're going to do next play.
Say hello to future you. You made some bad money moves.
So no vacations for you.
Never got a credit card with rewards.
Norway will never see your fjords.
All these places will never go.
Here isn't us in Mexico.
Don't make your future you hate you.
Start making smarter financial decisions today. NerdWallet. Finance smarter.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
All right, let's relax in the chat, guys. We're all friends here.
Adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org.
And even if we're not, pretend like we are.
Would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need
I mean, all these guys that tested really well were expected to, but it's still really cool to see. Peyton Wilson's a freak, man. This feels like unless you're talking about injury, this is a starting caliber player. A little weak side linebacker action. I do see Dallas Goedert. You know who he also looks like a bit? Is a Milwaukee Brewers pitcher, Bryce Wilson. This was the freakiest day of anybody probably, though. This is just a wild day. Dallas Turner. Everything is wild here. But I'm surprised he came in at under 6'3". Long arms, though, so I don't really care. But I thought he might have been closer to 6'4". Just watching him, but no, under 6'3".
It's easy to translate and see what it looks like. Here's Fred Warner, a best in show here for the 49ers, going back to when he was coming out of college, going through the wave drill. Again, shuffle side to side. How quickly can you do it? A little back pedal, shuffle some more, and then drive.
A lot of 154 10-yard splits.
Here he is in the middle of the field shuffle. He's going to be able to see it, sort through it, shuffle, get off the block, and then close with a very physical finish there, sideline to sideline. Here he is again. Shuffle, shuffle. You see the screen here to Walker. Now let's close that space down and finish with a great tackle.
Caitlin Clark entering the WNBA draft.
Lead people in the wrong direction.
Wow.
Tackling, but we are going to see the movement and we are going to see the close.
She should go join the NBA. She should be an all-star.
And it's changed how teams look at this because the Ravens, with their investment in Roquan Smith, and Patrick Queen played the lights out last year, and the 49ers.
All right, we're going to see if linebackers can catch the ball. Who can naturally catch the football?
And those things, middle linebacker hadn't really been mentioned there.
I'm excited to find out. Who looks like an athlete versus who plays linebacker, who can run fast, who can actually catch the ball.
So let's listen in on the instruction on the field.
Do we have any bench? No, not yet. 3 cone, Marshawn Neely #1. That's a great time.
Coach Shepard's going to walk you guys out there and demonstrate.
Verse 731.
We'll come back in the bullpen and we'll get ready to roll. You got him, Kelvin? Here we go, fellas.
I mean, being near 7 seconds is insane. For, like, context on that, these are the all-time best times.
All right, I'm going to give you the command. Do not go before the command. So here we go.
And obviously these guys drastically vary in height and weight. But 7 seconds is a pretty great time.
Talks about not wanting those heels to click.
But you'd prefer 6'8", like I talked about in my video yesterday.
Kind of the test run there.
All right, let's see how these guys move out in space. This is important to watch. I know you guys can't see it unless you're watching along, which hopefully you are.
Okay, so the coaches are
I'm a Yankees fan.
Because you're all great athletes.
The biggest thing, react, fellas. React to the movement. We good? Let's go to work, fellas. Let's
We
go.
are good.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Let's go to work.
Here we
Let's
go.
wave drill.
We need to have the most juice of the day. The second D-line group had some. Let's go. Come on.
Tatum with Finley. Didn't see him run a 40. Now we're seeing him run this wave drill.
I don't think Jalen Ford ran the 40 because I think he would have been kind of slow.
Plays off the ball, so we talk about the different roles. He does a little bit of everything there at Florida State.
Aaron Casey.
Go. Come on. Come on. Work. Work. Come on. Back.
Again, nice job. Don't anticipate it. Just get moving.
Let's go. Run through the ball.
I want to see people naturally catch the football on the move. It's not the most important thing.
You'll see some balls catch some of these linebackers as well. It's usually works both ways here in this one.
Chambers didn't run a 40, but he's doing the wave.
Good steal.
It's a great linebacker name.
Sure is, right?
Let's go to work. Let's go.
Yeah, Colts could take offensive line. For sure.
Again, if you're watching this, Junior Colson from Michigan, he's not participating today. He's still, I think he had a hamstring issue that popped up last week, so we have to wait for the pro day to see him.
Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Roach.
Come on. Come on. Back to the middle. Come on.
And he had the top shuttle time as well. And Nealon's like 270 pounds.
Pretty good movement right there, CD.
Certainly was. And
Well, he's 210 pounds. He better have good movement.
But the anticipation is more because they want to cut it and be quicker to everything.
Tommy Eichenberg didn't run, but here he is in the drills.
Sometimes that coach understands and takes just a little.
Brother of Liam Eichenberg plays tackle for the Dolphins. He's almost fell down.
Guy who didn't run the 40, but just did the wave.
Yeah, Eichenberg. He's a downhill thumper. You see him thud off blocks, take on guards. You know, the range was going to be the question with him.
Stacy?
Just an observation down here. You know, everybody.
Easton Gibbs is a ball player. I need him on my team.
Player I'm seeing
Get me
still
Easton Gibbs.
here is that guy Leatu Latu. Watching, supporting, cheering on these linebackers. You guys remember when the
Jordan Davis.
Yes,
Yeah.
Georgia players, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Devontae Wyatt, they stuck around.
Andre Sweat fell to the 4th round with this combine. He's 366 pounds. You expect him to test like he's 280?
How special Latu is.
Come on, dude. Don't tell on yourself.
That are out. They're part of linebacker.
This is NFL.com.
Not to mention, you know, he came from Washington. So
Jesus
got,
Christ.
as well. And then the other thing is these guys all train at the same facility. A lot of these guys.
It's not even how you spell using.
Very close and supporting.
Good Lord, what am I dealing with?
We didn't get a chance to see Hunter run a 40, I don't believe. They're from
he did not run
from Georgia State.
That I wanted to see, DJ.
Yeah.
Because he's a run chase guy. I wanted to see that speed flash.
Yeah, he's a 6-year player.
Wyoming linebackers is the meta. Logan Wilson, Chad Muma, Easton Gibbs. I'm in.
Good, team. Let's go. Let's go, team. Back to the middle. Come on, team.
Tyrese Knight moves his legs in a way that doesn't make sense. And then let the ball catch him.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't love that.
There's going to be some bruised chests from this group this evening.
I was just thinking.
Right, because they're not catching with their hands, is what you're saying. That's what I'm picking up.
Yeah.
You guys remember when John Elway would throw the ball? They called it the Elway cross.
Yep.
When it would
nose
hit the
of the
chest,
ball.
the nose of the ball would make that imprint on the receiver's chest. We'll have a few of those crosses today.
Back to the middle. Come on. Come on.
Charles, have you watched this kid? I liked him, man. I haven't got as much support. I thought I'd get more support. I'm sticking with it, though. I'm going to stick to my grade on him.
Well, I think that you should stick to your grade.
So here's who Latu might be sticking around to see. Here's Sal.
It's a good rep.
And
He's one of those guys, play speed, DJ.
Yeah.
It's better than what we're going to see on the clock.
There it is. Efficient. Push. Work. Middle. Stop. Down. Good.
Man, none of these guys catch with their hands. Not none of them, but very few of them. And here's Jeremiah Trotter Jr., by the way.
Let's go. Push. Push. Back to the middle.
He looks okay out there.
Any 22-year-olds that saw the 12-year-old version of themselves in that highlight?
He looked all right.
Yeah, that's me.
I mean, maybe in comparison to some of these other guys. It's a lot of just like expecting instead of just doing and reacting. Is he going to tell me to go back the other way? Is he going to tell me to go back the other way? Just keep going until you get told to move.
Wallace had a good day.
I really like him.
He's a good player. He could be.
Trevin Wallace with a hands catch as well.
hands catch there. All right, here's the Fastest man.
Peyton Wilson should look excellent out in this.
He can do this.
And look at this, no gloves. He's old school guy.
No gloves. Look at that.
He's going Trey Hendrickson right there.
I thought you were going to say Will Clark.
Ah.
Oh. Look at you going baseball. So if Peyton Wilson said he's modeling his game after Luke Kuechly, let's check out the genuine article from 11 combines ago. Or 12 now. Good Lord, we've been here a while.
Man, Luke Kuechly did the combine in 2012. It just doesn't seem that long ago.
I remember talking about him when I was with the Philadelphia Eagles at the time, and the production was off the charts. I don't know if I've ever seen a more instinctive linebacker that I've ever evaluated than Luke Kuechly. And he picked it right up when he got to the NFL. He was calling out plays as a young player, knew everything that was coming his way.
And look at it come.
Peyton Wilson to Luke Kuechly? Come on, dude.
Oh boy, they really going to do Luke Kuechly like this? I ran a 4.44.
I hope he's watching.
The numbers aren't even that similar. What are they just showing Peyton Wilson running faster than him? Now you have people that are going to get in their heads that, oh shit, Peyton Wilson's that much faster than Luke Kuechly. He's better.
By the way, Kuechly ran a 4.58 in 2012. And here's Wilson.
Oh yeah, dude, John Ross, beast. Certainly the Bengals didn't pass in any quarterback to take him. Certainly Patrick Mahomes wasn't the next pick.
I texted Kuechly and said you watching, but knowing him, he's probably hunting somewhere. I don't know when that season is, CD. That's not my world, but I know he loves to hunt and fish.
He certainly does, and here's the quick one on this one. Luke Kuechly just went to the College Football Hall of Fame last December. You realize he's going to be in every Hall of Fame possible before he turns 40. Think about that, because he's already retired. You mentioned Rich.
Patrick Willis finally got in the NFL Hall of Fame, right?
But I don't care what anyone says. If we're going to talk longevity,
I was stoked to see that this year.
He's the first ballot Hall of Famer in my book. The way he played and the numbers he put up. By the time he's 40,
like,
he's out of Hall of Fame.
I think people were kind of holding it against him that he didn't have a super long career. But Patrick Willis, from 2007 to 2014, right? He was an all-pro first-team player 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. No. Yes, 5 times. All-pro second-team player. 7-time Pro Bowler. Like, he was the best linebacker in the league. Maybe with Ray Lewis, right? Ray Lewis was probably a little bit earlier, even though he's still active and good around that time. Patrick Willis was the best linebacker in the league for almost his entire career. Like, how would that not be a Hall of Famer? He retired in 2014, and it took him 10 years to get in the Hall of Fame. Obviously, like, you have the period where, you know, you're not eligible yet. But, come on, dude. And it makes it easier for Luke Kuechly to get in. This is a 20-yard shuttle on the screen. This is a 20-yard shuttle. My fault. Here are some 40 times.
Yeah, because you know, and here's the other part. How much longer are we going to be able to differentiate between the inside guys and the outside guys? You know what I mean, DJ? No question. Because where we're going now, with how the game's played, 2 linebackers.
The Deebo Samuel in this draft class, the Deebo Samuel comp is Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky. That's the beast after the catch. That's built like a running back.
250 pounds, whatever he was, and could get up there and mug up over the center if you wanted to.
If you're looking for anybody, it would be him. But nobody's Deebo Samuel.
Chanel was the one who knocked the ball loose from McCaffrey on the first. He was all over set it downs when it looked like the Niners were going to score to start the Super Bowl. And then he's the one who blocked the extra point that put overtime into play. You know, I mean, if we want to talk, you know, linebackers too, the Chiefs, how about Nick Bolton?
He's a stud.
I mean, I know we were talking about the number 1 seeds.
Tyron Hopper did not run.
They're going to have to.
Here he is in the on-field drills. Looking pretty good. A little bit of a trip. Not bad. Not bad. John Tree Hunter is a guy that people are excited about.
Tomorrow night's conversation.
John Trey. Excuse me.
We're watching the linebackers go through their on-field drills here. First day of the combine.
Malachi Corley's more like Jarvis Landry? No. Malachi Corley is a way better athlete.
State goes through the four-bag agility.
I like having the name of the drill pose on the field there, by the way. Big fan of that production element.
All right.
Yeah, we talked. Everyone's been asking about Muhammad Kamara today. Everybody.
Still not going to forgive you for making fun of me.
He is probably a designated pass rusher, but could be good in that role.
DJ.
It's called lighting. That was called lighting.
Jonathan Paler, NC State. All right. Name to watch.
It's all right. That's what happens when you're around.
Me at 17 is not anything comparable to Braylon Allen. I was probably at 17.
Sometimes Jonah
I was
wrestles
what?
with
A
falling
senior in
asleep,
high school.
So he takes ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand.
I was
and
probably
wakes up
about
feeling like himself.
5'10" or 5'11",
To be your best with non-habit-forming
maybe
ZQL.
155
Better
pounds.
days start with ZQL nights. Chipotle's
Maybe
braised
not
beef
even that much.
barbacoa
I don't know.
might
I
be
was a
our
skinny kid.
best-kept secret. Slow-cooked, responsibly
Still
raised
am.
beef, seasoned with garlic,
Still am,
cumin,
but I'm just tall now.
and shredded for fall-to-fork tenderness. Chipotle's braised
I had that
beef
surgery
barbacoa.
that
If you know,
where you break all your bones and then lengthen your body. So I have the same size torso, but my legs are 20 feet tall.
Our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. An unlimited
Terry Arnold has not done anything because the cornerbacks don't go today. It's just linebackers and defensive line today.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. It can help you get clearer skin. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it.
You guys gotta watch my videos. I posted a combine video yesterday going all over this. Please watch it.
Suicidal thoughts or weight loss.
Tomorrow's DB, so safeties, corners, tight end. Saturday, running back, quarterback, wide receiver. Sunday, offensive linemen. I believe kickers and punters as well.
They say you can't predict the future. But at the NFL Combine, you can show it to them. Be fast. What's my definition of success? Be skilled. Listening to what your heart says. Be strong. Being brave enough to dream big, big. Be next. Believing in yourself when no one else does. It's amazing. And make them remember your name.
Oh, you want my player comp?
For the ones who work hard to ensure
Here
their
it
crew
is.
can always go the extra mile.
In high school?
And the ones who get in early, so everyone can go home on time. There's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts, so you can quickly and easily find what you need.
You can't see it.
Plus, you can count on access to a
Hold on
committed
here.
team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com.
Who is that? Who could that be?
Grainger.
It's Slade Bolden. Whoa, can't show that. Yep, I played high school football. Played slot receiver. I returned kicks and punts. And I played a little bit of DB.
NFL Scouting Combine.
Braden with the $9.99. Hey, Bengal, been watching for a long time. Huge UT fan. Hook 'em. Thoughts on the upcoming season and maybe thoughts on JB's potential if he comes back fully healthy. Anyways, hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Braden. Obviously, I'm feeling pretty good about Texas. They lost a lot of talent to the draft, so like losing Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat, that's really going to be tough. That's impossible to replace. You're losing Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. It's going to be tough to replace, but they kind of already have. With Isaiah Bond, with Silas Bolden, with getting in Ryan Wingo, already having Jonte Cook. Nope, went to a public school. But
It's better. 4-4-3 official. And Dallas Turner.
What do I want to say here?
4-4-6 official. Kalen DeLoach ran a 4-4-7. So
I think Texas is going to be good, though. Alabama's going through it, losing Nick Saban. Oh, that got Paul Boyd just took one off the head. They're still going to be good, obviously. Georgia's a problem. But Texas is in a really good spot to be good in 2024. As for Jonathan Brooks, love him. It's gonna be tough to come back from the ACL, but you know, it's way easier than it used to be, it seems. So, hoping for a speedy recovery, and then hoping he's good to go.
There it is, okay? Hey, still let up just a little on the run as you get the coach. Don't worry about that. Run hard, coach will tell you when to turn, okay? We want to see you put your foot on the ground and break. Ready?
I was nothing to write home about. When I was a freshman in high school, I was 5'4". I was young for my grade. We ran the ball every play. I wasn't the best run blocker, and I couldn't tackle.
Run full speed. Run full speed. Here we go. Shuffle.
I was just speed and catching. But again, we ran the ball a lot.
Nice catch.
And at the time, I wasn't as into football as I am now, or got into, and I wasn't super into learning the playbook. It was not a great spot. Yeah, these linebackers they're classic linebackers. They're not into this new coverage and catching type of game. But on Easton Gibbs, man, that's my guy.
I think we saw this last year.
Maybe. Well, we used to see it.
Research because it feels fairly new.
Remember, we used to see at the end of the entire combine with the defensive line group where they would split them up into halves and have a
catch the ball.
Right.
They throw it up above their head.
Yeah, sounds like a question for Google, Ferdy.
We did this last year. It's been confirmed.
There you go. There you go. Shuffle.
Sounds like a question maybe Google could answer.
But right here, when he turns and goes, this really mimics it, doesn't it, DJ?
Yep. You got
that coverage, and you got to find the ball fast because you're not seeing it off the quarterback's hands. So what is your reaction?
I think the slowest 40 today might have been Tavondre Sweat. But it wasn't actually all that slow at 366 pounds.
And my vocal doctor just called. He wants to see Jason.
Oh, man. Jason is pushing the limits on that thing.
There it is. Good. Back up the line. Love it. Good catch. Way to look it into your hands. I love it. Yeah, now we're going. Let's go. I like it. Here we go. Shuffle. Run. Shuffle.
Nice shot here, huh?
That's cool.
There you go.
See him stay right down that line.
Oh, okay. Finish.
Great crew we have here, sponsored by our director Steve.
I'm hungry. I've been live for 5 hours.
The camera work with all the cameras we have down there.
There you go. Nice catch. Put it away. Good drill. Good drill.
Handhelds, all these cameras.
Yeah, you're
awesome.
gonna be good at this one. You ready?
I love this. This is amazing.
Charles.
Yes, sir.
Jordan McGee.
Another major league movie. I think I got the voice double for Lou Brown.
Lou, since Lou is no longer
Dude.
with us, he could be
Need these backers to catch the ball.
He's already halfway there. He's a coach in Cleveland.
That's right. He's already in town.
It doesn't, like, I just want somebody to really look good out there. You know? I want someone to look natural. It's pretty good from Wasau. I'll check them all out after. I've seen, like, defensive tackle snips, but I'm sure Dallas Turner's, like, close to a 10.
Take that, Joe Boo. Remember Chelsea Ross started as the head coach at Notre Dame and Rudy.
Nice catch by
It doesn't look like Mathbomb has updated them at the moment, or posted any.
Starting to come back to him a little bit.
The quarterbacks help when they get it away from their frame too. If you get away from
Probably coming out pretty soon. I've seen them then. So far.
Don't throw it right into the body.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the numbers. Put the foot in the, yeah, that gets
Yeah, McGee looks pretty good.
Referencing Charles, I'm mandated to say, was also one of the parents that tried to get Coach Dale fired in Hoosiers in this very state.
Rich, that's very strong. Remember,
if we're going sports movies.
Remember, he was coaching the team till Coach Dale took over and told him, George, your services.
Leave the ball, George. Leave the ball, George.
That was it.
Leave the ball.
Nice catch. Hey, have a day. Have a day, Mr. Wilson.
You got going. Good drill. Good drill. Good drill. Good drill. Good drill. Okay. Coach Cal, have the next one. Yep.
He's going to go get a lozenge.
Not many out there catching the ball well. Nobody's talking about Easton
Got
Gibbs.
one more drill? Is that what we got? Okay.
Give him his day.
We'll go to the highlights from what we just saw here. Edger and Cooper first up. Talk about everything he's done has been real smooth. Just easy, smooth mover. Excellent athlete, staying right down the line. Let's finish with the catch. Drop that one here, Cedric Gray. Another one who's in that linebacker mix. Going to be a day 2 pick all day long. A little double catch, but's able to finish it. Again, the movement is most important in this drill. That looks great. And then can you get the bonus, the money ball, so to speak? Can you finish with the catch? And Peyton Wilson has been really, quite honestly, best in show of this group. He runs the 4.4, and he's just made everything look easy.
Thoughts on the Madison release? Yeah, who cares?
Fastest man at day 1 of the combine, and that'll be the number some of the defensive backs will try their best tomorrow, and no doubt we're expecting them to. And it's a defensive back group. What a time.
I feel bad for the guy. That's my review.
From the linebacker group.
I think this linebacker group's a little better than
Who do you think will be the second off-ball linebacker off the board after Cooper? I don't know that it is Cooper. It could be. It's going to be. It's either Junior Colson or Edger and Cooper for me. Colson's really good. Peyton Wilson's great, but the medicals are concerning. He could drop. And
it's okay.
Is that the one that you autographed?
We'll see about Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
I don't know. I mean, let's see. You can see. Yeah,
that's yours. Yes, it's still there.
There's only one football on a stick. Maybe the last one of its kind.
Nice.
And of course, it goes away because they don't use it for any other drills.
I mean,
yeah, I think I'd lean Newbin for best single high.
That makes it very valuable.
Yes, I definitely.
There are some guys that can do it though. Cole Bishop from Utah.
By gracing it with a Sharpie.
Ken.
That's what he does coming off the edge. He could have transferred and got a
Cam Kinchins maybe.
He was behind 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, maybe Cooper DeJean if he moved back from corner. Let's see here. Maybe Dadrian Taylor Demerson could be an option. He's a single high candidate. I'm curious how he's going to run. But he certainly could do it at Texas Tech.
He can really rush. You see the numbers, 8.5 sacks for an off-the-ball linebacker. That tells you all you need to know there.
He's actually got a pretty good grade here.
When you say off-the-ball linebacker, what do you mean?
Jaden Hicks can honestly even do it a little bit. Kalen Bullock can.
Inside linebacker and off-the-ball linebacker. We used to talk about inside guys, outside guys. Then you had outside guys and defensive ends, and it became so confusing. So then we just changed to, let's say, edge players, whether your hands down in the ground and a 3-point stance.
Colson's not working out. It sounds like he might have had an injury a week ago, they said. Yeah, I know. James Williams is probably going to be an NFL linebacker.
Wyoming will send you linebackers, won't it, DJ?
Logan Wilson.
Chad Momo.
Let's get that club in there now.
And Finis Dembo. That's for you, Charles.
One of the all-time great tournament runs.
I don't think the Chargers would take Byron Murphy at 5. I'd be very surprised. Not really much of a rip in there.
Has Penn State given the strength coach a raise yet?
If it hasn't, he needs to get a new agent.
Every year we come here, Rich, and these Penn State guys just fly.
I think Cooper DeJean could certainly stay at corner. It just depends where he goes and what the plan is, but he could do it.
Right? I mean, the thighs and the lower end, they are horse-powered, but it doesn't stop them from.
Jordan McGee's tripped up a couple times. Maybe he's trying to do a little bit too much.
Nice job staying snug there. You can listen to, sometimes you scout not only with your eyes, but with
Kinchins is not the best tackler, and his top end speed is a little questionable. But I like his range overall, even with that. I think he's instinctive, but I think Newbin's probably a little bit better. I mean, Jaden Hicks is really good too. Could be the first safety off the board.
Let's go. Tight. Bring the rip through. Bring the rip through. It'll help you at the top of the turn. Bring the rip through. Elevate. Let's go.
Nah, I don't really think Fisk's gonna be a first round pick. I think day 2.
That's your number 11 overall prospect.
Yeah, he's so smooth.
Twitter account is @MathBomb. Kent Lee Platt. Highly recommend following.
Bring the rip with you to help your balance.
Yeah.
Because if you don't bring the rip move, now you're not turning your body square to come straight down the line. And actually, you're drifting more if you're not bringing that rip up and getting your body back in sync.
Yep, it's pulling you. It pulls you tight, too, when you get that arm through. It pulls you tighter.
Let's go. You all good? Let's go.
Tell you what, Rich, you're lucky there's not a powerful chiropractor union lobby.
I think the top 3 edges are Leatu Latu, Dallas Turner, and Jared Verse.
No longer the case.
They used to get down and.
Oh, it's bad for your
But
back.
haven't finished studying yet. We will see.
Let's go, Cruz. Let's go. Ball keep.
There's Peyton Wilson right there. Let's go back to his video. We showed this earlier, but I feel like it's important to bring it back because we've seen him absolutely put on a show here in shorts, but let's put the pads on him and remind you this is a darn good football player as well. How about the instincts as a zone dropper? We saw him catch the ball just a
Haven't yet, Alan. I'm thinking about it, though.
He looks like a safety. He runs like a safety. Speaking of which, look at the pursuit speed. Leave his feet like Superman. That's that 4.43 speed.
Not a chop. It's not that I'm not a chop fan. He's just not very developed as a pass rusher. He's just a sick athlete, but a lot more to the position than running fast.
And what we saw with the pads on, Rich, even more accentuated today. Once you get him out here in a t-shirt and let him roll smooth, free and easy. One of the easier looking 4.44s you'll see. Jumping 34.5 inches. Again, that explosiveness shows up in multiple ways. The broad jump at 9.11, which is outstanding for a linebacker. I don't know you have a better day than what he did today. CD, I don't know, the durability, as Stacy mentioned, is the one concern you have, but I don't know that there's another one.
Yeah, I don't think there is another one. And here's the thing about the durability. Senior Bowl week, right? He was there every drill, every practice, didn't play in the game. A lot of people were saying, hey, can he get through the game and show us that durability? I didn't think he needed to.
Same thing about Micah. Micah played off-ball linebacker at Penn State. It's not the same thing. But yeah, I mean, obviously you got a freak athlete to start with. If everything goes right in their development, they could be a monster. But that's if everything goes right.
Certainly has bettered a lot of the measurables for the top 10 tackles.
I lean
Told him you had me at hello years ago.
on the players that I've seen done it rather than projecting a lot of the time.
First time.
Nice.
Where you been at football on stick? Where you been?
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can
But that's going to do it for the stream, guys. I appreciate you watching. We're about done here with the linebacker drills. It's been a fun day. I'll probably be live tomorrow, at least on Twitch, if not on YouTube. Twitch.tv/Bengal. The link is above and also in the description down below. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. This was a ton of fun today. We have cornerbacks, safeties, and tight ends tomorrow.